Pmnc USA Spring 2026. Yesterday's 6 games were absolute cinema, as the kids would say, and hopefully that cinema will continue entering day 2 of this national championship. My name is Max Man, going to be joined once again by the one and only truly enigmatic Niptura by my side to break down all the action today. Niptura, how are you feeling after taking in all of that great action of day 1?
Honestly, hyped for day number 2. I mean, we had so much action in day number 1. It's only going to get more intense from here on out. Tonight will mark the halfway point, there we go, in the tournament this weekend. So these teams have really got to get focused, get ready to go. And yeah, can't wait for all that action to come in on Rondo.
Oh, yeah, some Rondo goodness. It's going to be great. Of course, we've got 2 Rondos happening every single day, which yesterday was great to witness, right? Especially we did have some weird hot drop situations happening. Neok's free on one of those games, Niptura, so I wonder if that's going to be the case today. But yeah, very exciting stuff indeed, and we're going to see who's going to be able to climb the top of the leaderboards, which we will check out at some point on this pre-show before we do dive into game number 1. But I do also want to rectify something, Niptra, because I was unaware during day 1 that we did in fact have the smash ruling, so I was a dirty liar. But no, smash ruling is happening, so meaning today at match number 12, we will be setting that point threshold, right, to make it to day 3, which is going to be so important for all of these teams to have on their mind.
Right, because the smash ruling, of course, means that it's the top team's points plus 10. Once a team achieves that, then whoever, if they're in the smash point threshold, if they meet that criteria, then they get to, if they just win another game, they get to win the whole thing, either taking first place or just ending the event early. So that is going to be super interesting. And honestly, I think these teams, the way they were playing yesterday, Max, definitely see potential for a smash here tomorrow night.
Well, these teams, we got a few teams.
We do have a few teams.
We have the Upgrade boys, we have the Sun Esports boys, we have the Team Equinox boys, Region 8 boys also. All the boys do be doing boy level things right now going into it. So yeah, it was very exciting day 1. A lot of teams definitely kind of setting a bit of a setup for themselves going into day 2 that we are now going to have very high expectations for those individual players. Meng in particular here, Niptura, I think did an absolute banger day 1 with that utility play in particular. Those nades were pinpoint bloody accurate, and I'm hoping we can see that continue into today's 6 matches. Of course, looking again at this tournament, this is the road to PMGO NA regional finals, which of course is then going to lead you, possibly if you can make it, to the big boy event, Niptura, the PMGO main event over in Jakarta with $500,000 prize pool, which would be insane for these teams to reach.
I mean, wouldn't it just? I know that, you know, a prize pool like that, you can't turn that down. That is a lot to play for. That would set you up a long way when it comes to the rest of the season, right? So, very excited to see maybe one of these NA teams able to get a little bit of that prize pool for themselves. And yeah, as you were saying, right, Meng did a fantastic job. I'm really hoping we see that from him again, because one of my favorite types of fraggers are the ones that are really good with those nades and the utility. They're so much fun to watch. And so I'm really hoping that we can see that again. He really carried his team in a lot of those games. Another team that I'm really looking forward to seeing, though, is Sun Esports, right? We saw a lot coming in from them, some really great plays of like just macro rotation, awareness of the circle, awareness of the map and of other teams. So very excited to see what they've got to showcase coming into day 2.
Yeah, they had some great plays, right, especially on that first Rondo game. So many really good clutches coming out from the team. Very excited to see if that can continue into today's matches. Of course, checking out the match layout for today. Double Rondo into double Miramar into double Erangel. Though, going into tomorrow, Niptura, the fact that we do have 2 Rondos back-to-back means there's a very big chance we'll have many teams entering that smash zone, because normally you have 1 Rondo and you're done, right, and then 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars. No, double Rondo is genuinely going to have such a big impact because we do, in fact, have a smash ruling this time for these finals. So how our team's going to adopt that, I'm not too sure, but if we do have one team create a significant lead today, that would be a big strat for whoever's in first place. And I think the Upgrade, Sun Esports, Team Equinox, Region R8 Gaming, those teams should be trying to create a gap just so they can be somewhat more comfortable in those 2 first matches of day 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even looking at Golden Eagles, Rich Esports, Zombie Boys, and Vatican. Honestly, anybody on that first half of the page, right? You come out with a couple of really massive games, here today, and you've put yourself really far ahead in that race for the Smash Zone. I think, you know, the way these teams are playing, there's a little bit of a warm-up, but some of those players, some of those teams rather got into the first half of the leaderboard in the last 2 games. So I'm looking to see maybe these teams really focus on that Smash ruling, really focus on either moving ahead of the rest of the lobby, or for those teams lower down the board, really closing up that gap as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, one team that I think we both agree here, Nipcho, we need to see more from is going to be YKG, right? If they have another slow start to the day, unfortunately, you're going to be starting to fall so far behind that Smash ruling is not going to be in your favor whatsoever. So YKG, I want to see a step up from them in particular, Strangers BD, even Extreme Slayers, right? I can expect a little bit more from these guys. So there's some teams that have been a bit upsetting on day one, but it also makes sense, right? Because Upgrades and Esports had such a dominant day one. It was really hard to be compared to these teams because, again, day one was so exceptionally good for those 2 squads in particular.
I mean, you get 2 wins each, right? If you think about it, it's like, okay, you won 2 games, that's fine. When you think there's only 6 games and 2 teams won 4 of them, then it starts being put into a little bit more of a better perspective, right? You go, oh, there really wasn't a whole lot of room for any of the other teams, especially with Sun, who got a 2nd place on the next Rondo. So they were able to, you know, come top 3 in at least 3 of the games, at least half of the matches. Really does not leave a lot of points for anybody else.
Yeah, as you can see here, we got a big boy sponge here at the top of the leaderboards, and it's going to be upgrade 81 points with those 2 chicken dinners, then followed up by 78 points for Sun Esports, and then 60 points. You can already see that purely between 2nd and 3rd place there is a gap, but then you go even lower, right, 44 points, which is where you want to be. As of right now, where you want to be is in top 5 if you want to move on to the next stage for the PMGO regional finals, and as of right now, 1st place upgrade almost have double the amount of points of Golden Eagles in 5th place. That is a massive lead created, Nipchoro, for the 2 1st place teams. Are we going to see anyone try and catch up? Does anyone have that potential right now? What do you think?
I think some of them could have the potential. I'm kind of wondering if maybe, you know, the top 2 are kind of set and they're not going to go below top 5, right, if they're safe right now. But I think it really will depend, and we can answer both of those questions later on today rather than right now, because if either of those top 2 teams have a really bad day or 2-3 bad games, we could see this leaderboard look very, very different, because Golden Eagles popped off in the last couple of games. Rich Esports made a little bit of a comeback in the final game. Zombie Boys really started to shine in the last half of yesterday. So all 3 of those teams, any of these teams in that sort of bracket, that point bracket, could definitely look to capitalize on those teams if they do badly. If they do well, then yeah, I don't think there's any there's no catching them now.
Yeah, look, I'm looking at YKG. Again, sorry, I keep going back to YKG because I want to see this team do well. But YKG, Rain Esports, they're 2 teams that, on the elimination front, are doing pretty good, right? If you look purely at the eliminations, they should technically be on the first half of these leaderboards. But right now, they're lacking on the placement points. 7 placement points for YKG, averaging just barely above 1 point per game. And then Rain Esports actually being below 1 point placement point per game average, which is a big surprise to me. So we need to see them just make it to the late game. I just know, I have that feeling, that eerie feeling, Niptro, that if one of those 2 teams do make it to late game scenario as a 3-man or even hopefully a 4-man squad, they can do great things, but we just haven't been able to witness that on that first day of play.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you there. It's like, you know, if they can just get past whatever portion of the game is making them go out so early, right? If that sort of rotational thing, maybe there's something going on there, right? Because clearly they can win their fights. They've got the eliminations. But something's going wrong to stop them from getting into those points. So if they could just fix that or somehow avoid whatever's messing them up, yeah, they get into a top 5 situation. Ooh, they are good to go. They are ready for it. As is Mang and Russell and Demon and any of these teams on the top 5, because there's really, I mean, we discussed this yesterday, right? But there's some really close points between all 5 of these MVP contenders.
We all remember, right? Game 1 on Rondo or near the bridge over to the northern eastern side of that map, getting that solo 1v2 fight. There was one player, I was rewatching the game, one player couldn't actually jump over the fence of the bridge, and because of that, he was able to take a really good 1v2. But still, Russell, really impressive. Demon 2, I do think there was one slight fumble on, I think it was the second Rondo, where they couldn't get the win and Demon was just a little bit too slow to go on the offensive. Hopefully we see a little bit more confidence in those moments. But regardless, it was still a very good day one from this team. I'm just being very nitpicky right now. As we go and check out this head-to-head of Meng versus Russell, do we think these players, Niptro, will keep the steam going on this day? Or do we think some other players can maybe step up to the plate?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think these players are going to do very, very well for themselves, but I think we are going to see some new players come in that are going to start shining as we go through the next couple of games. I mean, I want to say Zombie Boys again. Any one of those players, all of them were really, really playing very well, Miramar onwards. So I'd like to see a little bit more from them, and I think today maybe they'll just relax a little bit enough to actually do that.
Yeah, hopefully. Though I'm also waiting for the boy himself, Monkey D. Luffy, Nika from Region 8 Gaming, to step up again. He had some great clutches, especially next to the Eastern Bridge on Erangel. This guy was just insanely impressive. So hopefully he can do that even more today. I'm saying the word hopefully a lot because I'm just so hopeful. We're going to have some top tier, S+ tier here on the leaderboards, action gameplay for PUBG Mobile Esports. I'm very, very hyped indeed. But yeah, it's going to be time to see what these teams are going to do. And because of the smash ruling, it kind of, you know what, guys, if you watch day one, kind of forget what I was talking about at the end of the day because it doesn't make sense. I didn't know we had smash ruling. I do know now that we do have a smash ruling because it does really set a really big kind of storyline for the day, which is if you are behind the first few place teams after these 6 matches, you're really going to struggle because we could have only 2 matches tomorrow, Nipture, depending on how things go. So you might not have as much time as you really expect to initiate that comeback here.
No, absolutely not. It could be over very, very, very quickly. The way these teams have been playing, the way that we expect them to play coming into day 2, I'm looking at, you know, we've seen 30 points be very easy for these teams. So getting that 10 points extra to get to the threshold, gonna be a walk in the park for these teams. So, yeah, if you're anywhere below the top 5, I think you've got to be very nervous coming into tomorrow.
Yeah, got to be a little bit spooked right now because otherwise you might just fail on making it. So PMGO, again, $500,000 prize pool, which is a lot of moolah right now. That is Nitro's day rate. In UC Endgame, okay. But no, it's going to be very exciting. I'm excited to see how things are going to be going down for these players, for these teams. As here we go, Niptura. Game number 1 of day 2 for Pmnc USA Spring 2026 is now underway as we've got 1 plane, maybe 2 planes will spawn. We didn't have it yesterday, and it will just be the 1 singular plane, but it does pass over Yulin and the Ox Factory. But we did see that Yulin day 1 Niptura was just an absolute fiesta for all of these squads on the hot drop.
We really did, right? And I'm looking at the bottom graphic here. Sun Esports, their average elims on this map is 9. That's nearly the 10 points they need to get to threshold tomorrow. Just there, just in eliminations. Like, you know what I'm putting down? Like, this is going to be very, very difficult for a lot of teams to pick up on and to catch up with. So I think there is a target on Sun's back, on Equinox, on any of these teams that do well, have been doing well. I think there's going to be a little bit of a target because these teams do not want them to run away with anything. I think the leaderboard's just a little bit too close for any of that.
It is going to be a little bit too close right now for these teams, but I'm looking at, Yulin, we are going to be having a teeny tiny hot drop right now. Teeny tiny one happening over there, but I'm seeing way more teams going to Neox Factory, which that is going to get me hella excited. Going out to the fight, Araziel going to be taking 1 big casualty in Cinco and also in Tintambu. But it's going to be a bit of a back and forth. Nice trade-off with the with his AR, and that's going to be Storm 77K, able to also get knocked on down. Tristan is completely alone right now. He's just going to wait for his teammates to get flushed out, go for the recall. They're going for the typical 3-1 split play. But right now, Golden Eagles having a great start here on Rondo Niptura. Might even get an extra elimination onto Coffin based on how things can go down. They do get the reset on their teammate. Coffin locked in a proper 1v3 fight.
They are indeed. They do have a second player behind them. He does get the 1, gets
no
the
way.
second. This could be a very easy. No, it's not. He got greedy. He tried to get the point, and General said absolutely not. But it's not over yet. He's 1 HP. The JS9 is coming out. His opponent also has a JS9, so that's not going to be fun either. Just going to be trying to move around, play a little bit of dodgeball here. Ring around the rosies, any game. You want a name? And down he goes. Nothing he can do about it. Golden Eagles get swept under the rug here. Up against Strangers BD. A really nice sort of third party coming in clutch here.
Yeah, really good engage. Voltex able to get some decent work done and able to get that one elimination, 2 for the side of Coffin. So really good timing on that fight, though. Over to Neox. This is the fight I wanted to check in on. And Demon gets that nice elimination. Instantly going to be flushed out with the Org. Now trying to make his ascent onto the rooftop of the factory portion of Neox factory. Though looking at Rain, yep, they're going to have one player mix. He's just going to be running in the open, hopefully trying to make his way to a recall tower as his teammates are deep into the fight into Neox. But so far, the fight has slowed down a little bit. Teams are looking to find some decent angles in this fight. But you're looking in particular at Jay Nepal. They are going to be holding the northern eastern side of this compound. And it's a decent position because you do have that 1 3-layered tower building to play around. So you actually don't have to get fully involved in the fight. But over here, upgrade up to an amazing start. Niptro. 5 eliminations already. This is a team that is currently in first place. And they're already initiating to create a lead in match number 1. Which these teams are not messing around right now.
They really aren't. They've come in really strong, guns blazing all the way around. Kindness actually getting 3 eliminations where he was hardly anywhere to be seen coming into yesterday, but now we see those eliminations start to stack up. Really nice shots there from Jimmy coming in here. Equinox now starting to make a name for themselves. 1 elimination on the board so far. Actually, they're going to be trying to clear out Neox, right? They suddenly have control of the main building. No one else is there. It's just Rain and JN. Both of these teams on the outskirts of Neox, so...
Oh.
I thought that was a nade as well. I thought that happened, but no.
I was like, wait, it doesn't feel like it should have hit, but no, it came from an actual weapon, not from the nade. That was a bit confusing for a second. Now going to go over to the POV of Demon from Rain Esports, not the Demon from Sun Esports. We got too many demons, okay? This is Hell Incarnate. This is Rondo. This is Neox Factory. As a Demon here, looking to try and get some nice peeks over the window with his main shotgun, but... the staircase is going to keep his opposition nice and safe away from harm. As Exotic also looking to make an ascent. I think he's gone off angle here from Jay Nepal. It's going to be Sawar. Gets some nice damage done, but Fragger also will fall. So many big casualties already taken here, Nibchara. But Sawar is just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, but nothing comes of it. And that is going to be a nice one-on-team trade-off. As Jay Nepal, Shadow will go for the full team reset.
Yep, easy peasy, power of the recall. Didn't work out, that's okay. Just come to a different part of the map and we can try again. Rain, though, up to 3. Demon, actually, just up to 3 here for Rain Esports. And you're looking at them start to slowly make their way up the rankings. They're only 1 point behind 10th place now, so already... sorry, what? No, they're not. 4 points behind 10th place. There we go. I can't read for some reason tonight. Interesting. Anyway, oh, Trick from YKG starting to put some numbers on the table here. Nice to see that upgrade. Last player standing here in Neox. Gonna get completely surrounded by Equinox here, and that nade might do something. Looks pretty good. No, it's on the outside there. So Shelby's gonna be moving on up, trying to do something. But actually, those are... oh, hang on a second. Little bit of a jump scare there as the shots ring out for the S12. He's just trying to get that nade cooked. It cooks very well, almost too well, because it cooks himself a little bit there. And now the JS9 trying to be coming on through the double shot. 2v1, down he goes. He can't hold on even with the S12K.
Yeah, good peek around the corner there with actually the JS9. It was a really good attempt to push him out from a really strong angle. So really good movement from the entirety of Equinox. And yeah, Meng doing so good with Shelby. Shelby kind of like the survivor, the redemption player for this team. He's able to redeem so many big fights yesterday. I was really happy with his individual performance as a solo. And when he has a team, he's just even more stronger. Even more strong, even stronger. You don't have to add the more. Yeah. Even more mega top tier, S+ tier, giga stronger. Absolute cinema. I don't know. I'm adding all the keywords. Okay.
6, 7.
So, no. Oh god. No, now my day's ruined. My day has been ruined, guys. Blame Nipchara. I'm leaving.
Anyway, did Demon just leave the Emily Garant there? I'm sad now.
He doesn't need it.
No. Well, he doesn't need it now because he's back up in the air somewhere. That rhymed. And that's why you take the M1 Garant, folks, because then that wouldn't happen. Anyway.
Why would you need the M1 at that range? You lose that anyway.
I'm saying you pick it up and then use your JS9 or whatever you have. Like, you don't need to use it there. You just need to pick it up for good luck.
But no, maybe you end the fight in Neox and then you pick it up for your mid to late game stage. How about
It's
that?
okay.
I know you love the M1 Garand, okay? The thing is, I remember when I saw the beta patch, when they added the M1 Garand, I was like, Niptra is going to love this. That was my first thought, is like...
Aww.
No, my first thought is Top is going to love it, and then I thought about you, which sorry, but yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Top
about
takes
Top
precedent.
first.
That's
No?
okay. You
Yeah.
know what? I think about Top first, too. It's okay. It's all good.
Who doesn't? No, who doesn't?
Who doesn't? That's right. Who doesn't? Anyway, where were we? Extreme Slayers. Moving around as we're defining zone number 2. Actually a pretty decent, like, chill zone, which is unusual for this event so far, right? The zone has been very basic. It's just gone straight into the middle of the map, so nothing crazy going on just yet. That all could change in the next couple of seconds, though. Are we going to get a hard shift, or is it going to center up? Ooh, it's a hard shift. 700 meters to go for Rich Esports. That means it's probably, what, on the south side? I'm not quite sure where we are here. There's no defining region right
It's
here.
hard to tell, right? No, they're going to be onto the west. This is western side of Rondo, so it's very eastern shift. That's my guess. We should see the map feed eventually, and when we do see it, I'm guessing it's a hard eastern shift. Maybe even hard northeastern shift. That could be an option.
Probably. I'm just wondering how many names have a D in to start them off with, except for Danching on Rondo. I can't remember any others.
Yeah, unfortunately, all the compound names of Rondo kind of, merged together in just one mess of names that I just can't remember. I know Stadium, Neox, Yulin.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm done.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? We still got a little bit of time to learn them all here as Vatic gonna be trying to fend off a couple of different teams here, Sun Esports being one of them, around Yulin, so still some action going on this side of the map.
He's pushing up, Klaus. I'm like, ooh, you're going quite deep on that position. Be careful, don't overstep. You're welcome. And also be careful of cover flares. He did squash himself yesterday. That was a bit unfortunate. I think it was on the second Rondo. So give all the cover flares to your teammates, Klaus. Don't take the risk. You want to keep you alive as long as humanly possible. As Demon, he's going to be moving around. Already up to 3 eliminations here. He's been having an absolute field day on this first match. He's going right next to Vatic, but also just scouting, getting some intel. Car going to be smoking, though. Got to be a little bit more cautious, but he does regroup with his mates. He's going to be safe to go. As of right now, teams are just trying to go and get himself in circle. We only lost 3 players, right? 1 player from Rich, 1 from YKG, 1 from Strangers BD. So this is actually, we're looking at the elimination side in particular, and I'm sure this is kind of a slow start for Rondo. Actually, wait, no, 6-3. So, oh, actually, you know what? It's just spread very evenly across the board. So very evenly, actually, no, this is a very frag-oriented Rondo. My bad.
And also, it's frag-oriented for YKG. They have 5 eliminations. It has gone to the north. The zone has gone to the north. So we've got some really interesting terrain to work with here. Everybody's over by that 1 recall, or upgrades over by that 1 recall. You got Yulin being used up as well. Stadium just outside of where we want to be. So, not going to be used anytime soon there. And some really nice rocks.
Come on. First place team and second place team are dead center of the circle, okay? There's clearly a trend happening that these guys, macro-wise, are just so bloody smart. They know where the circle's going to go. And if it goes center, I'm calling it. They have observation haki. They're able to peek into the future and see exactly what's going to come their way. Don't laugh at that, Niptra. I know you don't know One Piece references.
Oh, was that a One Piece reference?
It was. Oh, you just laughed and didn't even know it was a One Piece reference?
No, I thought it was funny.
Do you know what haki is? Observation haki. Do you know what it is? Oh, they're in circle. Then you...
No, I don't, actually.
No? Okay, exactly. So if you don't understand...
I thought you said something else, bro. Okay.
Sure, no, that was just... You were just trying to make me feel good. And I appreciate it. Thank you. But, guys, she doesn't watch One Piece. Sorry, she's not a true weeb with me.
I'm not a weeb. Yeah. I'm not even a true weeb. I'm just not a weeb at all. Like, I've never watched anime in my life.
Have you watched the movie Your Name?
No.
Okay, you have to watch that.
No, I know about it, though. No, you can't make me watch it.
I will make you watch it.
No!
I will get some tape. I'll tape you to a chair and I'll make you watch it, okay? That's it.
Sad.
That's fine.
No.
Here we go, though. is going to be Casper with the AUG, able to find one nice knock onto a player of YKG, even onto 24k here, and he's just going to be completely in the open. Really good sprays from all of Vatic. One elimination each, really good spread of limbs across the board, and actually getting on top of these roofs, right? I don't know how they got there. They maybe used the assist feature, right? Niptro, we talked about it a few times. We've got this assist feature. We can actually push some of your teammates on roofs that weren't available before. And actually, that feature is game-changing, and having any kind of elevation like here for Vatic in a very flat terrain area is so impactful. And in that case, they get 4 eliminations for, I would say, pretty much free.
It is nice to see that they've got actually a really good compound on the edge here as well, right? They've got a little bit of that hillside to work with. They've got a really good bit of cover with the buildings there, so that's a pretty good spot they've got. But of course, it's not going to be as good, of course, as upgraded Sun's position. As you said, it's pretty smack dab in the middle. So we'll see how they're gonna go and do what they do with that, as Region 8 is starting to fall down. Nika is gonna finish off that one elimination there. The Golden Eagles versus Region 8 as the zone very much moves in. Like, that's a really quick zone coming through here now. Nika without a vehicle is gonna have a tough time getting out of that one. Golden Eagles, though, they're like, okay, we have 5 eliminations. We are outie. We're gone. See ya. Y'all can have fun in the zone.
I think they were saying that word for word in the comms. I think you actually just peeked in their Discord chat and of what's going on. Oh, cover flick him down right on the car. Not sure what the intent was behind that, but unfortunately, a really good leapfrog play from Golden Eagles. They're going to be able to try and shut them down out and deep in the blue zone. So they take some extra tick damage off the back of the blue. Not going to be looking too good for them. Region 8 going to have a really bad time. Nika, though, the man was able to clutch it many times on a wrangle, but he's just going to get swarmed by all of Golden Eagles. Still on the slither of HP, gets one decent knock actually onto a member, but he does get taken down eventually himself, and that is going to be a bad trade-off here. Region 8 Gaming not having a good time on this first game, Miramar. Of Miramar? I called him Miramar. I have not slept well, okay? My time zone is messed up. Hello, Miramar, how are you? Your name is Miramar today, okay? I'm calling you Miramar.
Okay, Sandhawk, it's all good.
No, don't call me Vikendi or something cool at least. I don't know.
Livic.
Why are you gonna call me? At least you didn't call me Noosa, so that's fine. You know what? That would have gone.
Or Kraken.
That one I'll allow it. It's cool for sniping.
That's true. I do like it on sniping.
Okay, but though.
Anyway,
we're not seeing a lot of sniping now. The shots coming on through. Vatic really good gatekeeping behind them on the southern western edge of this hilltop. And they're going to be able to facilitate that transition. 8 eliminations ready here. Vatic, a team that I think we already hyped up heavily, especially you, right, Niptura, yesterday at the start of the show. And here they are popping off 2 eliminations for every single player. This is what we call team play, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Yeah, really like to see that. Golden Eagles as well, getting those 8 eliminations, but no placements to be seen there for them. Strangers BD, just a duo. Ooh, and getting picked apart here. And they've, unfortunately for them, placed themselves between Sun and Vatic, which is one of the worst spots to possibly be. Neverside is now a solo, so I doubt we're really going to see much of them coming in now. That nade is looking pretty good. Hello. Nope. Okay, not going to quite do anything there, but yeah, it is going to be a nade barrage here. He's on his last legs. There is no way he can live there. That's really unfortunate. Down he goes. Casper going to be grabbing his 3rd elimination there.
Oh, 10 eliminations coming away of Vatic. They're having the game that they were hoping for on day 1, but they're going to get it here on day 2. Big southern northern eastern shift this time, and it's going to be, actually, look at that, it's going to be team control, right? Finally in a decent position, maybe able to reach the 10+ points in the overall leaderboards. Not this game, I'm talking overalls, because so far they only have 7 points. We need to see more presence if they want to initiate that comeback, because again, the number of games in these finals are very, very limited. Upgrade also having access to a rooftop position, really good kind of extra elevation to get angles onto Sun Esports, as he finds Wolf, and that is a great spray, but very low on the ammo on the AUG. He's got to be very careful. He does not have a lot of resources to work with.
Wait a second, Spence just went down to the zone as well. The play zone is picking apart Sun here. Demon all of a sudden just a solo. 4 eliminations. It's what we're used to seeing from him, but to go from a full squad to a solo in a matter of seconds is pretty crazy work. His car is smoking. Hopefully he's going to be able to make it in one piece as Rich now gets eliminated. Unable to come back after their steady decline yesterday. They actually moved down a spot into 8th now after game 1. And Demon somehow manages to make it into zone, into a shack. And I think that's going to be where he calls home for the next half of the game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can even put down some extra cover flares to just block the door. Just keep himself kind of boxed up in there. Zombie Boys also finally going to be going for their very own push. They already got 4 eliminations. They got the entire squad ready to rumble in this game. It's going to be versus Equinox, and they find Shelby, the man himself. He's taken out. I think he's looking for the flush. Not able to get it just yet. He's going to be down to just a few extra HP, but that should be the end of the line very soon. And there you have it. Sentry's going to confirm it with the S12K. As now they're going to swarm all of the members of Equinox one by one. Meng and Jimmy going to be stuck in a 2-man split. And Poseidon, actually decent position from Poseidon here, I would even say, is making it really hard for Zombie Boys to leap outside of this building, because then it's a very open area. They might have to use a few smokes to commit to the push onto Jimmy and also onto Meng.
I'm also seeing that YKG in the Elim feed there is going down to a solo. Been keeping tabs on that team. Looks like it's being a bit difficult for everybody here as Zombie Boys, Rivera gonna go on down there. Equinox in here with these nades. Really good nades being thrown by both teams here, actually. Zombie Boys up to 5 eliminations. So a decent start to their day, and they're almost in the placement point territory. They just need 2 more teams to go out, but oh, with the MG3, Meng and an MG3 is dangerous stuff, as we're seeing unfold right there in front of us. Some nice nades being thrown in retaliation, and Rain has decided to show up as well, Max. This could spell disaster for whichever team ends up winning here. What?
Okay, I wasn't screaming no because of Meng. I was screaming no because the MG3 has been dropped to the ground.
Yep.
The ultimate sign of disrespect. You should not be allowed to die with an MG3 in your hands. But yeah, it was a little bit too much thrown the way of Meng. But as you said here, Nipchura, Rain did push up, but it's not going to be the only team looking to maybe third party this fight. Look at Vatic on a minimap, looking to maybe get some cheeky eliminations and an off angle. But the circle does shift away. So you got to think, do we want to clear the entire southern edge of the circle and third party this fight? Or do we want to prioritize putting ourselves in the play zone itself? As of right now, Blaze does find a play of upgrade. I think that here, taking this fight would be the best option. And Vatic got most of their players in one car, but they will just go far, far to the west and avoid the fight entirely as Rain Esports eliminate the entirety of Zombie Boys.
That was so easy and clean. My goodness me, as Vatic up to 14 eliminations now. They are up to 51 points. One more game like this and they're in top 3 territory, which is a crazy jump to think about here. But for now, they're gonna be just doing their best as a duo. They just moved in zone. Oh, Blaze, don't go out now. You're the MVP of your team right now. Get behind some cover. Get those smokes going. Is upgrade. Quadruple 6. Our solo for upgrade now. FS is doing the work. Woo! Living up to the name. Down he goes there. That should hopefully buy him a little bit of time to get his own teammate up.
That's some insane spray control coming out from FS. But now, good dip. Able to make it over to his teammate. And I think that should be a pretty easy res to go for. No one's in nade range. And they are indeed in circle 5. So they don't really have to move for the next 2 minutes or so. So they should be big chilling this game. As we do look at the side of Vatic, they did lose 2 of their players, XP3 and Klaus, down to now just Blaze and Casper. 10 eliminations for the duo, so they're looking really strong indeed. But the thing is, everyone is looking at their position. They're going to have a really bad time. Even those cover flares are not going to be enough to keep them safe. As now, over to the east, is going to be the side of Team Control versus Rain. It's down to a solo. It's Demon. Can he take the 1v3? No.
No.
Answer is no.
The answer is
oh, Demon!
no.
Demon gets Demon.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I saw that. Demon's up to 6 eliminations now. He also got the last player of YKG from that shack. So he is not sitting down and just letting the game run around him. He's taking an active part in this whole debacle as the zone hard shifts directly over JN's compound. That is a massive boon here. Explosive bow? What? Was that explosive bow just there that I saw, Blaze?
I was looking at the map, I didn't see.
Okay.
But possibly, it's a good way to terraform.
Right? So I thought I saw that. But anyway, and Demon as well from Sun. He's also inside his zone here. So he could look to do something potentially, especially if Upgrade and Vatic start going head to head here, just trying to get into that zone, right? So definitely keep a lookout onto Demon's side and see what he's going to be doing with this. Because 7 eliminations, they're only 4 points away from upgrade, so they're definitely fighting for that first place.
That's definitely what they're going to be trying to aim for. But yeah, Team Control, this is their golden opportunity to do something. They only have 2 eliminations, so definitely on the lower side, but they were kind of gifted strong eastern positions in these circles multiple times in a row. So here, you're given an opportunity, you better strike and take home a big point game. Not even a chicken dinner. I'm talking a strong podium finish would make me very happy about Team Control and show potential for the next 5 games to come. Blaze, able to just kind of leapfrog from dip to dip to dip with these nades, and also the explosive bow that he does have, the Nitro, right, in his arsenal, so he's just able to use it to create some decent cover for himself. But the thing is, they're still not in circle, and if they get close to Demon, we saw what Demon did earlier, right? I think he's not willing to have neighbors near that location as he goes for the spray, and Blaze is right on the money onto Havoc OP. That is a knock and a half, and now he's just going to be looking for his teammate of FS.
And Casper going, hey, wait for me, you're getting all the elims, I've only got 3. Leave some for me. I know that feeling all too well. All too well. As Blaze is going to be looking to go aggro now, as you would, right? You only got a solo over there for upgrade, so they're going to try and make their way into zone. That's got to be their ticket out. As Demon's also looking from Sun. He's definitely having a little look-see, see what's going on. Trying to maybe find some sort of hit onto Blaze, onto anybody from Vatic, but it's not going to be the case, as Blaze now has made it up into nade range on upgrade 1 over the top. That's no one's over there. You're good. Ooh, gets Havoc. Super easy to spot there, and now it's just up to quadruple 6 or FS.
Oh, that could be a good nade. It's a little bit hard because if you don't hit it right because of the shape of those cover flares, it can just redirect the nade in very weird locations sometimes. Oh, there you go. FS able to make it behind, but the thing is, yeah, he's going to be fully surrounded in a really bad spot, surrounded by this exploded car and a rock. But that's going to be the end. Sun eliminated. Demon was not able to survive in that shed, it seems. But Vatic, how are we going to make that move? You still have so much utility to work with. You've got to put your focus on eliminating FS. Otherwise, crossing that road is going to be nigh impossible. This is going to be your true test in this game. As in a Northern Edge, some fights keep raging on Niptura. And I think the winning team possibly should be up north of this circle. And it could be here, the side of J Nepal. As they do have a strong compound that's still very nicely positioned in this zone.
Oh, it's a super strong one as well. Are you seeing how it's elevated up? It's slightly up on top of a little bit of a hill. It's got full surrounding, information gathering potential there. Like, they are set up very, very well. So, very excited to see if they can actually handle it, if they can actually bring that chicken dinner home from a position like this, because they have no eliminations. They've played this game super quietly. I mean, they're 14th place right now. They need this win. So if they see that they're getting zone blessed a little bit, they are for sure not going to be too crazy, right? They're not going to overextend. They're going to be like, nope, we're just in our zone, in our position, in our compound, and we're going to stay here. However, the zone has said, well, you've had it easy a little bit too long. You got to get out now, and to get out they do. I'm wondering now, though, if they should really put some pressure on Extreme Slayers before moving out.
They should.
Or what? Because I would agree that they should, but it looks like they're more interested potentially in just finding a new position.
You got to try and make sure you clear at least some angles, because if they push outside of their compound, guess what? You got literally 4 teams kind of all looking your way as you do make your way into the play zone. So they need to try and carve a way through this play zone. I think that would be the best way to do it. FS, his backpack, unfortunately, is going to be running out of batteries, and he's going to be taking that blue zone damage fully. Got to go for his. He's got 5 first aid, so he can tank it a little bit, but unfortunately, he's not going to have an opportunity to go very far in this game. Off the back of that, as Extreme Slayers here going to be taking 1 casualty. In Legend is going to be Jayuya and also Winter, hoping to make their push in. Team Control with their cars looking to also exude a bit more control in this game. And that's actually a decent split they have to the east. They're letting everyone fight and hopefully pick up all the stragglers remaining after that. This is a good play from Team Control.
And down goes Casper. Control living up to their name, right? Really good stuff coming in from them. Love to see that as well. FS grabbing Eclipse there from the jaws of death. He is going to go out, denies that point away, and nobody is going to catch him anytime soon. Not in this game, at least. As Control now in the top 4, in the top 5. I think that's their first podium finish so far. So really nice to see that, especially as a full squad. Not as many elims as maybe some of them, but hey, start is a start. They had 7 points coming into today as the nades start flying around here. Team Control down to 3, but they have full zone control. I mean, talk about living up to the name. Full zone control here.
Yeah, but 1 nade, and that could be game over. They could lose that amount of control. just one bad piece of utility thrown in their overall direction. But it's based on information. Do Extreme Slayers know they're there? Do Jay Nepal know they're going to be located behind those trees, those rocks, those cars? I don't think they have 100% information on those positions. It's going to make it a little bit harder to single those players out. But Winter, using the car here, I think he's just waiting. You still have 10 seconds to go. Actually, yeah, backtracking to get some intel, just seeing what's happening with Jay Nepal. But Blaze still alive in this game, looking for the double digits, and he has the angle, strikes, and finds Sewa. Might be looking to go for the flush too.
Oh, wow. Look at this coming through here. He's used that terraforming, put it to good use, and is unable to finish any of those eliminations. However, if they do just end up going out and they're not stolen, that's going to be some posthumous points going his way. Let's see if he can grab any more from beyond the grave as, ooh, Yayuya does go on down, as does JPK. So lots of things happening all at once. We're just down now to 1v2v2. And Team Control, they might just be able to do this still. They've lost a little bit of that control. It's gone over to Extreme Slayers. Let's see. It's a pretty fair, it's actually a really even split here, Max, right? Look at everybody's positions in zone. Everybody's got their own little third here, but the zone is going to be moving in, and that's going to be stage 9 coming on up, so these teams have to think fast.
How they still alive? They're literally one tap away from dying, and you go, one play gets knocked. It's Eclipse, flushed out pretty much right away, and that is the end of the line. Jay Nepal eliminated in top 3. Now down to the last 2 teams. Niptro is going to be a 2v3 scenario, but Control, can they redeem their day 1 performance on game 1 of day 2 with a chicken dinner? Definitely would be the best way for them to redeem themselves. As Extreme Slayers still have, I'm seeing those 3 nades in particular. That's really going to hinder this push from Control. If they're right on the money with those nades, that could be game over, as Extreme Slayers looking like the clear favorites to claim this win, but the cover flares are raining down from the heavens and will make that transition a little bit smoother to execute. As Winter, though, low on the ammo side, so maybe if they run out of resources, Control could snatch it away.
I mean, both of these teams are teams that really do need this win. Maybe Extreme Slayers slightly oh, no, you know what? Actually, Control are able to get 7 eliminations here. So actually, both of them pretty even, and both of them do need this win. They're pretty low on those leaderboards. As the nades start flying, Nyx has nothing to offer in terms of that utility. It looks like he might have a Molotov or 2, but apart from that, nothing much. It's all he can do is just spray down and maybe just deny the point at this point. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. That means, Max, Extreme Slayers are gonna be the winners of our first Rondo here on day number 2.
And they were in 12th position, Ipchora, so they needed a big game, right, to kind of come back on the front side of the leaderboards, and that is exactly what this chicken dinner on Rondo is going to do. I didn't see the exact elimination count for their side, but I think it was not one of the highest. We saw so many teams like Vatic, right, get so many eliminations on the board, but you know what? A chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. I cannot be too harsh on the lads. And the way especially they were able to zone out Jay Nepal on the exit from that compound, I think was the pivotal moment from this game. If they don't do that, I think they just get bullied out of position, completely shut down, and maybe we would be looking now at a Jay Nepal chicken dinner. But no, Extreme Slayers were really efficient at zoning them away and claim that first win of the day.
I mean, it just comes down to this. We're seeing a lot of teams in this group being able to really play very well with the macro, with the rotations, with the angles, and edging other teams out of the zone. I don't feel like necessarily we see this level of strategy coming through from as many teams in any sort of event, I guess, because a lot of the time, like you're talking about EU, you're talking about, you know, SEA, any of them, right? Teams have their games, but they don't have like the consistent or the obvious, like, oh, actually they really know how to play angles, or oh, they really know how to play as a team to farm other teams into each other, or whatever, right? And I think here we're really seeing a large portion of teams being able to do that. For Extreme Slayers to be low on a lower leaderboard team so far, and to come out and start, you know, zoning out other teams, I'm really surprised by that and impressed.
I would say day one felt a little bit unbalanced lobby-wise. You had some very clear favorites and some teams that, to be honest, were getting completely bullied. But no, this one felt a little bit more even Steven, right? More balanced. I'm very happy. We're seeing some teams kind of rethinking their whole strategy and approach to this tournament for PMNC USA. And you know what? It's been successful for the likes of Team Control and in particular Extreme Slayers, as they do get the win with 4 eliminations over to Legend. Jajuya getting 1 elimination, Winter gets 2, and Fradi also getting 2 eliminations to his name. So really strong presence in this match. I would say the fragging is not really what stood out to me. Is more, again, the map control, the zone control they were able to display at the end of that game. So yeah, I'm just hoping it's not just going to be a flash in the pan, Niptra. I'm hoping we're going to see a follow-up, a continuation of this first amazing chapter for Extreme Slayers as you look at the match standings. But of course, sure, you do get some decent elims, but Vatic will be number 1 in terms of overall points because those 16 eliminations, Niptra, is absolutely wild.
I mean, just goes to show you the power of Rondo. A team like Vatic can get 16 eliminations, and normally in a normal game, if this was any other map, everybody else would have like 1, right? But Team Control, 7, Upgrade, 8, Sunny Sports, 7, Zombie Boys, 8, Golden Eagles, 8. Like, everybody getting really decent eliminations, and it's all down to those recalls. So this is really the map you want to focus on when you're thinking about getting points and being able to catch up if you had a hard day, in the day before. It really goes back to what I was saying, whereas like we had in the previous rotation, we had Erangel as the top map. Everybody had to do well on that map. Then Miramar, then Sandhawk. Now to me, it is Erangel, then Rondo, or even maybe controversial, Rondo, then Erangel, then Miramar.
Yeah, that's going to be back. Sorry, I'm just focused right now on the leaderboards. I'm looking what's happening with these rankings. And Sun Esports, Team Equinox, Upgrade, all getting actually really good amount of points. Sure, it's a 7-point game for Rondo, but that gap is not actually budging. It's actually almost going to be increasing right for our top teams. So, because that's technically a bad game when it comes to Rondo. So they're able to actually extend that lead somewhat.
A little bit,
very impressive. Yeah, going to be able to see how things go for the next 5 matches of today, as the MVP of the game is going to be Blaze. And well, Niptura, seeing how good his sprays were with the AUG in those dips in the open fields of Rondo, this guy definitely is deserving of that title.
Isn't he just? Nearly 1,300 damage. That is insane coming out from him. Remember, he had the explosive bow as his secondary, right? So he was doing all of that damage with just an AUG. There was no long range, there was no shotgun, there was just that and an explosive bow to get that terraforming, which he seems to have really figured out the terraforming thing, because he was using those dips as a lifeline and a half, and it got his duo so far, so much further than they could have possibly gone if he hadn't been able to do that.
It felt very China-inspired, very PEL inspired. We see a lot of players in China, right? They're using the explosive bow and the terraforming dip after dip. Even like terraforming entire like quarries in places randomly on Rondo, and they're just able to play off the back of that. So it seemed like Blaze was definitely inspired off of what's happening in PEL, or maybe he's just that smart. He's creating his own meta here in the USA region, Niptura, and that was definitely a big step up from Blaze. And I'm hoping that is going to be the first of many good matches to come for these teams, and especially Team Control, because day one wasn't quite the day they were hoping for, Niptura, so hopefully they can keep things going, as we're going to go to a very short break, and then we'll be back for our second match on Rondo. Stay tuned. Extreme Slayers off to an amazing start here on day 2 for PMNC USA Spring 2026, but can they keep the ball rolling? That's the question we're going to be answering as we get into our next 5 matches. Niptura, Rondo, it's back on the menu once again. Yes. Can we see the back-to-back happen here from this team?
Yes. It's possible, right? Anything's possible on a Rondo.
That was such a hesitant yes. You were like, yes. I don't believe it. You're lying. Who's going to get the win then? Tell us.
Who's going to get the win? Vatic. Vatic.
Oh, you know what? That's a goated answer right there. I'll allow it. Okay.
Cool. Yes. Yeah.
Good.
Gonna say yes. Just so everybody knows, it's actually nearly 2 in the morning for both of us. So if we're a little kooky, little crazy, that's why. So we're just running on energy drinks and no sleep. So anyway, Rondo 2. Very excited to see that come in. Here are your updated rankings. 92 Pointerinos for upgrade here. 87% esports as well. Big gap here between second and third being created here with that 20-point lead. 10 points between Equinox and Vatic, but my goodness me, Vatic bumping up so many placements there just with that last game, up to 57 and firmly in the top 5.
They needed a wake-up call, and they had exactly that on that first game on Rondo. 57 points total, just 10 points behind their main competition of Team Equinox, and then they still have a really big gap if they want to catch up to the big boys in second and first place respectively in Sun Esports and Upgrade. But you know what? In Vatic, we believe. I think Niptro, you hyped them up heavily in day 1, and I think people might understand after this previous game why they were so hyped up in the first place, because they are a menace right in this lobby, and I think they can easily win it if things go well on day number 2.
I want to also say a little bit of a shout out to Team Control, right? Because they've made it to double-digit points. In one game, they went from 7 points to 20, right? That's more points than they got in the entirety of day 1. So, big GG's going over to them. Can they make it all the way to top 5? I mean, I suppose technically it's possible. Technically. But probable. We'll see. This next Rondo, we'll have to find out. You know, it's all down to this next Rondo.
Yeah, the thing is, it's technically, mathematically speaking, possible, but keep in mind, we have the Smash rolling, which means we don't know how many games we're going to have tomorrow, so really, you could have, what is that going to be, 11 matches left, or you could have as near as 6 games, and you're done, right? Like, it's going to be really harsh for these teams to make things work out if they're at the bottom of the leaderboards, but you know what? The best opportunity to initiate a comeback is going to be on Rondo, thanks to the recall tower system. Here we go. The plane is high up in the sky, ready to bring all of these teams to their main destination, which I believe should be or Neox Factory or maybe even Yulin. But we finally get the double plane path in Iptra. It's happening. One from Stadium and one over from Fengtun.
Stadium. Stadium. Come on, guys. You know you want a hot drop there. You know it, just for fun. Just for fun. Just to make us smile. You know you want it. But we're going to be seeing a few solos start dropping off here as well. ARZ being one of the first to do that. Extreme Slayers not opting for that hot drop tactic going forward. They're going to be chilling over onto that western side. A few teams seem to be going over towards that stadium area. And of course, I think we have Sun, Upgrade, and somebody else that I can't see all going to Neox as well. Big fights happening over on Yulin, though. A lot of teams coming down here.
Yeah, I think it's Rain also going to Neox alongside Jay Nepal. So that's going to be the 4 teams going for that big hot drop over to the east. But here in Yulin, it's going to be focused on Araziel, that did get taken out very early last time around. And you know what? We've seen a very similar thing happening 2 times in a row. Not looking too good. Spamming it down with the AKM. The Plume Shot actually connecting nicely on his opposition. So that's going to be some good work done by Storm. 77k. He even gets an extra knock onto an opposing player on that high ground position. So really good fight versus Golden Eagles. But again, as a solo, this is going to be a really hard elimination to confirm, as they will instantly go for that res.
And they're being allowed to as well, actually. There's a lot of angles that they could be taken onto him, but they do manage to get it. And 3 teams on this western side, 2 teams on the east. That's a lot of teams coming in here, because it's a large area, but with that many teams, it does become relatively small, right? Especially when Equinox is one of those teams, because they like to spread out kind of big, just in terms of that power that they've got. They like to control a lot of things here. Golden Eagles able to still be up as a full squad. They know Rich is up there, that one solo left alive. And we'll see if he can do something about it. Rain, meanwhile, looking for any angles they can. Demon looking for that solo of Storm. The rest of the team are back up and running, but they're nowhere near. So Storm's really on his own with this one.
With the Thompson, actually there's some decent damage coming through, but they do find Zotic. And actually, look at the minimap. Equinox are being so smart. They drop kind of away from everyone so they can get some decent loot. He's got an ASM Abakan with an Orc, so they're looking really stacked up. And now Meng able to instantly find Shoyoung, so they're really able to find a good backstab opportunity, and they're striking while the iron is hot. Though Golden Eagles will eliminate that solo player, so that's going to be it for that squad, fully taken out of the equation of Yulin. And now the high ground position's been relinquished over to Equinox. The duo of Jimmy and Meng have been absolutely dominating every single game so far this tournament, and you know what? They're doing it once again on this hot drop. They've got to be careful because Jassy of Rich is right behind them, and they have no clue where he's parked.
They really don't have any idea. Oh, nice, nice little spray there from Demon. Is he going to get the 1v2? Oh, almost. Not quite, though. His teammate's going to be able to back him up out of that one, but that means he gets knocked pretty much immediately there, so they're going to get recalled elsewhere. I really like what Equinox have done here. They'll look at Shelby wrap around coming on through there. They're just going to do a quick cleanup, and now they know that Rich is there. So now all three of those players can really focus on this solo, which I don't think he's particularly pleased with, but we'll see how that goes. Hopefully he can leave. Oh, he has nothing. Max, he has no weapons.
He's got
one now. Oh,
what are you going to do with a DSR? That would be one of the craziest clutches if he clutches it up 1v3 with a DSR. And also he's got a secondary gun. I didn't have time to exactly see what it was.
Mutant. No, it was two. It's a double DSR.
The M1 Garand.
Oh.
Okay, he's going to go for the big spam here. Not even to scope it in, but yeah, he's fully surrounded. Nice little pincer play from the squad, and that's Equinox up to already 6 eliminations. You know what, Niptra? I would count that as a pretty big W for Team Equinox.
Wow, that is huge. Yeah, especially when we were talking about that there was a 20-point lead that Sun had over Equinox, right? When you're talking about getting to that second place position, 20 just became 14. And when you're thinking about it's only 4.5 minutes into the game, that is a massive step up from Equinox. Really good start to their game. As we head on over to Neox, Max, here we go. We've got quite a few teams here. Upgrade being one of them. Oh, or maybe not, as YKG. Oh, wait, no, that's Upgrades. Oh, this is a problem. That's Upgrade solo that just got taken out by YKG. That is their recall,
no, look at Fear. He's recalling. Fear's recalling right now with the smoke play. It's a bit risky because you're fully surrounded by Finiol players. I think he did pull it off. Yeah, you can see... Oh, no, actually, wait. I can't see on the minimap. So...
Yep.
Is he? Where is he?
He got it.
Okay, I guess I'm blind. Maybe the plane's coming in. But, right now... Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I can see him. Yep, FS. Oh, he's over to the northeast. I was looking at the minimap. Yeah, he's over to the northeastern side of Neox. So he's going to be looking to exit away from his teammates. And I think it's better for him to go back to a recall tower, right? So he can actually get the reset on his teammates in case they do die. Surely. Which actually Kindness did not. Last game, he actually was able to survive a little bit and get some decent damage done. So very happy with Kindness. Definitely a step up compared to the next day. What a bounce on a nade onto the recall tower. And that's, ooh, getting that nice knock for himself. But got to be careful, though, because the entirety of Upgrade are parked up on these high ground positions. It's making it really hard for them to maneuver their way outside of this main factory building.
Sun are looking lively as well, right up on top of the roof side here. They've got their teammates over on test track, just able... Oh! Okay, well, of course, as soon as I say that, Wolf goes on down, gets kind of blocked out here, but they're going to get this recall rather the revive pretty easily here, and Demon looks like he's going to be joining the cavalry as well. That duo over there, they're just going to be grouping on up, trying to help Sun here. Their other teammates. Ooh, Kindness goes down, just extending a little bit too long in that window. Gonna get punished for it. But the nade looks pretty good, and I think the nades are just gonna start flying now as Kindness. Well, that was a bad bounce as Wolf is trying to do something there, and it's just not gonna go in his favor.
I do that all the time, Wolf, so don't feel too bad.
True.
Unfortunately, you think it's gonna hit, and it's just the hitbox is a little bit off. We're gonna go and jump on down. Down below inside the depth of the factory building of Neox. Looking to take the fight over to Finial. They don't want to wait anymore. I think they know they have a numbers advantage. They're going to try and leverage it in their favor. But they do hear the footsteps of Aspect. Just don't give multiple 1v1s. Force it as a team. That is the way you want to go about it. Aspect going for the pre-fire, swapping on over to the UMP, trying to hopefully make it work out. He gets some decent damage done, gets one, maybe looking for the double back-to-back. But the ammo is going to be low here in his magazine. He does get the shotgun to the face, and that's Russell to put an end to this fight in Neox. But though, the other team's coming up, and he gets it once again. Russell on an absolute tear this game. And he does get up to 3 limbs total as a solo. This guy is a menace through and through, Niptura, on the map of Rondo.
GG, what a great play coming on from them. Just making sure that everybody knows who is the king of Neox. It is going to be Sun. It is going to be Russell. Really like how they were played against there, but they were able to bring it back, come in clutch, and that's going to be Sun up to 5 eliminations now. 1 point behind Upgrade, might I add, as we're looking at them here. They're going to get that full reset, so definitely nothing is over just yet. But with those 5 eliminations, we're looking at a really, really good start to their game as well.
They are having the time of their life in this Rondo game. Yeah, 5 eliminations also then for Sun. Equinox up to 6. Looking on the lower side, yeah, 4 eliminations for ARZ. So they're able to somewhat redeem this tournament so far with those points. But the thing is, after this, it's not going to be Rondo anymore. You've got double Miramar, double Orangles, which means you're not going to have that potentially inflated point game you could have had in the first place. So that's going to be quite tough, though. Look at phase 2 Niptura. Not a lot of teams in there. You got, who's that going to be? Control, Equinox. Also, Extreme Slayer is going to make a quick pivot, but this is actually going to be pretty nice because you're going to have a split of teams up northeast and you're going to have some teams entering from the southern side. So it might not revolve in too many rotational clashes unless some teams are really not scouting whatsoever. But this is going to be a pretty even split of teams up north and down south, which is going to make this game quite interesting as you get deeper and deeper in this match.
I'm really hoping the zone actually goes down to the south on that, Max, because that southwestern side, yeah, is actually so interesting. There's so many little bits and pieces of rock that these teams can really fight over. This compound being one of those places, right? This is a fantastic position, and it looks like we might just have lost a couple players, yeah, of control here, as Rain is going to be fighting for this position. It's a great position to have. I get why there's the clash coming through. The nades are going to start flying. Control down to a solo. The success of the last game unable to come through here in game 2 in that second Rondo as Rain move up to 6 eliminations. And it looks like they have full control of this compound now.
Yep, they do. They're going to be having an absolute field day this game. This position in particular. I mean, you remember Niptura, we played a lot of Rondo, and we were always going there because I said so. I was just saying, guys, we're going to that compound. It's really hard to breach it efficiently, and also because it's elevated, you get some extra free information off the back of it alone. So yeah, really good to see Rain able to use it to its full potential. Hopefully they can stay there for a longer period of time. That's going to be purely based, of course, on the Cirque one where it goes later on this game. Finny out, down to a duo. Again, they've had a bit of a tough task at hand, it seems. Down to U and Aspect. And I believe their 2 teammates were indeed on their last life, so they're going to be a duo for the rest of this match. And they even split. Aspect is just fully alone out in the blue, so I think that, yeah, Finial, this is going to be potentially Niptura, a really bad game coming up.
It's not looking good for him, that's for sure, as the zone...
Oh, they're so far. Look at that, May ran.
My.
What do you want to do?
I mean, there's so many teams out there, actually. I mean, look at JN is gonna have a hard time. You got Upgrade out there that's gonna have a hard time. These teams need to get scooting if they want to get into the zone, because the zone is getting smaller. We still have so many teams here, and it's going to start getting very, very crowded. So a late rotation here, unless you're going to go extremely late and wait for teams to get taken out, it's a really big risk you're taking here.
Not sure what's happening with Region 8 also on the southern side.
Yeah.
I believe he might be attempting to go for a recall tower to get his team back, but are they on their last life or not? That one, we're not too sure currently. As Circle shifts over on these, I would call them the water silos, right? It's a very interesting compound. It's not easy to play. My best strat I would recommend, if any teams can actually get on top of those water silos in the center of the circle, is to put down a few cover flares. You make it, you turn it from like a B- tier position to an S+ tier position, especially if you put 2 stacks of them and you actually cover all directions. Oh my goodness, that extra bit of elevation you get becomes so oppressive if teams get remotely close to you. So if a team's able to do that, Niptura, I'm going to be genuinely so hyped, because that position is can be made so strong if you have the right resources to use it to that full potential.
I'm a little bit worried though, as you say that Finial down to a solo and his health is dwindling. So I'm not sure what the plan is there. His teammates have all gone out to the zone, as far as I could tell at least. And that could really be a problem here. Okay, he has found some meds. But I'm just gonna keep my eye on that as YKG get told off and told, oi, get out of here. Shoo, away
Slap
with
on
you.
the wrist.
Yeah, and they might just run into another team here. They gotta be super careful about that one. Is Zombie Boys the opposite of that problem? They're like, hey, we got nobody up here. We can just move around, and there's room for days for all of us.
There aren't many good POIs though in this circle. There are a few like small compounds to go for, but there's no like big major city except for the water silos in the middle, which can really, I would say, host 2, potentially 3 teams, but it's a very odd location. You can't have too many squads over there because the layout itself is very odd. As you've got water silos, then you've got parking to the northeastern side, which actually is some decent elevation you can play around with, also a few walls around it, so it's actually decently defendable. But it's just, again, you got too many off angles that if you're not 100% secured, then you might just get backstabbed by a random team that has an angle 200 meters away from you, so you just got to be very cautious and keep it in the back of your mind. Rich Esport, a team that had right at the start of yesterday a really good amount of games. They got 1 chicken dinner, 41 points total at the start of today. So they're hopefully looking to push themselves up in top 5. They are going to be putting their focus onto Jay Nepal. Jay Nepal trying to park behind that, and that is not a good spot. The car is going to be driving away Niptro. They lose their only way of escape. And Jay Nepal, this duo is now locked in place for, I might even go to say, the rest of this game.
Oh no, that is horrendous.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I feel so bad for them. That car, they forgot to put the brakes on in their hurry to get out, and down the hill it goes. So that's JN down to a duo very quickly here as R8 now feeling a little bit of hurt up against Team Control. It's a 2v2 it looks like. There's been a big trade-off coming through here. Whoa, as JPK gets interrupted there in that revive. Gonna have to go and heal himself up. Ooh, nice 10s, but he's gonna go on down as well. So the trade-off really coming through here. Now it's just down to Cloudy, and he does manage to take them out. But yeah, they do lose 1 player. That's gonna be them up as 3, and the zone is about to move in. They've only got a little bit of time to loot up and get out of dodge.
Yeah, big respect over to Tens Jelly in particular. He was in a solo position down south literally 5 minutes ago, and he did get the full reset. Azpek! Oh, the cover flare fell right on his head. It happened. It happened yesterday, right, to Klaus, and now it's happening over to him, so that is unfortunate. Always got to be a little bit cautious to move away, especially if you use them on a slope. It can really hinder your, well, your life, really. Game can put you at risk. The nade right to Klaus, going to put him down to just a slither of HP. He's got to be a little bit careful here. Push back down the hill, hopefully to heal up back to full HP. Casper gets a good opening nade onto Shadow, and that is going to be a big fight raging on down south. And as right now, Vatic Niptra sure had a great last Rondo, but right now 0 eliminations and starting to take a bit of damage to the hands of that utility incoming from Rain.
Yeah, I think they didn't really push as forcefully as much of a group as they should have done for that position in particular, as a Molotov is going to take out XP3 there. Down to a trio they go, and I think it's time, boys. You gotta pack it up and go to another location. You can see Blaze already trying to do something here, moving around. It does get a nade onto Demon from Rain, so that is something at least, as now it's up to Strangers to do something, and they go down to 3. Managed to just about get inside here. VTC rather. They are fully committing to this. Max, I don't like this. I mean, I see why they've done it, right? Because otherwise Rain is going to backstab them, but I would have preferred a much better push initially, because now this is really delaying things.
Oh, good jump shot with the P90. That's Klaus able to get it, and actually getting rid of the extra elevation. That's going to really kind of open up the rest of the fight in favor of Vatic, unless the nade is huge, and it is indeed in favor of Shadow. I would say if you were Vatic, maybe leaving the fight would have been the better option, as they get completely overwhelmed and going to be shut down and sent right back to the lobby. Time to play some DBS showrooms to hopefully improve those shots, because right now Rain just flexed on you and they're up to 10 eliminations. And they got to be quick, Niptro, because that blue zone's about to go into phase number 5, and you know that that's when the blue zone damage is getting just way too much for you to bear.
It really, really is, and I think that's something to keep in mind for a lot of these teams here. I just want to point out that Vatic went out with 1 point. 1.
Complete opposite of last game, right?
Complete opposite, right? 20-point game to a 1-point game. Unfortunate, but still very, very close to those other teams. All hope is not yet lost, of course. We're only in game 2 today. As Rich, ooh, very nice slide out the buggy to trunk transition. Trunk? Tree trunk, that's what I meant. The tree transition.
He gets in the trunk of the car.
He gets
He's just
in
hiding.
the trunk of the buggy. Yes, I didn't even know it had a trunk, but there we go.
Isn't it in the front? I don't know. Actually, you know what?
Probably.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That's how. Yeah. Usually supercars have it in the front. Yeah. Chat, tell us, help us, please.
Tell
Any
us.
drivers in chat? Yeah. Looking at Rich, they got this pretty interesting 3-1 split. One of the players here, Slay, is going to be caught off guard fully, and yeah, he's just going to bleed out. No way they're going to go for the res whatsoever. Here we go, though. It's Valak. He's going for that good use of the explosive bow, trying to create some decent cover, terraform the area for himself and his team. But over to the east, none of these teams really, Niptra, are in circles. So Rich, you're looking at the Zombie Boys, the Golden Eagles. They need to put the focus on zone. I think taking a fight here would be a big mistake that they can't afford to make.
YKG's 24K doesn't seem to be sure where he wants to go. I've never seen that happen, just running around in circles in the middle of zone like this. That's interesting. That is a tactic and a half, and I think more global teams need to you know, take notes about that. That could really be a future play for PMGC. Not too sure. That
Definitely.
was wild. What on earth? Okay. Either which way, moving on.
He was a solo, right, trying to survive and hopefully find a decent hiding spot. Thing is, there was literally no good hiding spots there, so he tried his best and he was not able to succeed. Kindness spotted. Oh, again, his Extreme Slayers from that range. What is that? That's an insanely long shot connecting. And he's got a 6x scope. So actually, yeah, they're able to get a lot of intel on where these players, these teams are located. As you're down to now top 9 teams. One more team to get eliminated, Niptra, and we will be getting placement points for these squads. But there's going to be some decent angles. And Cloudy here doing the work with the Orc. Once again, the Orc just the current AR metal weapon in esports, it seems.
It really is. I just want to update you very quickly, though. Upgrade have slid down to 2nd place because they went out and Sun have 8 eliminations. So, little war there on the leaderboard to keep in mind. Here's Golden Eagles versus Region 8. You saw those Molotovs go back-to-back here. Jelly able to get a knock, but gets just immediately flushed out himself. Oh! Again, too greedy, unable to get his weapon out in time there. Nika gonna clutch that one up. Nice nade, but don't know who that was from. Not going to do anything, and now he's just going to try and boost on up there inside zone, but there's 2 other teams still here. The other side of Golden Eagles, you've also got STS, maybe? No, not them, but just Golden, just the duo of Golden, but that is enough. The duo is enough because R8 just down to that solo. It's just Nika alive. I mean, he has clutched before, right? Yesterday we saw him clutch 1v all kinds of things before, but it looks like he's just going to back off, move further into zone and into a much safer location.
I'm not seeing any cover flares on top of these silos. I was really hoping. I was really hoping it was going to happen, but seems like no one went for it because it actually would be really strong here to maybe push away teams like ARZ, maybe even Golden Eagles, or even just get some intel in the circle. But no one. I think teams didn't have time to set it up because it's really hard to get there late game when teams are actively looking at you, right? So unfortunately, it was just not meant to be this particular match. Zombie Boys also making their own push into the circle so far. It's been decently successful. And they still have a full squad alive. Shinobi Shaw does get knocked, but that shouldn't be too hard of a res to go for. They are getting slowly but surely surrounded by Sunday. As you said, Niptra did overtake Upgrade in the last few minutes of this game. And they are looking to now start to create a decent gap in their favor as Poseidon of Team Equinox is spotted away, and that's going to go in favor of Spence. Nice long-range elimination. Now up to double-digit elims.
I mean, that's huge as well because I think Sun got rid of at least a couple players of Upgrade, and now that at least that final player of Equinox, so they're taking points away from the 2nd and 3rd place team. So that's really something to keep in mind as we move forward, as Spence does get knocked himself there, so a little bit of a delay perhaps to move on in and find your next play here. Rich trying everything they can, man. They're just not having the day they wanted so far. They go out top 8, but just 4 eliminations, nothing like the Rondos we saw at the start of yesterday. So this is a team that really popped off in the beginning, but so far, man, they've just been struggling.
It's just not been their event, it seems. But Here, Nika, the solo, the man that's been able to have some... I know I keep repeating it, but he's had so many good clutches on the Wrangle in particular. This guy, don't want to overlook him. He can step up if you do ignore him for a split second. So, Strangers BD, Flash God. I think a team that had very high expectations for a lot of people in the chat yesterday. Not able to deliver just yet. They are down in 12th position, so not far away where it's impossible. One big Rondo game, and you know what, is redeemable. But as of right now, down to solo, things are just not lining up nicely for them. As Golden Eagles back into their supercar, looking to make a pivot in the circle. Thing is, oh, that is not going to be good for the side of Extreme Slayers. They can't let that rotation happen. The car fuming up, about to go up in flames. As Extreme Slayers, I think actually even swapping to their shotguns, they seem like they're very low on ammo, which that is going to be a major issue for them to deal with Sun, because Sun are fully looted up Niptura and ready to fight at a moment's notice.
Look at the split that Extreme Slayers have as well. They've got at least a 1-1 split there. I don't see where the other two are, but that 1-1 split just controlling quite a bit of the western side of zone, especially as these teams start huddling up together here. So Extreme Slayers, I mean, you mentioned it before the game. There might just be a back-to-back here. It's entirely possible. 7 teams left remaining. Ooh. 4 of those teams, well, 3 of those teams now on this side of the zone as RA gets blasted back to the lobby. My goodness me. We shall see. Can 8 eliminations become 9 for Golden?
I mean, look how controlling Sun are. They're just flexing at this point how good they are at mid to long range. The accuracy on those shots has been ludicrous. And you know what? I'm here for it. I want to see more of it. Look at that Wolf. Again, this guy, headshot after headshot after headshot. He doesn't have as high elimination as his teammate, but you know what? This guy's been hell impressive at that kind of 200-meter range. Demon does get knocked, but you know what? Not too bad. He is going to be in a very easily resable location. So they're going to be still ready to go as a 4-man squad. But Circle 7 is about to show its ugly head here, Niptura. If it does shift away from Sun, we'll have to see a big pivot from this team that has so far not been truly tested rotationally, but has just been able to apply pressure on every team around them. 6 seconds to go here.
6 seconds to go here, and 1 point to go until Sun reaches the 100-point mark.
Oh, true, also, yeah. I mean, they're all, actually, you know what? With the placement points, they're already there, right?
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. But we want to see it hit. I didn't mean to ruin it. But we want to hit. We want to see it hit triple digits before that happens. Come on, get that counter going. Let's see. Oh, Zombie Boys, though, still only 2 eliminations, but again, a top 5 finish for them. Starting off the day a lot stronger than yesterday. We saw them pop off in day 1 towards the end, though. They didn't really use the rondos all that much. Here they're starting to frag out, or at least place better a lot earlier. That is a knock onto Zombie again from Sun. Could that be the 100th point? We will have to see. As I was thinking that Extreme Slayers had pretty decent control over this zone. It is Sun. It is Sun through and through here. 12 eliminations. Ooh. Using what even the DSR, right?
No.
Just what is that?
Crate weapon, airdrop weapon, right? MK.
Oh, the MK, of course, yeah. Duh. I was like, that doesn't look like the DSR, but that's the only one I can think of.
It sounds a bit different too. It
sounds a bit different. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You're right.
No, that is not going to be it. But here we go. Looking at Shuyong. He's not going to make it very deep in this game. Not able to make it to phase number 8. As Ariziel able to make it out actually as a duo, this is a team that has been in last place for a little minute now in this tournament. Actually, well, a little minute since last game, right? Because it was overtaken finally by Team Control. But Sun, I would say, maintain their 3-1 split. They had one player, it was Spence on the high ground. Yeah, that's it. You can see on the minimap, they're keeping him on the high ground position. Even if it's just to get information, this is huge. But especially to apply pressure, zoning teams away and making it sure that they cannot get comfortably in any strong POI. And actually, because of that, it's going to somewhat force a fight between ARZ and Extreme Slayers. So this is a really good amount of map control being showcased by Sun Esports. And this is looking like, then, I would say, Niptura, Sun Esports chicken dinner through and through.
It's got to be, right? I will say Extreme Slayers also playing what they've been given very well here. They're still picking up eliminations. They're up to 8 now. They've got a pretty decent split over onto the southwest side. It's just that the open ground is just not in their favor, right? Sun have a much better position when it comes to that terrain, but the zone shifts over to the west, so now both Sun and Extreme Slayers have the opportunity for a win here, for that control. Russell is down, and it's really down to who Zombie Boys are really going to fight here. If Zombie Boys fight Sun, it could actually be an Extreme Slayers win just off the back of that third party.
Could be. It's all going to be down to the timing and how you maneuver your way around. I like what Jayuya is trying to do, sending himself further over to the northwestern edge, which I don't think some are expecting. They're focusing a lot of their attention on like Winter's position of Extreme Slayers. So if they start to be a little bit too narrow-minded, that could actually come and bite them back in the butt. So just got to be a little bit more cautious that every angle could be your downfall. Oh, I've seen a lot of nades here, Niptra, and C4 to create these dips. Again, terraforming and a flat finish like this is so damn important.
I mean, we saw how well it did for Vatic in the last game, right? And now, these teams, oh, excellent. Just tanking that blue, trying to get any knock, any opening they can. Smiley sacrificing himself for the team, and Zombie Boys, oh, go out so quickly. Oh, just waited a little bit too long there. 11 eliminations for our Araziel, as the nade looks very good. Oh, down he goes. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, just down to Sun and Extreme Slayers. And now, who can outmaneuver? Who can out control zone is really the play here. Let's see who is going to come in. 4v4, super even. The terrain is even. The splits are even as well. It's really just down to who can frag out.
Nice.
And so far. Oh, but the trade, Max, it's so
Capitalize.
even.
Capitalize. You're going to make something out of it. Actually, it's going to be a 2-on-1 trade. Sun down to 2. What an engage from Fraddy. Able to somewhat redeem this fight in his favor for his teammates, and now that's really good. Extreme Slayers Legend going to also try and push up, maybe also create a bit of cover with those smokes. The nades are looking good. Good damage right on that player. Also going to damage those cars significantly, making it a bit harder to maybe use those to rotate your way around this final circle. The nade not able to quite find Spence, but the second one might. Yuya again, the sneaky off-angle player, and he does get rid of Spence. That was their own off-angle player for Sun, and now they're going to be down to just a solo on their side. It's going to be Russell. The nade is perfect, and it is going to be indeed Niptro, the back-to-back Extreme Slayers chicken dinner here, and becoming the true kings of Rondo.
I love that. I have nothing else to say except I love that. Extreme Slayers, I saw them on the southwestern side and I was like, hey, they're kind of controlling things pretty well. They got that little bit of a split going on. They seem to know how they want to play this endgame, and play it they did. I don't know what happened to Sun, if they were just out of ammo, because I did see them pretty low earlier. I just don't know if they were out of ammo, out of nades, out of something here, because they had to just sit back and take every single well-placed nade Extreme Slayers handed to them, clutching that game out of the hands of Sun there. Big GG's going over to them. Wow, great game.
I would say for Extreme Slayers, what allowed them to get that chicken dinner, because it was not an easy one. It was down to how insanely accurate they were with their shots, right? With the AUG, you're able to create a man advantage, and they capitalize off the back of that. You see so many teams sometimes in esports that are very complacent. They get a knock, they get an elimination, and they just don't really do anything off the back of that. But no, here they get 2 knocks, right? And you can see that one of the players going for cheeky off angle, I think it was Jayuya, trying to actually find Spence, and then they just surround them and get those utility plays to wrap up that chicken dinner. So I would say it's down to the amount of confidence they had off the back of those 2 initial knocks that got them that chicken dinner. And yeah, the true kings here on day 2, Niptura, of Rondo. The back-to-back is real. As you look at the elimination spread for all of the players, and really, it was a massive team effort from the start of this game to the very end of this second Rondo.
That looks pretty much identical to their elimination spread from the last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it the exact same?
It looks the exact same. I'm not sure. I think maybe 2 players had 2 elims rather than 4. But I don't know. Still very, very even amount of elims coming through here. Some great team play, team action coming through. And honestly, to have that level of gameplay, you have to have really good communication, really good synergy. So very excited for these teams that are playing so well, Max, not just because of the points, but because in order to get those points, you have to know your team, you have to know yourself as a player, and to have that level of experience is something that's really exciting for the NA region.
They were able to also transform that strong western hilltop that they had next to the water for a pretty big portion of this match, right, into decimating your competition. You want to try and negate the rotation potential of these teams. Even if you just take one player, two players away from a full squad, then you're really increasing your odds of a chicken dinner significantly. They knew what they were doing the entirety of this match, and the only team that really was a threat to them was going to be Sun, which they didn't really have an angle onto Sun the entirety of that match until they got in nade range. It's a really good presence from Extreme Slayers. Really, this was a textbook play on Rondo, how to play it in terms of macro decisions. Extreme Slayers, whoever the IGL is, which actually, you know what, chat, if you know who the IGL is, I would love to know. But whoever is the IGL from this team, you deserve my respect because, oh my goodness, what a game.
What a game, and what a 2 games, really. Let's be real here. Back to back, 23 points. I'm so excited to see where that puts them on the leaderboards. It's going to be such a huge jump up just in the first 2 games. Sun Esports as well, getting those 18 points, putting them well over 100 here, Max. Very exciting.
Just to say, Extreme Slayers, just to kind of set up the context for Extreme Slayers, and we'll see after the break, they were in 12th position before these 2 Rondo games, before these 2 chicken dinners. That first game alone kind of put them in a race where they could catch up to the big boys of the leaderboards. This second one is putting a nail in the coffin, right, that they mean business. And actually, I wonder how high that's really going to put them, Niptro, because Extreme Slayers off 2 games alone, especially on the most important map of the rotation, they could be looking to be maybe even in top 3. That's how big of a day they've had so far.
Wow. And we're just getting started. That's just the first 2 games. We're only a third of the way through here. Next up is going to be Miramar, which of course means that everything's going to slow right down just because of how big that map is. But even if they're able to just be super consistent, right? They've done all their big crazy plays that they need to do for today. Now they just need to chill out, be consistent, top 10, top placement point, something like that, and they'll be okay. Shadow from Rain, that's an interesting MVP. 7 eliminations. I was not expecting the MVP to come out of Shadow, out of Rain.
Yeah, making it rain absolute hell on these teams and able to get 7 eliminations for himself. So really good presence. In particular on that southern fight, right, versus Vatic. I think Vatic bit down more than they could actually chew at that moment in time, and they should have just left. The circle was not looking good for them whatsoever, and they just commit to it. And Rain, I think, were just kind of biding their time at that moment and actually trying to use all the different angles in that compound to get an advantage and get the squad wipe. And Shadow in particular was an absolute menace in that fight. So good on him. And hopefully we'll be able to see his name pop up more and more on these MVP leaderboards, because that guy has been having, a very good day so far. And we'll see if he can do over on Miramar and also Erangel, Niptra.
Yeah, Erangel, I'm super excited for Erangel, actually, just because Miramar super big. We kind of know the drill with that one. Erangel, these teams seem to come back with a new fervor that we're seeing in Rondo as well. So I'm very excited for those. But first, of course, is going to be those 2 Miramars. Can Extreme Slayers convert the success they've had on Rondo to Miramar? I'm not sure here, Max.
Oh, I was just thinking, if we're going to have a Picardo hot drop. You know what? Before we get into the Picardo hot drop in Miramar, guys, let's take a break just so we can prepare mentally. We'll see you guys very soon. Extreme Slayers are the talk of the town, of the Rondo town in particular, as we are off to an amazing start for this team, and we'll see if they can make it again. Come their way on Miramar, or maybe even the grassy pastures of Erangel. It's time, ready for match number 3, Beniptura. I want to play a little betting game here before we check out the leaderboards. Where are we going to see Extreme Slayers stand on the rankings after those 2 Rondo wins? What are you guessing?
3rd.
Oh, I'm saying top 4. Ooh, and actually they're going to be in top 6. So I thought they'd be way higher. Okay, well, okay.
Don't
actually,
listen
it's so
to
close.
the casters.
Yeah, it's so close, actually, right? For my 4th place, there was that 4 points away. So actually, yeah, I'll give it to myself. I wasn't that far point-wise.
Yeah.
No, you were quite far, though. 75? No,
Ayo.
that's inexcusable. You're fired. You're done.
Sorry.
But still, Sun able to reclaim, right, Niptra, their number 1 rank. They get 105 points, the first 100-point team of Pmnc USA. Very happy about their performance and not happy with Upgrade overtaking them. So they meant business on that previous match.
They sure did. The gap seems to be getting a little bit bigger. No, not really. I think Upgrade just brought back the 20-point difference between them and Equinox, right? So Equinox caught up a little bit in the first rondo. Second rondo, they slide back down in terms of those that point gap here. But apart from that, right, apart from the first 2, everybody's looking very, very even. If you look at 65, 63, 61, 58, 54, 48, 40, like all the way down to about 12th place. Super, super easy for any of those teams to have one big game on Miramar, and they're back up in business up to that top 6, top 5 position.
I'm going to say, and tell me if you agree or not, I'm going to say for Upgrade and Sun, if they remain in this very comfortable lead position in top 1 and top 2 respectively, I think they're locked in for the top 5 slots, right, for the regional finals. I think I would say after the 2 Miramars, if they're still with a big lead like that, I think they're in. What do you think?
I would agree with that. The way they're playing is pretty much the same way they were playing in yesterday's games. Little less aggressive, perhaps, but still very dominant, very controlling. And seeing that come through, yeah, I think absolutely we're looking at those top 2 being very much contenders for that smash rule, but 100% in, I think.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking quite comfortable. So maybe only 3 slots remain. Could be the case. But yeah, no, it's going to be fun to see in Miramar in particular. I'm looking at Picardo. Are we going to see the hot drop happening? You told me right before Miramar yesterday, Niptura, that we could see a hot drop. I was like, nah, there's no way. And it happened. Not just once, but twice. Back to back. And we even had one in the truck stop. So hopefully that won't happen, because hot drops on Rondo, I can excuse it. On Miramar, there's way too many compounds, more compounds than teams, so literally there's no reason for bloody hot drop.
It's bad. Don't do it. Don't do it. As I look at the graphic down below there, 7.5 average elims for Zombie Boys. Region 8 going up to 9 eliminations on average. That is on average, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just remember that, right? Okay, yeah, we've only had 2 Miramars so far, but still, that's a better average than I could get over on Miramar. So impressive, and something to look out for when we're talking about who is looking to dominate over the next 2 games. We're seeing a lot of teams start to leave that plane area, start to move on over. Vatic, are you gonna try and hot drop Upgrade here in San Martin? I think they are.
They might stretch it a bit further away.
Maybe.
Because right now you are seeing Upgrade are split. They got players in Hacienda, players also in San Martin.
They do this, yes. They did that yesterday.
But no, actually, they are focusing one player of Upgrade, it seems. Oh, this might be a targeted play from Vatic, where they just want to try and get that one solo player, overwhelm them in a 1v4 scenario, and just get that point for yourself. That could be the plan, unless they're trying to just stretch it very far and it just looks a bit weird on the map feed, which could also be the case.
That is definitely a possibility, as well as the zone decides to move up more to the northern areas. It's not a massively hard shift up to the north side, but we are going to be centering our attention on Hacienda, on San Martin, on water treatment as well. So it would be good for any of those players to start moving into those areas. I mean, water treatment has got decent loot, actually. So if any team wants to just hole up there for a little bit, they probably have a good idea in their heads to do that.
In their heads.
That's
where ideas come from. Yeah.
Normally, yes.
Usually.
Usually.
Why usually? Are there exceptions?
Well, sometimes it comes from the light bulb on top of your head.
What, do you live in a cartoon? Wait. Damn. She's a Looney Tune. That explains everything. Oh, that explains so much, actually.
It does actually, doesn't it?
It makes
sense.
sense.
That makes so much sense even to me. I'm discovering things about myself, chat. I'm a Looney Tunes character. It makes sense now.
Hey. What cartoons did you used to watch as a kid?
Flintstones, Tom and Jerry. What else? That was kind of it that I remember. A lot of the Looney Tunes stuff, actually. But mostly Flintstones. We had like a 2-hour cassette DVD thingy, VHS rather. And just we would watch that on repeat, the Flintstones.
Oh, you watched the live action, right? They made a movie years ago, Flintstone. Oh, really? It was actually really good.
Mm-mm. Was it?
For when it was made, actually, the props and stuff, really cool. I don't know. That is, if you guys haven't checked it out, chat, I recommend it. Actually, quite fun to watch.
Cool.
That's it. I don't. That was a bit of a tangent talking about the Flintstones live
we're
action.
just like, great. Yabba dabba do. We're gonna yabba dabba go over to Upgrade, who are actually moving over towards water treatment. That's interesting. And Vatic did decide that they were not going to be doing any of that over in San Martin. They were trying to go for El Pozo. So, makes sense. Easy, chill. I want to also say, big old shout out to JN over here, who have Picado to themselves. No hot drop in sight today, so far at least. So really love to see that. Yeah, really nice. And we get to go over in Miramar, normally like a civilized country.
Civilized country? It's Miramar country? Actually, is Miramar a country? Or is it just a portion of a country? I don't know.
Well...
Oh, that's a question. You know what? We need some PUBG Mobile lore. That's what we need. Oh, like imagine you could loot some little notes and it gives you some idea of like what happened to the map of Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Vikendi, all the maps.
You got some side quests in the middle of your battle royale.
Yeah, and then you turn it into a Netflix live action. You make gajillions of dollars. Oh, Netflix, hit me up.
Yeah, literally. I'll star in that. Let's do it.
What would be your role? What would you start as?
I don't know, but like the PUBG player characters, right? There's like 2 guys and a girl. I'll be the girl.
Oh, the one in like the striped white and pink top?
Yeah,
that one?
Yeah, that'll be me in my ponytail.
Actually, you know what? You could pull it off, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll do that. I'm down. What about you?
I would be player unknown with a helmet because then no one has to see my face and they would be so happy that I'm not flashbanging the screen with my massive forehead. That would be my role. Also,
Max,
I would be a silent actor, so it would be. I would just be there. I'd be posing the entire time.
Oh yeah, you'd be just straight up. What's the word? Mogging? Is that what the kids use these days? Straight up mogging the camera, you know?
Oh,
upgrading everybody else. Yeah.
Talking about upgrading,
Loot Truck.
we sort of downgrade for Upgrade as a Loot Truck also going to be around. Upgrade lost one of the players over to Rain and Finial. They did drop towards Chumacera position, did not arrive as a full team. They did have only a 3-man squad entering this game. So, going to make it a little bit tougher for them here, Niptra, this time around, but it's just what it is. Hopefully they can get at least later on in this game to get some decent points on board.
Max, did you see who it was from Upgrade that got taken out?
No, I did not.
I regret to inform you it was Kindness.
I'm
so sorry.
Thank you. The guy, literally the single player, Niptra, that I've been saying I'm excited to see play in this tournament.
Yeah.
He keeps going out, and you couldn't let me live in like La La Land. You just had to bring me back to reality. Thank you.
Listen, man, you gotta know. You gotta know so you can cast effectively moving forward. You know.
But I don't want to. I want to live in a world of happiness and kindness. But there's no kindness left. Clearly, in game.
There's no kindness left in this world.
It's all disappeared.
Yeah.
A cruel, cruel world. Well, that's going to be it for now then. Yep, as a trio. Going to be looking to get an extra car, potentially under their control, under their reign. Let's have it go. Yeah, this is a very odd play, I would say, from Upgrade. They got this 4-man split. Because of that, they did lose then, of course, Kindness, as you said, Niptra. They got players that were north of San Martin. They got the players, of course, that were standing also in in Hacienda del Patron. I'm very confused. This is a very odd early game strat for a team in terms of drops. So I would love to. This is a time I would love to have an interview and just ask why are you guys doing this? Because genuinely, I do not know. And I cannot even start to theorize because nothing would really make too much sense at this point.
Well, we saw it yesterday. That's what they were doing. They would have one up onto that cliff compound, two in San Martin, and then one in Hacienda. That's what their initial split was. I think because the zone has kind of centered up around them, and we had two that went over towards water treatment instead, they just overextended slightly, and there were a few teams that went for the early rotation. They kind of got caught out in that, which is unfortunate. Usually they stick to them, they keep to themselves a lot more. But that was not the case this time around. As Team Control looking to control anything they can as FNL Mark.
Nice.
Mark with a C. Just to note, if you know, you know. And, ooh, now falling down. Oh, dear me. It's Falcon to take that one up to 2 eliminations for Team Control.
Yeah, decent start here over on Miramar, next to Monte Nuevo, able to find himself some good early points. Not also some extra loot, why not? Maybe even getting an extra car under their control. It's going to make their later transitions a little bit smoother to execute. But yeah, Finial already down to a solo, not the way to go, especially when you came into this game as a trio. And Finial, our new last place team right, Niptra. Initially it was going to be Control, then it was ARZ in Rondo match number 2 to win last place, and now it is going to be Finial. And I think they might be stuck down there for a hot minute if they can't get a full team on these next 3 maps. Nade raining on down onto Nika. That's some decent damage, I believe. Yep, we're going to put him down to almost half HP. But Shelby holding the line. He's got no teammate. Hopefully can buy some time. Woo! But Nika just jumping right into him, right into the UMP spray. Not sure what that was about, but that's a nice 3-point headed to the way of Shelby.
It is, but I mean, I tell you what, Shelby was 1 HP there. He almost had him. So that is unfortunate. The effort was valiant, but not quite successful, as Cloudy's just going to be... is he looting right now? It looks kind of like he's looting right now, as Meng is trying to find his position. Maybe just chuck a cheeky Molotov there, but no, he's going to decide to move on out instead. Get out of dodge. Oh, but he's in view. Oh, Cloudy coming on through, and Meng, the next to fall upgrade. Or Equinox, rather, going down to 2 players so early on, Max.
That was a crazy body shot into a headshot. What a great spray control from Cloudy. Though, it is not the end of the line. You still have the rest of Equinox you have to eliminate. It's going to be Shelby over there. One guy that, again, has been able to redeem so many matches for its team. Followed up by also Jimmy. Jimmy, he's a good frag inhibitor, but I would say he's more of a team player. He's really strong when you're set up with a teammate and able to just swarm locations together. With Shelby, he's been able to do it a few times in these 6 matches of day 1. Shifting POV over to another fight, and Blaze already up to 2 elims this game, Niptra, and we even have Blaze. He's kind of just feeding intel to the rest of his teammate that are in the fight itself. But Cloudy here, forced to take the fight. Niptra, can he pick off this 1v2? He does have 2 nades to play around, so that could create a nice, even playground if he gets that one opening knock.
I really need to see this fight finish up, though. Look how far away they are from the zone. Shelby does go down. That's Cloudy down to 1 HP, but the zone is starting to tick away pretty extensively. Down goes Cloudy, but now it's Jimmy's turn to go out. There's nothing he can do. Not even a bandage will save him, and that's the 3rd and 4th teams going out there. I was gonna say I really needed that fight to wrap up quickly because the zone is pretty far away from them. But it did wrap up. Both of them just went out, and that was it. They wrapped up all the way back to the lobby, and that's going to be them going out. Some decent eliminations, some decent points for a Miramar, but not the placement, not the big game. Perhaps they were wanting to really catch up to those top 2 teams.
So this is actually a really good opportunity for a few squads in particular, for Sun Esports and Upgrade, right? Because they can try and create an even bigger lead for themselves, knowing that Equinox and also R8 are already eliminated out of this game. But then Golden Eagles and Vatic and Extreme Slayers, Zombie Boys, Rich, all of these guys could be looking to catch up to 3rd and 4th place in this game. So actually, this is a golden opportunity for some teams today. We'll see if they can try and take it while it is there, because you know what? You might not have another setup like this in the next 3 matches of today. Vatic going to start to initiate their big western rotation as this phase has gone slapdash right on top of this mountaintop. So teams are looking to take those positions away early on. And as I say that, it's going to be Sun Esports looking to just hug this cliffside. They will be looking for some early points, looking to flush it out. got to be careful. There's one player here. It's going to be Trick on top of the rocks. A really hard angle to deal with. If they get rid of it, this fight would be looking really nicely in favor of Sun Esports.
YKG, this is their moment, though. This is what they've been waiting for. They've slipped down to 11th place after an okay end to day number 1, right? But only not that many points coming through in both the rondos. So for them, if they can get rid of Sun here, not only does that throw a wrench in the works for Sun, it gives them a lot more points to work with here. They can easily go up 1 or 2 places, but fate does go down to Zombie Boys. Valak is down, so YKG just 24k and Trick now a 2v2 coming through. And look at the split on the minimap from Zombie Boys. That is horrific for the two teams that are fighting right now, but very, very nicely done from the Zombie Boys themselves.
I don't know why you try and take an angle from the lower ground portion. I think you want to try and maybe take an off angle over to the west and north. Because, yeah, otherwise you're not going to get too many angle opportunities, I think. So you might have to get a little bit closer if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty portion of this fight. But Sun able to kind of bully away YKG. Trick able to descend from that mountaintop. And now it's going to be leaving these two teams to clash head-on. It's going to be Sun Esports versus Zombie Boys. Rivera, I'm not sure how aware they are of his location. That could be a little bit of a thorn in their side if they're not cautious enough. But there's still a player, Smiley, right? He's so far away here, Niptura. Not really involved. He has to regroup, and he's going to do exactly that with his vehicle. Now, turned into a 4v3 fight. They're looking to swarm this location. They cannot allow Sun Esports to survive if they want to make it deep in this match.
Sentry starts to go down. I think the low ground split you were talking about just now is starting to have its effect as Russell's able to bring that back a little bit here. Spence now trying to go up against the Zombie Boys. Let's see, wrapping around. Really nicely done. The 2v1 coming on through there. And yeah, I mean, the split itself was really nice, but perhaps the angles and the direction it took for Zombie Boys is not going to be the one they want. Nades over the top, I think, is the only way to delay them long enough to get into your vehicles and get out of dodge. The zone's going to be starting to move on in very shortly here. And it's not far to zone, but still, you got a long way to go if you want to get through these guys.
Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of this. I think that playing the low ground portion was not the right game plan for Zombie Boys, and you're just giving so many opportunities for Sun Esports to kind of leverage that position in their favor. So yeah. Sun, I would say at this point you got a man advantage. Just try and flip it on its head. Commit to the fight. Push onto them even. I don't care what you do, but you cannot allow them to survive. You need to get rid of them. He's going to go for the solo drive-by. No way! But it's going to be a trade-off. It's going to be looking to be a one-on-one. But that's going to be a flush. They didn't swarm as a full team. Smiley almost getting the 1v3, but one player survives. It's going to be Russell, the man once again, able to redeem it for his squad mates. And that's going to be the revive onto Spence. Now as a duo, they will be looking to make their way into phase number 4, but 2 eliminations extra have now been secured.
Oh no! Max Strangers, they just naded their teammate. Ah, that's unfortunate, especially when you're in a fight like this. Oh, well, Eclipse. Now. We've all been there. At least he didn't nade himself. But yeah, it's looking not so great right now. Voltex, the only player left up. He's going to try and get this res onto Neverside. It does end up working, but Eclipse from JN is also here looking to finish up any eliminations he can. Let's see who's going to win out the nade fight here. Oh! The doorway saving him there, but Extreme Slayers are not going to let this one slide, not if they have anything to say about it. That's a great third party coming in from a distance there, just trying to keep any sort of angles away, and then Molotov is going to do its work here. That should be Eclipse done and dusted, but no, it's not. He's going to be able to get that res back up. He does get Voltex down to 1 HP, but down Voltex goes, and that's going to be the solo picking up their first elimination. Can he actually get this squad wipe?
Eclipse was not the MVP. The Couch was the true MVP, able to save him from the Floor is Lava game and actually get that elimination with the DBS. What a play from Eclipse, able to use an extra bit of elevation to survive the Molotov. But now, taking some extra bit of damage. It would be great if he could actually loot that death crate. I'm sure there would be some very useful resources he could use for himself. Another nade inbound on this location. Though, there you go, extra loot, extra meds. Eclipse looking to get healthier and healthier by the second. Strangers BD, yeah. Now they need to do something. Again, you have the man advantage. You lost a player. You lost Voltex, which is very unfortunate. You cannot afford to make this mistake twice in a row. The blue is going to force Eclipse in a really bad spot. He has to leave that building very soon.
The problem is, though, as this goes through, is Extreme Slayers are going to take full advantage. Eclipse does go on out. There was nothing else he could do there. But Strangers BD also in a world of hurt. That zone's really starting to kick off now, and you can see both Golden Eagles and Extreme Slayers picking them off one by one. I don't think this is going to go well for them. They're going to have to be satisfied with the 3 points they've gotten in this game, because it's game over now. Nothing more they can do. That's going to be a heal off. They can have a little bit of a chit chat while they do it, and off they go to Dreamland. I think that is all we have written for them, as the zone does go over to San Martin. So actually Vatic looking really, really good here on this western side. Nobody's over there.
I'm really happy you bring it up, Iniptra. I was exactly going to talk about that 3-1 split. I love what Blaze is doing. He's getting a lot of information on the western side of San Martin City itself. He sees where ARZ are. He knows where Rich are located. He knows maybe even where Upgrade are if they do have some cars that are spawned in a very particular position where Blaze could actually spot them from that range. So, yeah, Blaze able to get some really valuable intel for his squad mates. But they do have some also good terrain to the west. So I think the Vatic here have a very easy time to survive. Thing is, it's going to get really bad for Vatic if it goes in the city itself, or it goes towards Rain's location. Then I think Vatic might not make it very far this game. But if we have a western shift here, oh my goodness, this could be an absolute banger performance from Vatic if they play their cards right.
It's going to be difficult to do that, though, if you really think about that terrain, right? It is actually pretty darn open. So that's going to be a lot of cover with the cars being used there if they really want to get anywhere ahead on that side. There are a couple of little ridges, but I think when you bring into play the high ground that some of these buildings offer you over onto that direction, you might have a little bit harder of a time than you might think. Upgrade have had a very easy game after losing Kindness. Very early on, they've been able to stay in San Martin and really just set up there, and that's going to be a place that they know by heart, right? That being their drop location. So definitely have the upper hand here, and with Sun gone, Max, I mean, they're not that far from taking them over. If they can pop off in the final few minutes of this game, then we could see them go back to that #1 spot.
Exactly. With Sun gone, right, that's going to be opening up the gates of opportunity for them. If they can get a double-digit game even, that would be just a good way for them to close the gap to Upgrade. And, well, I would say they're not trying to catch up to a Sun. They're mainly trying their best to get away from the teams below them, like Equinox, like R8, like Golden Eagles. That is going to be the main focus. But you know what? If you can also get first place, why the hell not? You get an extra bit of money out of those $55K $1,000 prize pool.
That's true. But also, you have to think about when we're looking at the Smash rule coming into tomorrow, right? You want to be as close to #1 as possible, if not the #1, so that you can control or at least contend for the Smash rule.
So I feel like we're having two different mindsets here, which I think both are valid. You're looking when it comes to potentially winning, right, because of the Smash ruling. I'm looking to be in top 5 whenever the tournament ends.
Right.
Right? So I think top 5 is more important than winning. But if you are going to, if you want to be able to brag on the playground, well, they're maybe not on the playground anymore, right? They might be like, you know, higher echelon school. Yeah, I don't know why. I just say playground, but like they're probably like older than like 12. But they could be looking to get first place just as extra bragging rights. Yeah. Which you could go for, but if I were them, I would just make sure that I'm in top 5 comfortably and to make it to the next stage, which again would be the PMGO NA Regional Finals, which is going to be what everyone is going to be mainly focusing on at this point.
They are indeed, as the zone is going to be moving again over to that western side of San Martin. So Vatic looking very good. The other teams over there, Upgrade, are going to have an easy transition. Team Control do get taken out, but they were able to move back up into that 14th place there with those 2 points. So a lot of flip-flopping going around on the bottom side of the leaderboards here as Golden Eagles, still a full squad. There's nobody there. It's great to just double check, but there is nobody there. So they're going to have a pretty free rotation around the south side here. Vatic could be in trouble if this team just decides to full send to the west.
Yeah, I'm curious what Vatic's game plan's going to be. especially on going into phase 7. Phase 6 is about to close. Next shift is going to be very telling as to what we could expect from this finishing moment in this match for Miramar game number 1. Well, actually, wait, I didn't see the weapon there. Was that? No, that was not a DSR. For a second, I was like, wait, is he playing bolt action? But I think my mind is playing tricks on me right now. Some bolt action actually would be nice to see at this point. But we're still 9 update 4.4 NEP. We know that's going to be the one where maybe bolt action and DMRs are going to be a little bit more meta in esports. As of right now, no. It is still going to be AR supremacy at long range, unless you're called top, which that's a different ball game entirely. Extreme Slayer is going to go for the lower portion of this cliff for trying to escape the wrath of Rain Esports. Which kind of like, you're kind of coexisting together, got a symbiotic relationship. I don't think Rain are going to use any of their resources on Extreme Slayers unless they can get an easy elimination. And as I say that, actually, it's FS from the other side of the road in San Martin. They will get that knock. They will be snatched away by the man himself. It's Vostok.
Well, rip. That's a big old rippity-doo-dah. Unfortunate there for Extreme Slayers. I knew that didn't. Anyway. Oh, look! It's all falling apart! Down to a solo just like that. I mean, we thought there was more cover, but there's only cover, guys, if you actually go into the cover. If you're out and about, Rain you're easy pickings for Rain.
So, genuinely, I truly believe what I said of Rain is not going to waste any of their resources. But of course you would take shots if it's as easy as picking apples on a tree. That is how easy those elims were to secure for Rain. I don't know why Extreme Slayers were like, we have cover, but we're just not going to use it. So, very confusing to me, but you know what? That's definitely going to be a very happy Rain Esports indeed. Going over to the more southern side of this map, it's going to be YKG down to a duo. It's 24K and Trick up against another squad a little bit deeper in the circle. Is going to be the Golden Eagles. But Vatic, they did lose the off-angle player right in of Blaze. We talked about earlier, he was very strong, in a very strong position in that 3-1 split, but he was caught off guard completely. So now they do not have that transition point anymore. They do have to survive this game as a trio. But you know what? There's still a ton of dips to the west, so I'm not too scared. Vatic should easily be able to survive until phase number 7.
I really like this dip for Vatic, actually. That's a really good expanse of a dip there. There's plenty of cover for everybody. There's plenty of room for everybody to move around in. There's plenty of angles as well to be taken, but they're gonna have to be careful of this Golden Eagles threat to the south side, because now if they try and look at Rich, they're gonna get taken out by Golden. If they try and look at Golden, they're gonna be taken out by Rich, and that zone is not helping anything. Golden, I think, yeah, this is gonna be their push potentially to move into Vatic. I mean, that might be the play, but it kind of looks like they want to go forward instead, maybe over to YKG.
I'm mainly focused on, ARZ and Upgrade. They're going to have a really bad time. They're going to fight each other. Whoever survives, GG's. You're kind of like in your own separate battle royale on the northern side of the road, but making that move then over the road itself when you have Rich on the other side, just waiting in the wings to get those 3 points, it's not looking too good for these guys. Vinnyouts, though, the final player, I just realized he's still alive. He's still making it pretty decently far in this game, down to top 8. So he's going to start getting placement points, but we'll see if he can actually make it even further in this game. As I say that, unfortunately, he's going to be spotted away by Demon, and that's a headshot and a half, and that's game over for Vinnyouts, making it to top 8.
Hey, why not? Points are points, right? So, GG's to him to be able to survive as long as he did. As we look at Upgrade, yeah, easy pickings here. FS, what? Somehow able to manage a clean transition there. Not really going to lose too much health, or at least not as much health as one might expect, but they're just going straight into the arms of Arazil here. I mean, that 1-1-1 split coming through. It's not going to be good as Golden Eagles now take on Vatic. You can see it there. Casper, last man standing here. 2 taken away by the Golden Eagles, and there's a lot of teams actually looking at Golden Eagles as well. This is very, very messy as Upgrade now starting to fall. Vatic taken out by YKG there. YKG now looking over at Golden, and Rain is looking at everybody else.
Golden Eagles, you got to try and get that reset if you can onto Chuyong. But can YKG or even Rain Esports allow that to happen? I don't think so. One big nade, and that's a squad wipe. They're so closely packed on top of one another. Demon is going to be slowly but surely snaking his way forward towards their location. But he doesn't have a nade. Unfortunately, if he had one nade here, that would be possibly a squad wipe coming their way. He's going to make it right behind it onto YKG. They have no idea here. He's set up in this location. One big spray, and that could be a 1v2 frag coming his way. But no, he's going to go back into hiding towards his teammate. But he's moving deeper and deeper on the city here, Niptra, onto Rich. This is a setup for Rich to get this chicken dinner for free. They're not going to be truly tested this game. You know what? Might as well try and get some eliminations. Show us that you can get involved in the finishing moments of this Miramar game. Come on, Rich. Let's do it.
Ooh, Rain just moving up over the top of this rock as well, though, and YKG had a great spot until somebody did exactly that. One good nade, and it's game on over, but don't go one by one like this. Goodness me, Rain playing it very dangerously here, are able to get those reses back up and running. They are slightly inside a zone, but now Rich know exactly where they are. As you said, the smoke road coming through from ARZ, though, might be something, except Rain over the other hand. Yeah, this is honestly great for Rich, because Rain and ARZ are just fighting over the top of them here. They don't even have to really get involved, although they want to. Oh, and it's all falling apart, down to just a solo Titan going on down. Rich might just have to hold on here, hold their horses. And Rain, could Rain bounce back from this?
I mean, this was a really good outline of a smoke road coming out from ARZ, sorry, but it's just not easy to execute.
Woo!
This road in particular is so damn wide. There's no escape. Rich able to get that extra 5th and 6th eliminations back to back. But you know what? Able to get half of your team over for ARZ. That is not a bad success ratio. They should be definitely happy about that transition. It worked out for now, and they are making it indeed into the top 5 now, even top 4 of this game. So big success for ARZ. Let's upgrade down to 1 player. It's Fear. We'll see if we're going to have Fear or No Fear, the player from Horror. We'll see if he can live up to that name. This Demon. Go to high ground position. Even if he doesn't get any shots or damage done here, Niptra, just the... Okay, well, he's going back down. I was going to say, it's good information to get for a little bit, but the circle's going to start pushing in too, so they've got to start thinking about that transition. If they don't have smokes, though, Niptra, I think that transition from Rain is almost impossible. You need utility to make that move deeper in phase number 9.
Yeah, that is going to be really difficult, especially... Oh, the play zone gets that...
What?
Knock. The zone's starting to move in. This is crazy. Okay, hang on. Demon now going down the play zone. The play zone really kicking everybody. Shadow last man standing. He is going to go on down. Just the play zone's doing too much there. Rain going to be eliminated in 3rd place. ARZ guaranteed 2nd place. Some great placement points coming in from them, but Upgrade, or 3rd place rather, but Upgrade coming in. Fear has a really good nade. That could be so deadly onto ARZ here.
Not sure if they heard that pin. Be careful though, he's pushing from that high ground, making it down below to the crate area. Utility in hand with a Molotov, just trying to spread disarray on the side of their competition. ARZ hopefully trying to redeem this tournament so far. Day 1 was rough, but Day 2's looking way better for the team. But they're just going to send Slay, just a rabid dog here, trying to clean up shop on these crates location while his 2 teammates are looking from a distance. But the blue zone has a different idea in mind, trying to get them to join this engagement. Slay peeking around the corner with the pump, and that's a nice headshot to Tristan, and he's instantly going to confirm that point.
That is a wild shot coming through here. Really quick flick coming on through, and now it's a 1v2v1. It is anybody's game. Arazil, Titan. He's just down to his onesies. He's got a good position, though. Nice little nade. Gonna try and do something with that. Rich, I think, up on the top. Yes, that's gonna be him going on down. Great one-by-one play there. Now Fear just trying to med up as much as possible before the zone takes him. Oh, gets a headshot. Can he get another one? Surely he does something. No, he can't. Nothing stands between Rich and a win. Finally, the team that was doing so well in the first half of yesterday steps back up in Miramar.
This is going to be their 2nd chicken dinner here of the tournament for Pmnc USA Spring 2026. And it was a good game from Rich Niptura. I'm not going to lie, they weren't truly tested in my opinion. If there's any team that I'm going to really highlight as a team that impressed me and how far they made it, it's going to be Arazio, right? ARZ. They were able to make a successful transition over the road despite Shaw losing 2 players. It was not an easy play for them in the side of Los Lunes, San Martin. That's a different city entirely here on Miramar. But no, really happy with their performance, and you know what, maybe hopefully to get in somewhat reach of a top 5 position. because it was about time that we saw a comeback from the bottom teams, right, Nick? We saw it happen, especially earlier from Team Control. Now ARZ is able to do something very similar. So, yeah, this is the day of comebacks as we check out the elimination spread from this team. And outside of Jat 24K, everyone put up big, big numbers here on the Dusty Dunes.
They sure did. What is that going to be? 12 eliminations? I mean, they're one of the teams that was in that middle pile of teams that are pretty close together. There's only 3-4 points separating everybody. So a game like this, a 22 point game like this is going to just fire them back up those leaderboards. So super excited to see where they're gonna end up here. Yeah, 22 points, and actually their points are ahead by quite a bit, because second place is gonna be Rain with 13. So quite the gap that's being put up against some of these other teams here.
Rain able to really use that high ground position south of San Martin to its full potential. Able to, especially on Extreme Slayers, which Extreme Slayers, I don't know why you would go down there and not use cover of the warehouse. Yeah. That was a big shocker. But you know what, Rain, they see a mistake happen in front of them, they're going to punish it. And they were able to get, I think, 3 eliminations purely on Extreme Slayers. So that was a really good trade-off in their favor. And yeah, Rain also looking at their position at the start today, they were in 11th position. So they definitely need all of the points they can get on these maps. As now onto the second page, teams that we are seeing that were looking so good initially, Niptura, are slowing down a little bit. That's going to be Team Equinox. It's going to be Region 8 Gaming, right, that have not been having the best time so far. And that actually is going to open up a lot of opportunities for teams to make that comeback and snatch away a PMGO regional final slot for themselves.
Well, exactly. That's what we were talking about when we were talking about Sun and Upgrade, right? We were like, well, if they don't do as well today as they did yesterday, that gap could definitely dwindle. And Equinox is only 10 points ahead of the fourth place team. So this is where it's starting to get a little bit hairy for them. They need to really pick it up in this next Miramar, or really, frag out in the last 2 Erangels if they want to make sure their top 5 is secure going into tomorrow, especially because the Smash Zone is going to be in play, Smash Rule rather, and so, you don't know if you're going to have 6 games to really, get your top 5 spot back here.
Yeah, I was about to say, look guys, we're at the halfway point of the finals of Pmnc USA, but actually no, because we have the Smash ruling, which you just mentioned, so actually it could be way shorter than those 18 expected matches. MVP of the game, though, is going to be Jas18, really nicely done for the side of Rich, able to get 5 eliminations with 5 knocks and almost 700 damage. Big numbers for Big Man, and able to really step up massively for his team. I wonder how high that's going to put them on the leaderboards, because they were not too far away at the start today. Rich were in 6th position. They had 1 chicken dinner, 41 points. They were just a few points away from making it into top 5. And I think this chicken dinner is the one that might just push them up there. But the question is, Niptra, can they remain there until the very end here of Pmnc USA Spring 2025? With that said, guys, that's going to be the halfway point of today. We're going to head on over to a very short break, and we'll be back for our next game over on Miramar. See you soon. Oh, maybe I went too soon. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard break. My bad. The rich are getting richer here at PMNC USA Spring 2026. Now, that got Niptra, so we're having a good time here. Yeah, indeed, a great chicken dinner coming away of Rich, but you know what? Some other teams in Niptra stepping up to the plate on Miramar to get some points that they desperately need to hopefully make in a heavily contested top 5 position on the leaderboard. And so far, these games have been great. Rondo's been exceptional. This one was a little bit of a slower game of Miramar, right, Niptra? But at least we didn't have the hot drop. And you know what? No hot drop on Miramar means I'm a happy boy. And I'm also happy because you got the leaderboards right now. And here we have as Rich, thanks to that win, we'll be jumping up in top 4 position.
Just though, only just 3 points separate them between glory and losing. The other one going back to the lobby of not PMGO, not going to the next rounds. The fight's not over. They still got a long way to go before they can feel safe. And honestly, Team Equinox, we talked about it, right? That they're starting to close that gap, not between themselves and Upgrade, but the rest of the teams are catching up with them because they're just not having the games that they're wanting. I mean, look at the elimination versus position. 62 elimination points, 17 position points compared to 39, 38, and 25 around them. So actually, that's pretty insane stats there.
So what if I said IHC? Esports, PMGC 2023. Any bells are ringing right now? Because it's giving me big Mongolia vibes right now for Team Equinox. Actually, not just them. Even Region 8 Gaming, they got a lot more eliminations compared to placement points. But you know what? When you do have 2 rondos per day, it's not too surprising. But it is a very big disparity, which is kind of funny to highlight in those exact situations. But yeah, it's really close at the top right now. Again, top 2 looking really comfortable in Upgrade and Sun Esports. But those 3 teams in 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, respectively, all Niptra, they're in the hot seat, and they're not looking comfortable right now.
Have we had 2 Miramars?
No.
No.
We got another Miramar coming up.
We have another Miramar.
Oh, we had that earlier. It said Erangel, but you know what?
Oh, okay.
It's Erangel, but deforestation and stuff, and then it kind of dries out, and then it's a desert. So it is Miramar, but like it's Erangel, but years and years later. So
well,
we just
Ancient
time travel.
Secret has gotten a hold of Erangel for
That's
good
it.
this time, and it's Miramar. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Miramar. Going. Oh. Wait, is this a southern plane path? That looks very...
It's
Eastern.
an eastern one. Yep.
Oh, that's nasty though. Look how over to the east it is. El Pozo, poor Vatic.
Yeah.
Absolutely no chance for them to go over in that direction. Hot drop Los Leones? Go on, guys, for the memes. Do it.
It's not Rondo. Calm down.
I'm sorry. I just want fun games. They're fun when they do that.
You're not having fun right now? You're not
I'm having great fun, but it could be more fun if they hot drop Los Leones. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, just saying.
Guys, chat, I'm sorry. Niptra's very demanding. She's a very demanding person sometimes.
I'm a picky person.
She's like, she gets bored. She's like, everyone hot drop and entertain me.
Yes.
Guys, don't do that. Focus on the bigger picture, which is prize pool and a spot in the PMGO NA regional finals for the PMGO main event against $500K Niptra. They could go try and go for $500K US dollars or make you go haha. I already made my pick.
I think making me go haha is worth $500K US dollars, but that's just me.
500K yen? Well, actually, that's still a lot. Wait, how much is 500K yen? Wait, let me
do the Google.
Yen to euros. 500, how much is that? That's almost 3,000 euros. So you know what? That's about, $3,000. So actually, that's still an expensive giggle, is all I'll say. Though looking at the fight, it's going to be Upgrade versus Vatic. That is not a hot drop you want here, Niptra, because for Upgrade, they don't really care that much, I would say, but for Vatic, they can't afford to take the L, as they already got Casper. He's back up, ready to go, as they confirm their elimination onto Havoc OP. And now, with a man advantage, the 4v3 scenario, there's time to just kind of push them, and especially they're in the warehouse, which is very hard to defend. This is a perfect setup for Vatic to take home the win, as Kindness, though, will clap right back with the H32, and will get a knock of his own.
Classic hot drop loot, though, we've got here. With Blaze, he's got a mini with like 10 bullets, and then he's got, what was that? A VSS. And it's like, okay, yep, this is a hot drop. Yeah. Does he have the explosive bow as well? Okay.
Someone has it, yeah.
But Kindness stepping up to the plate here. Going swing, bada, swing. Ooh, onto XP3, down he goes. Nicely done. Oh, no way, Blaze.
With a mini. There's no way the jump shot with a mini. He's crazy. Blaze the 1v2 with a melee mini 14. There's no way that worked out. And he does allow not only get those 2 eliminations, Niptra, he's going to get the full reset. Oh, maybe I lied, though. He's going to get knocked from a distance. There's a team over to Minas Generales just spraying down bullets on this warehouse location. It's all down to Casper and XP3 now. He did get a res, but I believe he's going to bleed out way too quickly. And Vatic should be down to a trio. And indeed, Klaus meets an early grave on this second Miramar match. RIP.
Rip indeed. I just have my new player ever. Wait, that's with a holographic? Yo. Okay.
Wasn't that what
ARZ.
you used to do? You told me you used to melee push with DMRs.
Yeah, with the mini. I would just
like a crazy
start spamming
person.
And take headshots all the way. Like CQC mini, yeah. Easy. It's super, super fun. And Blaze is just, or Klaus rather, just showing us how it's done.
Why are we pushing this? Whoa. You know what? Actually, it's ARZ. They're kind of desperate for points.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be too harsh on that. And I think they know also they're kind of undiluted because they had 2 teams dropping in this warehouse. There's not enough loot for 8 players.
No, this is a good push.
So, yeah, it's going to be spread quite thinly. But Blaze again with a mini 14. There's no way. He's getting so much value out of this DMR. And he's also got that nade Niptra. Blaze, can he do the clutch once more with that utility and the mini 14 as T-Tambo's looking to push his own way forward? And he gets the nade. Blaze, the man of the day. The mini 14 pops off and Blaze is an absolute beast. He does it once again. And up to 4 eliminations, maybe even more. What is this guy made of, Niptra? MVP of the day, even go to say MVP of the tournament. This game has been crazy for Blaze.
And we're only 4.5 minutes in. Max, what is going on? I mean, I respect ARZ for making this push. It was a good push. I might have actually used Tristan as well to just kind of like full send as a full squad, maybe. But Blaze, they couldn't possibly account for Blaze. Blaze coming in there, now with the Uzi, he was down to 8 bullets on that mini, so he can't do much more with it. So just going to be able to loot up a little bit here and just farm those points away. How many points is he up to at this point? 5 out of the 6 eliminations. They have 5. What a play coming in from Blaze. No, don't go down, my hero.
Come on, it's fine. They know the final player, Tristan, is pushing up. He was trying to get the res on Storm, but he's even past Storm. He doesn't want to go for the res anymore. He means business. He wants to get vengeance for his fallen comrades.
Good name.
Nades inbound onto Casper. You know what, Casper? Let yourself get knocked. Let Blaze take another 1v1. That's when he really steps up to the plate. Good nade, able to confirm that elimination. That's going to be point number 6 in favor of Blaze. Gonna try and make it number 7. Casper, Casper, just leave. I'm sorry, you are not needed for this interaction. Clearly, your teammates doing all the work. Actually, that was a decent nade. You know what, Casper?
Really
well played. That was kind of impressive. First aid coming up. That was his last first aid. Now down to 15 bandages. The Molotov going to push him out of position, and he's confirmed once again by Blaze with the UMP. 7 eliminations on a Miramar game for solo player Niptra. Blaze making history here in USA.
Blaze, Blaze, Blaze. Blaze. It's not a very chantable name. I'm sorry, Blaze. But my new favorite player, as I said, he has left. No, this is Jimmy. That's nowhere near.
Niptra's lost. We lost. She saw the mini 14 CQC push, and she's just all over the place now. Which, you know what?
Pretty much.
I kind of get it, so I'll give it to you. You get permission to go crazy.
Thank you, because I haven't seen that done in esports pretty much since like 2019, right? There was like a couple people who did it occasionally, but that was my go-to meta. It was so much fun and so successful, and I'm so happy to see somebody, yes, out of necessity, but still be able to do it here and now in 2026 as we see Rich. This is a big fight coming in here. Another team that does not want to go out early here. Rich versus Jay Nepal. Jay Nepal have been struggling here. They had a couple of really good games here today, but they're still on 23 points down to the bottom of that leaderboard, going through a nice nade coming on out, but just gets taken out by the swivel, but it's quickly returned. A Slate now up to the bat. There we go. Gets another one. Jazz
Sorry,
18.
but what is Jay Nepal doing? You guys are just putting yourself through the meat grind at this point. You are doing terrible push after terrible push, and yes, you know what? Sorry, you deserve to get flushed out of this game for that, because that was one of the worst breaches I've ever seen. And they don't even get a single elimination confirmed off the back of that. Jat 24K and Slay will be brought back to life this match. 5 points, 4 for free pretty much on Jay Nepal. You know what? I'm going to wipe it out of my brain completely. I want to forget that push happened in the first place because that was not good.
That was.
I have no better way to describe it. That was just terrible.
Yeah, that was not great. It's one of those sort of things where you go, well, we're losing. Let's just add more and see if we win.
Look, you even see at one point one of the players of Jay Nepal was actively cooking a nade as he was walking in the open. Like, at that point, you're asking to just get shut down.
That is my kind of play right there.
You know what, chat? Maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh right now.
No, you're not being harsh enough.
I'm going to be even more harsh. It was terrible. It was terrible. No, okay, I'm going to calm down a little bit. We saw one of the sickest clutches right from solo play and Blaze, followed up by whatever that was. So, like, you have the two extremes, right? It's PUBG Mobile gameplay is a spectrum. And right now, we were at the highest peak of PUBG Mobile esports and then to the absolute lowest. That's what we got.
Oh! Los Leones hot drop, except it's the end game.
It's not. Yeah, it was not hot.
Listen, it's still going to be a lot of action going on down in Los Leones.
It's a city finish, possibly. That would be the right way to describe it. It's fine. You still. I know what's happening in your brain, Niptra. You know that monkey with the two tambel. I forgot the name in English. He's just making music. Is it tambourines?
No, it's not tambourines. It's yeah. Yeah, those.
Bilingual issues, guys.
Yeah, for real.
You're just thinking about that Blaze clutch, and you know what? I get it. I will. You know what? Whoever's doing the social media for PUBG Mobile Esports NA, you got your work cut out for you. That is the easiest clip ever. I just post it, 10 gajillion likes easily.
Easy peasy. Yes. And with that, going over to another easy peasy knock that, or maybe not. Maybe not. I thought that knock was in the bag, but it is not indeed, as Blaze and Casper are now going to be moving on in. Be careful, though, guys. You've had such a stellar start to your day. Now they're going to be weaving in amongst teams here. Very dangerous stuff we're seeing right into Rich. So right behind Rain, they're going to just move in front. And then Rich is there on the other side, as is that White KG? It is. Thankfully, oh, whoa, Blaze, just get out. Okay, sorry. This is me reacting in real time rather than casting, but Blaze, I really need him to do very well here. I really need him to survive. You need him to survive.
Or what? Or else? You know,
or else I'm going to be super disappointed because he's done so well with that mini, and I need him to win with it as well.
Always going to be a menace, like, and then I will find you, and I will kill you in PUBG Mobile.
Yes, I will 1v1 you.
I will 1v1 you, okay?
Mini versus
in
mini.
squad house. Yeah. Actually, you know what, Niptra? I want to say, earlier you said it used to be a thing, right? People pushing CQC with DMRs.
Yep.
I think we were watching different esports, but...
Were we? I could have sworn somebody did it, but it was a long time ago.
Oh, no, yeah, but like, it's not because they're like, it was the meta. Maybe some players did it because, oh, well, we only have that weapon, let's do it. But the way you said it earlier was like, guys, I swear it was a thing. Everyone was going CQC with the Mini 14. It was a thing. Trust me, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, no. Nobody was doing it. Everybody looked at me like I was crazy until I actually did it, and they were like, oh, well, okay, you can do that again.
I am doing that right now. I'm like, why is she... What? CQC push with a Mini 14? Oh. What a weird individual.
Next time we're in game, I'm gonna do it. Actually, YKG have a fantastic spot up here. Look at this. Right up on top of that platform, the zone continues to go down to the Los Leones area. And honestly, this is the kind of play you use where you just pick a couple of players off, and then just stay there. This is not something you can be aggressive from. This is definitely playing for the end game type of position. I just hope that they've got enough smokes on board, because that is going to be really, really pivotal to their survival there, because as soon as they start trying to make some moves, they're going to get sprayed on. They're going to get their heads shot at, and helmets dinked off.
Dinked right off.
Dinked right off.
Beautiful sound when you get a headshot with a long bolt action or DMR. But now it's kind of 50-50. Are we going to get a city finish? Are we going to get a northern open ending? There's a lot of options here based on this circle shift. It's going to be very telling as to what kind of ending we're going to have for this scenario. Equinox pushing up too. Big southern rotate actually from the Golden Eagles, Niptro. We're looking, they're kind of encroaching on the terrain of R8. So they've got to be a little bit cautious, all right, because they are going to be pincer between. Then there's going to be Finial, there's going to be Golden Eagles, a few more teams up north of their current location. Not too easy. As actually Falcon is going to be getting an airdrop for himself. I wonder if he got a cheeky MG3 for himself. That could be kind of turning the tides in their favor if they get themselves a very OP airdrop weapon.
I'm thinking, Max. Nobody's actually on that hilltop there. You know, the one that's just to the northeast of Los Leones there. No one's on it. And usually in these kinds of zones, those positions are really pivotal. Now, with YKG's position, it may seem like a little bit too exposed of an area. But it'll be interesting to see if anybody attempts to move up there, particularly once the zone potentially comes over this direction. I'd like to see maybe somebody try and grab those two mountains over there. Those positions are going to be really, especially if it goes over to the north, though, right, Max? Because
yes.
Once you have that, that's a massive gatekeep position coming in there from these teams that are in the city.
You kind of become at that point the gatekeepers of Los Leones, right? Mm-hmm. Well, not of Los Leones itself, of the exit, right, of Los Leones. Yes. Any team that's going to try and make that exit are going to be normally passing near you, unless they go for a wide, maybe eastern or western rotate. Otherwise, you should be getting easy pickings off the back of those teams. So yeah, it could be very important. I wonder which team will be there when the time comes up for that situation. As of right now, a lot of teams just focused in the city, and some teams are getting a little bit desperate. In that position. But yeah, YKG, I do like the fact that they have 3 players on the ground and 1 player up top, just kind of feeding intel to the rest of the squad. So he's going to be just very impactful for his squad mates. But yeah, it's so many teams just... this is what I was going to talk about here, Nep, is very deep in the city. If we have an exit outside of the city, it's going to get so hectic. I think we could be down to literally 5 teams the moment we leave the city, because leaving a city finish like that is just not easy. So I'm telling you, this could be absolute Armageddon for these squads if things really do not work out circle-wise. But you know what? That might not be the case, as the circle does shift a little bit further down south in the city of Los Leones.
Okay, so we are not looking at really any sort of gatekeeping opportunities coming on through here. Rain do have one of the more pivotal high grounds over there, one of those mountaintops, so that's nice to see. I'm also looking at actually Control, right? They've got a pretty wide split, a 3-1 split coming into the western side of zone there. Rich might try to take a couple of opportunities against them, but it looks like they're going to be able to move on in just fine, making Los Leones now home to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams.
Whew. That's going to be an interesting fight coming up. The moment you have one big engage, all hell is going to break loose. All the teams are going to start to fight each other and try and survive.
I mean, we're really just waiting at this point. We're waiting for that zone
exactly.
to move in. we're just like, okay.
We're getting to part 2 of this game. Like, part 1, we had the great clutches. We had Blaze just completely eviscerating those teams in the warehouses earlier. And then whatever push happened from the side of Jay Nepal. But now we're getting to the nitty-gritty portion of this game. And I think Phase 5, especially Phase 6, Snipture, is going to be very telling as to what kind of pacing we're going to have for the rest of this match. Also, by the way, I want to say, I'm looking right now. I do believe we have a Mr. Dr. Chemist currently doing watch parts of the stream.
What's up?
I was going to say, what's up? No, that's perfect. Hey, Dr. Chemist, what's up? How you doing? Cheers for the watch party, homie. Hope you're having a good time. Hello to the Dr. Chemist viewers.
What were you going to say?
What's up? We in the hood out. Okay, thank you, Nipper. That was, yeah, but I was going to say hi, thank you very much, and hope you're enjoying the great clutches from Blaze. Now, back to the game. Okay, airdrop looted up for Exotic. He's going to say, oh, okay, decent loadout here. Actually going to, I was going to say, no way he's going to drop his AUG, right? AUG is just the OP weapon in esports currently, especially with a 4x scope, which he does have in his arsenal.
I'm sorry.
Exotic's looking to make his move.
He's got 278 bullets on his MK? Or the Mark 14 rather? Like, that's pretty crazy. That's a lot of bullets. He's ready to spam everybody to oblivion.
He's raring to go in this game.
He
He's
is.
fully looted up ammo-wise. And actually, he's got access to a decent high ground position off the back of that, so he can just spray the entirety of this game and still have some loot to spare at the end. So he could be looking quite comfortable indeed this game, as, yep, we're going to have a Phase 5 pop in the next 15 seconds. Niptura, it's time to bet. City finish, or we're going to have an open northern high ground position?
City finish. It's going to center up. City. What about you?
Okay, I'm going to say also city finish. I would say it would be the most entertaining kind of circle.
Yes.
And here we go, circle shift, and it does go towards the city once again. It could go away from the city if we have a big hard shift to the east multiple times in a row, but you know what? The odds of that happening are very slim indeed. As I'm looking especially at Team Control, Niptra are now going to be somewhat tested. They have to move a little bit deep in the circle. Same for Zombie Boys that might have to fight Finny out very soon. So now we're going to start to get to that breaking point where teams are going to start clashing on the outskirts of this circle of phase number 5. So we're going to start to lose teams, and they're going to drop by flies very soon in this game.
Drop by flies. Yes, indeed. As Extreme Slayers, I think, are going to be heading into, a fight with Golden Eagles very shortly here. The, goodness me, the what's it called? Trigger discipline. That's the one.
Yes.
Coming through there onto
I was
Winter.
like,
I completely
on about?
blanked out there for a second. I was like, what am I trying to say? There we go. Oh, yeah, just a full-on push-up. Hello? Do you not realize there's probably a team up here? Extreme Slayers being bold with that one. And Golden Eagles, they're just going to be like, yeah, sure, come on in. It's open. There's nobody here, honest. Yeah, just get in a fight with Rain. We'll backstab you later. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Whew. Niptura was being very critical right there. Like, what are you doing? It's fine. I feel like we're both very unfiltered. I was unfiltered on my Jay Nepal push earlier, and you know what? This is your little complaint of the match. Oh, what a spray they're coming out from Jayuya. Not going to result in a knock, but you know what? Still some significant damage, demanding respect of the teams around their vicinity. As Fraddy also with his own util looking to move. The thing is, they got to get in circle in some way, shape, or form, Niptura, right? They got a few teams that can go for the fight, but you have to go for a crash. Unfortunately, at this point of the game, I don't think you're going to get a free position in circle. You have to go and try and wrestle a position away from a team around you. Extreme Slayers will maybe have to commit to that position, to that fight later on in this game. As Rain, also not going to be in circle. They're going to have to start to think about the next move, which should be leaving this high ground position and go into the warehouses north of Los Leones. So a lot of teams, unfortunately, the game plan they had set up in their mind will not be a good option moving forward in this game.
Frady is so close. Yeah, it had to be done. It had to be done. Golden Eagles just taking advantage. And they got an M249. That is deadly. Extreme Slayer is going to be going down very quickly here, I think. They're caught now between two teams. And the cars, though, oh dear, it's all happening too fast and too wrongly for me to even keep up. The car just gets stuck. They get stuck. Everybody's like, oh, free points. Let's go and take those. And they are going to go out. Unfortunate. After the back-to-back, right, on Rondo, soaring up this leaderboard, now once again starting to fall down as they're just unable to really get the games they're looking for here.
Come on, Demon. It's down to you in that location. Golden Eagles don't want to have a friendly neighbor over here. They want to try and eliminate the competition as soon as humanly possible. Phase 6 about to be defined in the next 15 seconds. Are we going to have an even... If we go on the southern-western shift here, Niptura, this is literally impossible to predict as to who is going to be taking this game. I love, by the way, the Sunny Sports split. They got Spence and Russell north of the road, Wolf down south, and he's going to be there as an anchor point to facilitate that transition if needed. On that circle, actually, they can even maybe go on to Russell and Spence. I think that would be a better option to kind of hold off all of those northern teams in Equinox, Rain, and even Golden Eagles. But as of right now, this circle, it's not going to be a fun one for most of these teams, Niptura. And again, to predict who's going to come out on top, not impossible. If you want to try and chat, guys, definitely do your prediction. And if you make it, that would be demanding respect from us because, oh my goodness, this one is going to be a tough one for every single player and team involved.
Oh, I was just wondering what was... Wait, that's Blaze again! I was just wondering what was going to happen with YKG, right? That Blaze knocks one of the players, but actually that's going to be R8 stealing that point away. So Blaze unable to grab his 9th elimination there. MG3 coming in clutch now. Now the elimination feed is starting to fly, Max. We are unable to even keep up with it at this point. It's just all going down. Spence goes down now as Team Control having a hard time here. Rich trying to do anything they can. Down to a duo. Down goes Control. And Rich gonna have to try and get these teammates revived as soon as possible here. A good amount of eliminations coming their way as Raid Esports go up against Gold now.
Oh, this is going to be the big fight for the eastern side control of this game. Choyong trying to get some cheeky one-taps with the Org. Now going over to the spam mode. Spam mode, also just normal. The normal mode. Spam mode is what we call it now.
Going spam mode.
Technically not incorrect, right? But
No,
he's
yeah,
just
you're
trying to bully also Vostok, the rest of Golden Eagles' way, which I think is a good plan from Golden Eagles. This fight is just not worth it because you're fighting for a position that's literally in the next minute or so not going to be in the play zone anymore. And now Vostok spamming over to the Mini 14 with the 8-time scope, trying to get some damage done on Golden Eagles, but they're using this ridgeline to its full potential and actually getting some decent damage down onto Vostok himself. As Rain, now they can't hold the ridgeline anymore. They have to also look to reposition, and so many teams are looking their direction. Can Rain survive this next game transition, Iptera?
It's going to be so difficult if they do. I mean, yes, they could still stay up as a trio. That's going to give them a little bit of an advantage when it comes to how many angles they can take at any one time, but the only way they're going to be able to do this is if these teams inside stop looking in their direction, right? Which is just not going to happen, not with not with EXQ over there. Equinox looking straight at him. But the teams on the inside might just be looking down at Golden. So perhaps Rain can move in, but it's going to be very, very difficult to tell. YKG have moved down, actually. Only 24k left up on that area. I personally maybe would have preferred them to stay up there a little bit longer, just because they do need those placement points, that they need to have that position. And with teams all looking everywhere, I don't love that they've descended down into the thick of it. I'd have liked them to kind of stay a little bit more aloof for a little bit longer.
Could have, but I think some teams are going to get a little bit desperate here and maybe make a few mistakes in the process, which I'm not going to hold it against them because it is a city finish we're talking about. We're having an urban ending to this game for the last Miramar of Day 2 for Pmnc USA Spring 2026. So teams need to get the points on board because, again, we do have the smash ruling, meaning tomorrow we might just have 2 games and then it will be game over for these teams. So teams are going to maybe go hard or go home and get into the thick of it right now. Such as, for example, Rich, right, that have to make their own move into the circle itself. And you do have especially Vatic, I believe, right next to them. So that'll be a fight they're going to have to take eventually later on down the line. As Team Equinox, they got their buggy. I don't know how they squeezed in this room. I guess it just barely made it through the door. But they're going to have to make that transition with their own vehicles. As now the circle shifting, they got Vatic, you got the YKG and also Sun and also Strangers BD and Zone. While all the other teams in Iptra are going to have to fight for that real estate to take it away for themselves. We're going to have so many fights happening all at once. It's going to be hard for us to cast Niptura because I'm telling you, that elimination feed is going to light right up.
Oh yeah, Equinox now moving into the northern side, right into those northern buildings. That's going to be a great springboard for the rest of them, but Golden now need to try and get in. R8 need to get in. FN need to get in. Zombies need to get in as well, actually. All these teams all at once, and Rich starting to just dwindle, unable to handle the move inwards here as Golden Eagles now down to 3. Might have a little bit of an easier time moving in, but Sun is right there. Strangers as well, right next to each other. This is a very highly contested area. R8 now joining the fray, trying to move in onto their side, onto their building. And that's going to go pretty quickly, pretty soon. I would have thought. Ooh, just becomes O there as he gets knocked, and that's why KG now doing the work that they need to do. Zombies now move on down. They are out of the game. 0 points. Imagine surviving this long and you still get 0 points. That is the hardest part of Miramar. Goodness.
I'm seeing Strangers BD right now, and they're setting up a bit of a trap with Coffin. He's staying prone behind a door. Which actually, if they just push, because they're hearing the footsteps, I think they're going to think they're all upstairs, and actually Coffin could really be just the thorn in their side if they're not cautious enough. So you've got to make sure when you're entering there, you clear every single nook and cranny. Otherwise, it can really be the end of the game for you. Golden Eagles looking to make their push, but even R8 in the distance here. They see this fight happening. They want to try and third party and just kind of make their late game even easier to pull off. But Sun are also kind of involved in the conversation over the other side of the road. They can be in a position where they could chuck some easy pieces of utility, some nades, some molotovs to kind of get involved indirectly in this skirmish. Strangers BD finally going to be fully tested. Golden Eagles made it over to the wall, now looking to make their way inside the building. inside the apartment complex, and that's going to be the first knock coming on through. Coffin first to fall, now down to a duo. Neverside and Flash God remaining. They've got some utils, some Molotovs too, that they can try and buy some time to go for the res on their fallen teammate. Strangers BD here, not going to have a good time as they are going to get fully surrounded, and now Golden Eagles able to successfully make inside the apartment complex. Though, can they win the fight to come?
I mean, they could definitely win that fight, but it's the next one afterwards that's going to be a problem, as they're now just swarming up onto this final floor, and Strangers BD have to go on down. 4 points going their way, and now we are into that placement point territory. YKG, there's 24K. He's going to start moving on down. The zone has told him he can no longer stay here, and actually nobody's looking down towards him. He moves closer and closer into zone. He's not quite there, though. Just 10 meters to go. Let's see if he can still stay on that high ground while moving inside. R8, still a full squad. Our only, one of only two, no, they're our only squad to actually have a full squad still. So that is going to be huge potentially when we're looking at all these teams fighting tooth and nail at each other. R8 just coming in and sweeping in. Never mind. Never mind, Max. 10's Jelly. Turns to Jelly under that grenade. My goodness me. And that's going to be the quick response there with those nades over onto Shu Young. That's Nika. Ready with those utilities. Going to try and get this res started. But the zone's moving in, Max. They don't have a lot of time. 8
Phase
seconds
9.
to go.
It is phase number 9. Is going to center up perfectly for these teams. Actually, is going to be very close to YKG, so they have a little bit of an advantage in terms of they don't have to move that much compared to the rest of the teams in this lobby. But we still have 7 teams, Niptura, alive in phase number 9 in a Los Leones urban finish here for the last Miramar today. Alright, going to hit an amazing nade onto Chuyong, but now the elimination feed once again is going to light up fully. What a nade onto the Golden Eagles, and they're swept right under the rug. That is game over for them, eliminated in top 7, only getting 1 placement point for their troubles, Niptura, despite making it to phase number 9. It is so cutthroat at this point, as Vatic still have some players on top of the roof. Actually, this angle from Blaze is so strong. The thing is, he's going to have to move very soon in this game.
I'm in pain for Golden Eagles. That should be illegal to go out with so few points after all that time. However, the nades are going to be flying up on top of the roof. They know that they're up there. So Equinox, very aware of what's going down here, as Casper's trying to use the stairwell, is going to get just tanked by the zone. Blaze has nothing to do. He can do nothing. Equinox Mang able to do something here. Casper unable to do anything. He's just got to heal on up, and that's going to be him done and dusted. Out they go. 6th place for them is all that they can hope to have. 11 points going their way, though. Still super decent. Sun, the next to fall. We are going very quickly through these teams now, as the Zone 9 is going to be pushing everybody through. It's a 1v1, v3, v3 up against YKG. That's going to be Jot taking out one with the S12K. Can he take out another? No, but Nika can. Stealing that point away.
Oh, there's no way. Jat 24K, that was a crazy play, but you know what? He still gets eliminated at the end of the day. Nika sole survivor, and that is going to be done and dusted. Game over. Team Equinox to claim the city finish here on the good old dusty dunes of Miramar and do it in style.
Excellent plays coming through here. Love to see that from Equinox. That is the team that we're like, oh, I don't know. They're starting to fall. The gap is starting to close. The other teams are catching up, and they've got nothing to say about it. Well, we couldn't have been more wrong, Max. They had everything to say about it. They take advantage of all of these teams, of all the chaos time and time again, get this win, and put themselves back firmly in that top 3.
Well, you know what, Nick? We have to talk about what really matters. Sure, Team Equinox do get that chicken dinner, but come on, that clutch at the start with the mini 14 from Blaze definitely played out the game. The play was so good, in fact, Niptro, that he broke the audio for the entirety of that match. It's because of Blaze. So guys, blame Blaze. It's his fault.
Blame Blaze.
He was too damn broken at the start of that game with those 7 eliminations. But yeah, what a strong game from Team Equinox. I want to see exactly the elimination spread, because the elimination feed was going up so quickly that I really couldn't keep up with how many eliminations every team really had at that finishing moment. So the leaderboards are going to be very fun to see and check out after this second Miramar of today. But I'm seeing at the end, we did have Sun get a few points, right? Upgrade didn't get that many realistically, so I don't think that point threshold for number 1 moved too much. So it keeps the gates open of teams may be able to pull off that comeback in PMNC USA here.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be a lot of movement over towards the middle areas, the 6th to 11th placements. I think that's where we're going to see the most movement coming in here, as we see one of the smallest elimination wins we have seen so far. I've got to say, what is that, 6 points? That's nothing compared to all the elims that we've been seeing coming through here, but it was such a difficult game that, you know, a 16-point game on Miramar is generally a really good sign. We've been spoiled by the double rondos, so this is actually really good, especially when you look at what kind of zone it was, how much cover there was for everybody, how many angles there were. You're not able to spread out, you're not able to control as much just because of all those windows, so this is a very, very good game from Equinox. Very happy with them.
But look, Nimtra, 3 things are always a constant in life: death, taxes, and Meng popping off in a game of good old PUBG Mobile, right? This guy has just put his name on the map. Realistically, this is the cool thing about PMNC formats, right, Niptra, is we have these players, these teams who don't really know too much on the biggest scale of PUBG Mobile esports, and they just come in and start swinging and just getting these big games, right? And it really says to me that maybe we can see Meng, if they make it to the next stage, perform and make it to a LAN event over in Jakarta, Indonesia, which would be very impressive to see indeed. Though, here we go, looking at the points taken home by these teams. Team Equinox taking home 16, so 6 eliminations for them. But look at the elimination spread. So many teams, not quite at double digits, Niptura, but very close to that double-digit elimination spread. So, and then you look, oh, okay, this is a rough second page. Oh my goodness. That's like 7 points for all 8 of these teams. That is not a good time.
I would call this a big rip. Coming in on the second half of the match standings, that is really abysmal, unfortunately, for all these teams. And, you know, it's down to, like, team control, right? Those types of teams that were there for so long. Team control were, like, in phase 7. And still, they go home with 0 points on the board. That is just the soul-crushing aspect of this game, is that you can survive for half an hour, loot all you want, strategize all you want, and still have nothing to show for it. That is really rough. Hopefully, in the Erangel, you know, the game will be a little bit kinder to them, and they'll be able to get a few more points.
I want to have a little pep talk also right now with Jay Nepal as we check out the MVP of the game. It's going to be... okay,
Blaze!
You know what? I'm going to shut up for a second. Blaze, MVP of the game with the Mini 14 CQC pushes. This guy was an absolute beast. He was the devil incarnate in this game. And you know what? Definitely deserving of the MVP title for this Miramar. But yeah, Jay Nepal, I want to say I was a little bit harsh when I was breaking down their play, but I hope they can just look back positively on this experience and just hopefully not execute a similar push, because again, that was one of the worst ones I think we've seen so far this PMNC USA season. You just don't want to give multiple 1v1 fights, and especially, this is a pro tip also for you guys at home. I would recommend not cooking a grenade out in the open if you have a team actively looking your way, because guess what? You might get knocked, which is exactly what happened in that moment. But yeah, Niptura, that is going to be it for our Miramar matches of today. That means we have 2 Erangels coming right up, so stick around, guys. We'll be back after this very short break. He's not here. Sorry, I was just checking if Blaze was around me because otherwise he was going to clutch me up with a mini 14. I feel like I'm in danger, guys. No, we're getting ready here, Niptro, for our next 2 matches. And actually, last 2 matches of the day, right? It's going to go to the grassy pastures of Erangel. And so far, it's been very entertaining because that last game, we had a city finish. We had a Los Leones ending, which you don't see every day. And now we're going to go back to reality, back to a calm game of Erangel. And then we're going to have a Pmnc city finish. I don't know. It's a very unexpected day here of just pure and raw PUBG Mobile esports goodness.
It really is. I'm excited to get into Erangel. I, for one, hands up in chat. Well, my hands are not being shown as we're looking over the leaderboards. Hang on one second. 117 points going over to Sun. They were able to get a couple more points to do what they need to do with. But Equinox, with that win, solidifying, getting ahead just a little bit. Unfortunately for them, Rich Esports also had a really good game that game, so the gap is not as much as they might have wanted to see, but still it keeps them ahead. It keeps them in third, at least for a little bit here, Max.
Yeah, that's actually, you can see all the teams on the left side of the leaderboards, right, not moving. There's no arrows, no red or green arrows, no movement whatsoever. So Sunny Sports Upgrade remaining pretty comfortably up there, but the gap is closing. Equinox getting really close there. What is that going to be? 8 points away from Upgrade. Rich also looking really good. So yeah, all of these teams still looking pretty close, though, to each other. I would say Vatic Golden Eagles, it's time for them to maybe have a big performance if they really want to look comfortable entering into the final day of these Pmnc USA finals. Though, any team on the second page in Iptro you think has that potential to initiate a comeback?
I mean, YKG, maybe. They've been more present in the last couple of games, particularly on the Miramars, I feel like. So I still have a little bit of hope for them. I mean, they've doubled their positioning, their placement points, right? They had like 7 going into today, and in 3-4 games they've doubled that. So I have a little bit of hope for them. But Max, I want to ask you a question now. It's your turn. Where is going to be our Smash Zone cutoff point?
I forgot the points now.
117.
You should have asked me that when the leaderboards were on screen. Now
it's
I look like an
117,
idiot.
Max.
It's 117.
Yes.
Okay, so that's for first place, right? 117. Yeah. You got 2 games to go. You're gonna add 10 points after. I'm thinking 145. 145. That's gonna be the cutoff.
That's
what do you think?
Really nice, actually. I'm gonna go 147.
Okay.
Just to be, different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll accept it. Yeah.
Thanks.
You caught me off guard with that. I was like, it's like, Nick, you're asking me a question? Normally, I'm the one asking the questions. This is so weird. But you know what, Nick, I have a question. Where is Phase 1 gonna go as we get into the grassy pastures here? Match 1 of Erangel's coming up.
Well, as we get into the grassy pastures, as you say there so eloquently, Max, let me put my zone brain on.
Very grassy. Yummy.
It's going to center up. It's going to be kind of boring for a little bit. We're going school. We're going Rozhawk. We're going a little bit of that Pachinki action as well, Max. What about you? What do you think?
I would like to see a grassy finish,
It's just all grassy, Max.
Grassy.
It's Erangel.
No, you know what? Give me a heaven finish next to mansion. I think that would be a fun area to end. We do see it quite often, but I think it's a good display of terrain knowledge, right, for some of these teams. I think it's quite entertaining to see how teams are able to play around it. So let's see if put their S+ tier gameplay on the line for this game. As here we go, playing path is going to be from the western side of Severny down to good old Primorsk. I don't believe we had any big hot drops happening, except for like maybe early rotational clashes, but no hot drops itself. So I believe this is going to be very similar, where we do not have those big early game clashes. Though I'm looking at Rozhawk here, Nipchura. We have in a little bit of a situation where teams are kind of intertwining into each other, and that might result in a player or 2 getting early eliminated out of this game if things do not pan out as they want.
Yeah, no, there is going to be a couple of those clashes coming on through, particularly at school as well, I'm seeing. The zone does shift over to that western side, so we are going to be looking over in that direction for the remainder of the game. I really like that position, actually. The western coast, if we get a hard shift more towards that area, that's actually such a fun place to play because it's very similar to the mansion in terms of teams really have to know the terrain in order to be successful there, so I think it's a very similar sort of territory that you were talking about. So very excited to see it go potentially in that direction as the Zombie Boys lose 1, maybe 2 here over in apartments. I hate apartments so much. I'm gonna just say it right now. This is the worst position you could possibly have in Erangel. Ugh, I don't like it.
Really? I love apartments. You know why? Do you want me to tell you why?
Why? Tell me.
Because I love playing an Ultimate Royale where everyone drops apartments and they all die, and just by not dropping there, I get top 20 every time.
See,
I love
that
it
is a
because
reason
it
I
just
can get
everyone dies there. It's just the
Yeah.
best.
You know what? That's reasoning I can get behind. I just don't like it because my old team used to go school all the time, and then we would always move over into apartments, and then we would always die because there was one last guy there with an S12K just camping the stairs, and they couldn't do anything about it. And I'm just like, eh. So
Okay, good.
that's
What?
Hey yo.
What? That's right.
Hey yo.
I don't-
Crazy
they-
work coming in from Maxman.
My brother, Maxman31, just came around and said that. I'm so sorry that he said that to you. That was very rude. Oh, actually, that was very rude coming out from Mark. Really good slap into the face with the scar. Good headshot with a 4x scope.
Really good slap.
Yeah, a little slap, you know, with the scar bullet. It does a lot of damage, though. It's very...
It does, yeah.
Oh my goodness, the nade from downtown, and that is going to be a squad wipe going the way of Finial again. They were last place earlier today, Nipchera. Those are 4 points that they desperately needed.
I gotta calm down, my poor neighbors. It is 4 in the morning.
Maybe they're watching the stream too. They're also screaming.
I hope so.
Like, yes! Look at that
Yeah,
nade. Wow.
that would be awesome. Actually, that would actually be so much. Okay, off topics. Focus on game. It's 4 in the morning. Okay.
Look at Control though. They already sent some early players up onto Everest itself. They're going to keep one player down into residential area of George Pole. So, yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, it's dead center of the circle, right? So, they are kind of placing their bet very early on, but also it's not very hard to leave Everest later on. So, my only question is, are they fully looted? I think that's such a quick rotation that if you don't have enough loot, it's really hard to hold Everest if you don't have the bullets, especially if you have the DMR and such. So, that's going to be my little asterisk, but otherwise, it's not a bad transition. It's good to do it, and it's pretty safe.
I think if they've done a 2-2 split, create South Georgia Pole like they probably have, then they probably were able to get a lot of good loot pretty quickly. Crates is generally quite good with loot, especially if there's only a duo actually there. So I think that could potentially be a big win going in there. Stranger BD, ooh, having a little bit of a problem. FNL looking straight over them. They must have some sort of... I was going to say they must have a 6x or something. No, just full-on red dot. That is crazy work coming in here. Molly ZZ now pushing in from the outside. Now we have the 2 coming in. It's a full 3v3. That is a really aggressive play from Finial here. 3 in and 1 on the outside. Just trying to get any sort of points as early as possible. They're feeling really good after that zombie nade. Now trying to do it again. But Strangers might just be a whole other... what's the word? Whole other, you know, group to work on.
Yeah,
Wow.
Realistically, I think the mindset of Finial has shifted significantly from the start of the day until now because they know what's at stake, they know what's on the line, they cannot afford to get eliminated. But as I say that, 2 players drop like flies, and now it's down to just a duo. One in the staircase, one outside, away from this clash entirely. He's actually about 200 meters away from this fight, so yeah, he's just going to be stuck in a solo fight. Finial, I think, are taking an L that they just cannot afford to take. And because of them getting eliminated here, Nipchera, I think making it in top 5 is going to be incredibly tough if we do have a very short day 3.
I see where they were going with this, right? The mindset was there, the aggression was there, the confidence was there, but...
they slowed down for no reason.
They slowed right down, yeah. Strangers able to just capitalize on that really
Oh,
effectively.
wow.
Ooh, oh, okay, never mind. Going on down there, so it's gonna just be Azpec. Oh, no!
Look!
Wait!
Look at the
JN!
map feed. My goodness,
JN!
okay. You got a cheeky third party happening here. J Nepal, okay. J Nepal, little pep talk. You remember what happened last game? That breach, not good. I want good breach. Please, live up
Bad
to my
breach, no
expectations.
do.
Come on, we need to see some good fights happening here. The thing is, they are fighting a team that's been slightly wounded, right? They did lose one of the players that just got res back up. They're not all 100% HP compared to JN that are full HP, so they do have a very slight advantage. And I'm surprised I'm not seeing a Molotov coming through. One Molotov on this wooden floor, it would spread. It would be such a good piece of utility. But maybe they just didn't loot any, but I doubt that is the case.
R8. They're scouting.
What is it about Garden? Everyone loves this city, it seems.
Literally. We're about to have 4 teams in here. What the heck, man? Okay, sure.
They got the res on Finial, by the way. They got Mali back
did.
up, so that's a big save from Zapex.
Yeah, that's true. He actually made it all the way from apartments to that position, so that's a big GG coming in there. And R8 really looking for this fight. They've grouped up onto that small compound just outside of Garden. And they are waiting for their time to strike, using their vehicles to move around a little bit. Nice nade! What is happening?
It's phase 1!
You're right.
Oh, yeah, Cloudy gets an easy angle, headshot to Aspect. See you later, Alligator. That is going to be game over for him. Malice, final player now for Finial. Trying to maybe survive as a solo. I believe he does have maybe a car to transition if needed, but there you have it. It's going to be R8 fully committing to the fight. And now everyone is going to be engulfed in that good old blue zone, taking that extra bit of tick damage. And Malice, you can see right now in his backpack, Niptura, he's got no meds, meaning the blue zone might just claim his life very soon.
Looks like that is going to be exactly the case there. Unfortunate for...
Not unfortunate. This is terrible decision making. What is this point? There, he's going to go out to the blue zone. Yeah.
Boom.
Why? It's not even a good position. It's not even in zone. Why do we see... I think it's more of a thing. Teams are getting very desperate for eliminations, but they're committing so deeply to this fight. You can't exit easily. Like now in this particular, J Nepal are surrounded by 2 teams, despite wanting to third party this fight. So teams just getting very desperate, it seems, at the bottom of these rankings.
Yeah, this is a very desperate play, and yeah, R8 gonna take full advantage of this. They go up to 3 eliminations here, and they're the ones with all the vehicles, right? I don't see Strangers having a vehicle. I don't see Jay any longer having a vehicle, as down goes Strangers, maybe. Oh yeah, down they go. Jay just about finishing off that one there, down to a solo, and that's gonna be the nade to just take him down. He's all alone. The Molotov gonna just put him in the corner. It's time out for Shadowcat as the nades keep on going through. This is how you third party. Take notes from R8 because this is how you third party quickly. Is this silly? Yes. Are they going to take advantage of the silliness? Yes, they are. Down he goes. And that's going to be R8 grabbing their 5th elimination. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and off to the zone they go.
So GGR8 get 5 eliminations off the back of that. So as you said, a really good third party. I think it was a bit risky, but you know what? Literally the best outcome here. You get 5 eliminations, you lose no players. Really nice indeed. As you go and put the focus on another fight, which is going to be Team Equinox looking to defend their podium position of the leaderboards. They don't want to go out now. That will be a little bit too early for them. Oh, gets a decent nade bounce and decent damage onto the opposition though. Jamie looking to defend with the DBS. Nothing will come of it. But I want to say, look at the leaderboards, Niptra. That big fight in Garden next to Rozok. So many teams at the bottom of the rankings that couldn't get eliminated early got eliminated, so these teams in top 5 are going to look even more comfortable moving deeper and deeper in this PMNC season. There's now Razio from ARZ. Is it going to be going his way? Titambu looking to reposition. He's going to be the sole survivor, and he gets shot right in the back. Game over. ARZ eliminated out of this match.
Max.
Yeah.
We're on stage 2. We have
we've got 11 teams. Yes.
11.
And look at... From 11th position down to 15th, every single team's eliminated.
Lol.
And
Sorry.
look at the top. Well, actually, Sun eliminated almost fully down to a solo player. Equinox down to just a duo now. But some teams are getting desperate, but this is way too desperate in my opinion. They sent it and they had no plan and things just fell apart instantly. I feel like I'm being very harsh and critical. And it's fine for you to, it's fine for you to be aggressive, right, Niptro, if you're desperate to get points. I get it. But have at least a bit of an idea of what you want to do, because here teams are like, we fight and we'll see later. And in this case, nothing worked out.
It's just odd. This is a weird shift between what we've been seeing in the last few games and all of a sudden everybody turning super desperate for seemingly no reason, right? Yes, we have the smash rule. I'm gonna just say it. It is very rare to actually get the smash rule, like, win by smash rule. It's very rare. We don't have it often. So it feels like these lower place teams are scrambling for points on the slim chance that, you know, the games end early tomorrow night. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't happen.
Well, I do have a counter to what you just said, right? Is that we do have quite a few teams that got 2 chicken dinners. If not, I think one team got 3, right? So because of that, you have teams that have been showing potential of getting multiple chicken dinners in a very short amount of time over the course of a very small amount of games, a very small sample size. I think we are going to have a smash. That is my genuine prediction. I think we will have a smash. Is it going to be a game 2 smash? Possibly not. It could be a game 3, maybe game 4, maybe if you're already stretching it, game 5 smash. So got to be keeping that in mind that these teams have been dominating this lobby from day 1 and I believe until the end of day number 3. Now over to Kindness that is still alive, Nitra. An absolute blessing in disguise. Though, can he find that elimination as he's cooking that nade in CQC range? Nade, cheeky bounce, not going to get anything done. Good skin animation, but
yeah, very nice.
Skins will not win games.
Skins equals wins. Haven't you heard the saying, Max?
Oh, it does! Look
it does! Goodness me. Oh! Kindness, down to 1 HP. Come on, Kindness, you can do this. Gets out the... Oh! Down he goes. The DBS unable to do a darn thing here as upgrade starting to fall. MG3 though, up against Trick. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, he's trying to get the points as soon as possible here. He's not messing with that MG3. And there we go, just down to Trick now. FS, can he do something? That's gonna be a great nade. That's gonna at least get that point. Or not. Molotovs to the outside. Is he gonna try and get his teammate? No.
No, he has to end the fight first.
Why would you do that?
Oh no, he's actually going to try and make it back to the other building. So, a little bit of indecision here as to what he's going to do. I thought he was going to lock him out of the building. No, he's going to open up the door in time. The thing is, it's going to be a double res on both sides. But YKG got it sooner, meaning they're going to have that man advantage. They can leverage it right now. That's a nade. That could be huge if he chucks it on the staircase. Right through the balcony. Now he's going to get some damage with the side of Valak. He's going for some nice damage. Now, it's a proper 1v2 scenario. Going to go for the shot. He goes right in his crosshair. And that's FS to get that elimination. Quadruple 6 looking good, looking strong. And he still has an opportunity to redeem this game and get his teammate back up. And he does it with the Org. Upgrade, alive, and still kicking in this match. And we'll get the rest onto Havoc OP.
I mean, FS with 4 eliminations there. What a play coming through from him. Love to see that. Just going to help his team stay alive a little bit longer, but they have a long way to go, Max. Vatic actually up onto the top of Everest here. Extreme Slayers did move down, but there is a little bit of Everest that you can still use, that you can at least use to maybe go to the north side, use those ridges there. So I'm going to be excited how they're going to play this one.
I'm a little bit sad we were so close here, Niptro, to our first... Well, I think maybe for you, I don't know. But for me, definitely would have been my first city finish inside of a boatyard. But we went a little bit too far to the western side. We're getting too close to ruins, it seems. You know what? One day, we will witness a proper boatyard finish. As over to Rich, looking to defend their own compound. This is a very weird compound. Well, it's not even a compound. It's literally 2 separate houses you're going to fight over. Shelby actually cooking that nade so much he damages himself. He's inside the building with the AKM. He's right in the corner, and Shelby gets the headshot onto Jap24K. Not even going to hesitate. Straight away goes for that flush, making sure that point goes the way of his teammates. Slate buying some time with that Molotov, trying to block out the staircase. And actually, decent angle here on the rooftop. And unfortunately, it's just not meant to be. Meng shuts him down. Rich sent to an early grave in this Erangel game.
That is a really important finish for Equinox to get, actually, because Rich was one of those teams that were encroaching on Equinox's position in that leaderboard, right? They were getting closer and closer. Now, Equinox have said, not only do you go early, but you're going to give your points to us, thereby widening that gap. Next on the list has to be R8 if they're going to be looking at that leaderboard. But in terms of position in this zone, I don't think they're really going to be clashing anytime soon here, Max.
Shouldn't be, hopefully. I'm looking at, yeah, Vatic. What are they going to be looking to do in this game? The thing is, you definitely have some information. If you're Vatic, you know where a majority of the Western teams are located. I think they know where Upgrade are. They should know exactly where XS are. They should know where, hopefully, Golden Eagles are currently fighting. Even maybe the position of Equinox. So you got a lot of available positions they can play with. And they could, you know what? Actually, I'm looking at it, Nitra. They could even stay on Everest. They don't have to move right now. They can maybe try and get an anchor point in position to facilitate the transition upon the next circle shift.
Yeah.
As of right now, they can just buy their time, take it chilled, laid back as hell in this game. As Upgrade here, looking to get rid of some players of Golden Eagles, but they are definitely not given a great position to work with. Havoc OP maybe looking to regroup with his teammate. As yeah, FS is doing so much work this game. Nitra, 4 eliminations to his lonesome. Maybe looking to make it 5 in the very near future.
Yep, he sure is. He's really just trying to keep Golden Eagles out of the running here. Again, another team that is vying for that top 5 position. So if Golden Eagles go out now, sure, we have one more game left tonight. But, you know, it's just keeping those teams at bay, making sure that the teams already in the top 5 are going to stay in the top 5 going into date number 3. We shall see, though, how they're going to be reacting to this zone, as it does center up on most of the teams. That's nice for these teams, that those that are heavily ensconced in those in ruins don't need to leave, because that would just be absolute, just so unfun to actually try and do. But the rest of teams like Vatic, I really want to see what they're going to be doing. Extreme Slayers move forward. I think Vatic are doing the best thing here. I wanted them to do this, where you just move on up into those dips there. Oh! Goodness me, the run through by Extreme Slayers. There we go. Upgrade getting taken out here. And Equinox have an opportunity now. They're only 7 points away from taking that second place position from Upgrade, Max.
Oh, I'm loving it for Extreme Slayers playing with a dual PP Bison loadout. Two of the players having a PP Bison. That's interesting. You see normally UMP, maybe they just didn't find it, but I'm happy to see some usage on the PP Bison. Though, Rain looking to swarm this location of Region 8 Gaming. And it's a very nadeable spot too, even though sure you do have a blanket of smokes keeping you somewhat hidden. But one good nade and that could be an easy squad wipe heading the way of Rain. Oh, they got some nades of their own. Actually, only one piece of utility for 10's Jelly. And that is not going to be connected. Not quite on the money. But we might be having here a proper Ruins finish, which I haven't seen since 1964. It's been ages. And it could be happening right here, right now in Pmnc USA.
It could be indeed. Oh, I like that angle from Nika, actually. Getting up on top of these ruins. Damaging the ancient artifacts, but that's okay. You know, he's got to live somehow. It's actually a really interesting 1-3 split that they got going on here, because that's just putting him deeper into zone, but it also gives him a better leverage point over onto those cliffs behind his teammates, right? So he's kind of covering for his teammates there who are up against the hillside. So that's a really nice angle.
Decent angle indeed. Shadow, I got a peek over that ridgeline. No more utility, no more grenades or Molotov to work with. And they're actually going to go for widespread. So yeah, the off angle over to the east could be big, but R8 still got a lot of utility and smokes in particular to work with. And they're just going to bide their time, wait for the next circle shift on phase number 6. It's Blaze, the man, the myth, the legend himself, able to find himself a cheeky knock from a distance. Not sure if he can actually flush it out, but you know what? He's still doing some damage in this game. That's Region 8, looking to get deeper and deeper, closer actually to the center of this circle, it seems. And I think what R8 are really hoping for here at this point is expecting Rain to push over the ridgeline, and that's going to make them very easy to pick off one by one for the side of Region 8. As of right now, every team somewhat respecting each other, waiting for the next circle, just seeing exactly what kind of situation is going to be thrown their way, and hopefully execute the best kind of game plan in this game.
I like what Rain are doing,
Spot sneaker? Oof, no, doesn't get him.
No, not quite. I do like what they're doing, though. This is a nice push up onto this ridge. I guess it's a ridge, these dips. Really hard to spot from anywhere else in the zone, and it is solidly inside of the circle. So As long as this zone continues to go in their favor, they've got a really decent position to work from here. I've seen wins come from that position before, and it does circle over towards them. Now it's time for Team Control to move on in. This team famously likes to get into these top positions, but with like 1 or 2 eliminations, so usually that means low point games for them, but the consistency is there, right? We're seeing them a lot more active and a lot more often in these end zones on day 2.
That is indeed the case, as Golden Eagles looking to push up onto Vatic and also possibly onto Equinox. Maybe this stuff, Carl. Thing is, they're not going to be in zone yet. I would say picking an early fight on Equinox might just be the best option for Golden Eagles. You got to pick your fights, you got to commit to it, because unfortunately you don't have a lot of available positions to work with at this current moment in time. And Ruins is going to be taken out of the equation entirely, right? So you're going to be seeing teams finally get involved in the conversation. You're going to be seeing the side of Control get involved, in particular. Their team that has been very silent this game. They should have a ton of resources to work with, very healthy helmets and vests, a ton of ammo, meds, maybe especially really good guns, depending on how their looting stage went. So this is a team that could actually go the entire way, Niptra. I think that we could be looking at Control chicken dinner if they do especially get rid of Vatic. I think Vatic is going to be the real issue. If they get eliminated, Control could take full northern side, well, control then in this game.
It is all in the name is, ooh, Rain and Gold. Gonna go head to head here. As we see Equinox now move into the 100 point margin. Control getting taken down. I think that was Vatic, you're right. Being a pain in the side of Control, Extreme Slayer is going to be trying to capitalize on that as much as possible. These ruins do make it difficult. Lots of little nooks and crannies to hide behind. Lots of places, though, for those nades to bounce into those. They got to be super careful with that. Down he goes again. He doesn't even get a chance to heal up. He just goes straight on down, and that's going to be Extreme Slayer's Winter now getting taken down by Control. That's going to put a delay on things. The delay that R8 is actually looking to take advantage of here, potentially, as Extreme Slayers have just skipped them completely. Oh, do not do that. Go the other way around. Lots of
MG3.
control here.
Sorry.
No, yeah, you're right. The MG3.
Sorry, every time I see an MG3, I'm just like, MG3!
MG3!
I got like, I don't know, I got an MG3 radar. If I just see the icon for a split second, I'm just like, well, okay, you have my full attention right now. Now, that's going to be it for Extreme Slayers, eliminated in this game. Not making it too far this time, unfortunately. We're down to the last top 5 teams. You know what? At least they still get some placement points for their troubles. But now, it's going to be down to the big boy squad to make it for the win, as Togeru going to get knocked from a distance. Really good spray from Casper. I feel like Casper's been one of the best long-range players in Iptro this tournament. He's been having some absolute banger spray controls. But Togeru should not be out for the count. He should be brought back up by his teammates. And you know what? That means more MG3 madness yet to come.
We love to see it. Oh, imagine if Equinox was actually part of Team Vatic. Imagine that split, how powerful that would be.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, teams need to think about that. But, you know, for this game, they're not the same team. What?
Main issue. You're looking at Ruins. There's always a really tricky situation to work with because you can hide in every nook and cranny. Your solo can literally ruin your day so easily. I'm looking at Nico of Region 8 Gaming. This guy, if he doesn't get spotted out early enough by Control, he could literally get maybe a knock or two off the back of that. So they got to be very careful. If you don't clear every angle, Team Control is going to have a really bad time to leave this city.
They might not even make it out that far. The way that they're getting sprayed down on, the smokes are there. Everybody love seeing everybody use the M79 smoke nade launcher to their advantage. Is Vatic going to be rolling around, also using their smokes, trying to get that smoke road going. Nice smokes as well. You know, I like to see the amount that's being used here. The placement, and Blaze, why would you leave Blaze without a vehicle? He's your #1 guy. Oh dear, but maybe that was just the bait move. You know what? Blaze is awesome. That was the bait move to crash the compound, get them distracted, and now Vatic have full control of this compound. It's just one player of Equinox left, but it is Meng. It is Meng, Max.
It was a full sense of security, and you know what? It works out beautifully in their favor. Equinox indeed eliminated out of this game. Blaze, a necessary sacrifice for the greater good of Vatic, it seems. And so far, because of that win, Niptura, I'm going to say that was the key fight if Vatic wanted to win the entirety of this game, because now look at the eastern side of the circle. Every team is skirmishing, trying to gain every single portion of this circle in their control. As Caster, yeah, that's going to be it. Control looking to also make their way out. And JBK actually able to find a decent rock formation to work with. One Molotov, might be pushing Ten's Jelly away, but that's going to be Nika able to find himself the headshot with the AUG. That's going to be a huge early knock to get. It's team control. Unfortunately here, Nipchiro not seeming to be in control whatsoever, though. Don't want to give multiple 1v1 fights. Nyx getting some decent damage done on Jelly. Makes it to the crate. It's going to be a little bit of a godsend location for him to transition even deeper over to the circle. And here, with the UMP, a great weapon. Can he pull the clutch of the century? What did I say?
UMP.
Oops, sorry. P90. I knew it was P90, but I just said UMP out of nowhere. But yes, P90.
It's got the same letters in it. You know,
yes.
It's fine.
Actually, no, you're wrong. I'm right. It is a UMP. No, it's not. It's P90.
I'm so sorry, Max. You're so
the gaslighting begins.
I tell you what, though, Vatic are so fully... Whoa! Hang on a second! Rain, what are you doing? Just coming on in, demon. Being a demon. He's like, let me just scare you real quick. But Shadow now is like, I don't like this position. Chuckles, I'm in danger. As VCT, also with a UMP, is going to take him out of the vehicle and out of the equation, out of the game. Vatic now coming in for the swoop here, Max. They are ready to go. I need them to hold their horses for just a second. Wait, because R8 are still a full squad. You need them and Nyx to actually start fighting a little bit. I mean, he's a solo, so probably not going to last too long, but just wait for their attention to be you know, distracted.
Actually, Nyx, because of his position, he's in circle, which R8 are barely in circle, so they're not going to be looking comfortable for phase number 9 in particular, but I think Nyx could get second place. I think there's a very high likelihood he snatches away the silver medal if he just stays silent, because Vatic, I'm pretty sure, are not too aware of Nyx's whereabouts.
Yeah.
They just know that R8 are currently looking to enter the circle, but if you are Vatic, you're calculating, you're like, that's 5 players remaining. There is a straggler somewhere. We just don't know where yet, so they're going to be a little bit cautious, and I think it's because of that that Casper has been sent over to this airdrop just to kind of save face in case of that solo being a little bit of a pain in their side. So actually, this is a very smart plan of Vatic, kind of applying pressure onto R8 while sending Casper to the side, because that solo could really be an issue for them and could stop them, I would say, even entirely from getting this chicken dinner. So this is a very good decision making from Vatic.
Yeah, I was really worried they were going to overextend and get way too confident with this, but they've backed off really nicely, just applying pressure, just making sure that R8 are not going to feel particularly good about anything they do here, and they're just holding off. They know they have the control of zone. The zone is going to go to stage 9, so that's going to push everybody together. However, Vatic definitely have the upper hand here. The last nade going to be thrown by XP3. Is that going to do any damage? No, it doesn't. But it just, you know, it makes them shake in their boots just a little bit here.
That indeed, and that's going to be it for Klaus. You know what? When it's not a cover flare Nipchura, those nades are right on the money. Nyx with a P90. Don't shoot. Just wait. Please wait. Oh, he's going to go for it. He's going to show his position away. You got to wrap it up now. You need to eliminate R8. You can't let yourself get spotted out by the entirety of Vatic. Just make it to an extra bit of a dirt pile.
That's
the nade's
so
running down, and he makes it to second place. Nyx keeps the dream alive for control, and now he's down to the 1v3 again, pushed up by the Bucky. It's going to be a solo drive-by. Does not even get his own knock, and Vatic finally here to secure their very first chicken dinner of Pmnc USA.
GG's all the way around. Vatic, finally! I mean, they were hungry for it in Rondo number 1 with those 16 eliminations, right? Finally, we see them come back strong in the first Aaron Gale. That's going to be a 9 elimination win to back up their previous performance here. Love to see it, and that should kick them pretty far up those leaderboards.
Indeed. It's going to be normally a big opportunity for them to rank up so much higher in the leaderboards. But yeah, Nyx, I was very scared for Nyx Nipchura. I'm not going to lie. I'm still on that play. I thought he started fighting way too soon onto Region 8. But you know what? Actually, he got some help from Vatic at the right time with that utility, and he was able to snatch away the silver medal. So, yeah, I don't want to use the word lucky, but it was like a mix of luck and just great timing on his part. So
Yeah.
definitely really well done from the side of Control. I wonder how high on the rankings are they going to be after that game as we check out Vatic's player stats, Niptura. It's a good spread. 3-4-2 and unfortunately 0 for Blaze. But you know what, Blaze? He deserves a break after that insane Miramar from earlier. He deserves it.
He clutched the heck up. So yeah, he can be there with 88 damage done. That's okay. The rest of the team gonna be able to carry him in this one though. That's gonna be a lot of eliminations going their way. 10 eliminations actually. So that's gonna be a 20-point game, even more than I thought originally. So really good. No, I'm silly. That's 9 points going their way, not 10. I'm starting to see things. I swear that was a 5. Anyway.
It's
looking
4 a.m.
really, really good. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. That's true. Looking very, very good. Vatic, really pleased with how they've been progressing. Yes, it was a slow day 1, but day 2 they came out with a bang and they've continued to be a talking point. So love to see that from them. 19 points going their way. R8 as well, maintaining that gap with Team Equinox, right? 14 points, 12 going to Equinox as well. So really still fighting for that that 3rd and 2nd place there.
Yeah, going to be looking really tight at the top of this game. 19 points, Vatic going to be looking so god. Yeah, so many 9 eliminations right across the board. Then he's going down to 4 and 4 for Control and Rain Esports. And I want to see actually the second page because I think we're going to have some very low point counts for a majority of those teams. Most of those because of the early fight in Rozhok Garden, Niptura, which again, that is the biggest enigma for me this tournament. Why the hell are 4 teams fighting for a location that's not even in circle? I know you're getting desperate. But that's a bit too desperate even for me at this point. Come on.
Well, I think we had a bad plane path, and then we had a hot drop on apartments, and then we had a team that was like, well, we got one, we can get another, and then other teams heard all that going on, heard how long it was going, and went, hey, we could get a piece of that, and all of a sudden you have like 4 or 5 teams in Garden for no reason. So I think it's a series of unfortunate events. Leading up to that one, but yeah, I'm gonna be really interested to see the second half. Here we go. Oh, only 2 teams with 0 points here, but yeah, 3 and below for every single team on this second half is pretty rough.
Yeah, I do want to say, as a positive, Janipal, that was a way better breach initially in Garden of Rozhok. Sure, after they do get pincered, and I think that no one would expect, as you said, Niptura, right, 4/ maybe even 5, I think it was 4 teams, all in that position at one time, so that was a bit too much. But otherwise, I think the timing was not too bad from Janipal, so definitely showing a little bit of a glimmer of hope for what's to come. Well, actually, what's to come? Maybe not that many games are left to come, right? Because we do have the Smash ruling beginning tomorrow, which that is going to be a major issue for these teams that are still lacking points to really be contending for top 5 position. But yeah, Rich not able to really follow it up with a good performance despite getting a chicken dinner earlier today on Miramar, and Sun Esports getting the big fat bubble, which is not what you want to see if you want to be known as the USA champions.
Can I have a hot take here, Max, real quick?
Sure, okay.
YKG, they're done.
You know, not to be mean, I kind of forgot they were playing. I'm not even joking. I kind of just they've just phased out in my mind.
Yeah, they were looking good at the end of yesterday. Then they've had a little bit of life today, but just not enough. 1 point in game 5 of 6 in day 2. Now we're gonna get into a smash point territory tomorrow. I just don't see how they can come back from that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But Meng is our big boy MVP once again. This guy's going to be MVP of the tournament, right? Do you agree, Niptura? I think we both.
There's no way he's not. It's either him or Blaze.
Yeah, Meng is an absolute beast, and you know what? He deserves a break, and so do we. So we'll be back very soon for the last game of the day. Look, Dr. Chemist, I need my UC on my account right now, okay? Where is my UC? Hello, guys. We're back from the break. Thank you very much. We are getting ready for the last game of the day. It's going to be exciting, and we'll see who's going to be taking home the final chicken dinner of the evening. It's me, Maxman, with Niptro once again. And Niptro, don't call him. That UC's mine, okay? Don't put that phone down right now. Okay, you got too much UC anyways to begin with. But anyway, let's check out the overall leaderboards here as we get ready for our final game of today. Sun Esports, Upgrade, Team Equinox has been like the kind of recurring names here in Niptro for the podium. But right now, we had a big jump up from Region 8 Gaming and Vatic, both pushing up in top 5. This is going to be something that could have a major impact at the end of this PMNC USA season.
And not even just, right? Because Vatic at 93, Rich at 85. That is not 2-3 points. That's 8. And the way that these teams have been playing, sometimes for these teams, 8 is really hard to get. So for Rich, for Golden Eagles, they need to start thinking very, very carefully about how they're going to play this final match. Because after this, day 2 is going to be pretty crazy. Max, I've just realized something. Since we asked the question, who's going to get, like, what the cutoff point for the Smash Zone is going to be, Sun Esports have gotten 0 points. They're still at 117 after 2 games.
They're just trying to prove us wrong, right?
Yeah.
You guys suck. Just trying to tell us. But yes, it's going to be a little bit lower, which is going to be opening up a massive opportunity for the teams that are slightly behind our big podium teams, right? Like, Region 8 at this point, Vatic, Rich Esports, Golden Eagles, with the day these guys have had, even they could technically smash, maybe a little bit later than game 2, but theoretically, especially because you start off with 2 Rondos back to back. Man, oh man, any team could really make it.
Yeah, I'm so looking to Sun Esports to win this last game, honestly, because you're right, Upgrade and Team Equinox, even Region 8, like anybody in the top 5, they have a really good Rondo, and then they win the next Rondo, Sun Esports are done for. Sun Esports are done for. There's no way they're going to win. So, yes, are they safe at this point? I mean, I don't even know if they're safe. It's still pretty close. There's only 20 points between 1st and 5th. If Sun Esports have a really rough first 2 games, 3 games, and somebody decides to actually smash at that point, then they could be out of the top 5. Nobody is safe here. That is crazy.
What if we just send everyone in Garden east of Rozok and we just end the game phase 1, you know? Might as well send it, you know?
Why
not? Genuinely, please don't do that again. That was the weirdest early game I've seen in a wrangle in a hot minute, and there was no reason for it. So hopefully teams, I know that teams are getting desperate, Niptron, because especially now, right, because you have the smash rolling, you genuinely don't know how many games are left before we wrap up PMNC USA for the spring season of 2026. So you're very limited in terms of what you can really do for these next coming matches. But yeah, as you can see here, next map is going to be a wrangle before we wrap up day number 2. And I have a question for you, Niptera.
Yes.
If you are indeed because especially we're coaching, right, and doing analyst stuff for teams in PMGC, I think it was 7th Element, right? So you know what these teams and players are possibly going through mentally. If you're one of the teams that is quite far away from top 5, what would be your game plan approach, knowing that, again, tomorrow's games are fairly limited?
Honestly, that is a really good question. There's a couple of things that come to mind. Number 1 is kind of the desperate play, where you just try and grab as many of eliminations as possible, try and get as many points going into day 3 to give you maybe some semblance of a start, right? Because if you get enough points to where you're maybe 20 or 30 points away from the top 6, maybe, let's say, then it gives you a good foundation mentally to start off strong on the day 3 on that first Rondo, on the first 2 Rondos. Specifically with Rondo being first, I think that's going to be really important. So for those teams, maybe not the desperate plays that we've been seeing in the last game, you know, I'm not talking like go Gardens again, but for any of those teams, I'm thinking, please no. But I'm thinking that, you're going to want to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe even in the early game. Catch some teams out on rotation. You should know how these teams rotate by now. In the first few phases, you want to be catching as many people off guard as possible.
I do wonder if we're going to have some teams kind of target the top squads that get in the smash zone. You don't even have to beat them completely, right? You can just get one elimination, just wound them slightly.
Just make sure they can't win.
Yeah, just kind of like, you know, pop their tires, or that they're going to try and leave their compound from or something. I don't know.
I think that's more of a play. Oh, really? Really?
Wait,
we're doing apartments again? Oh, for goodness sake.
Okay,
I'm talking over this.
J-Nepal, don't get pincered this time. You might be able to win it. But
I'm going to ignore y'all completely. That's crazy.
Yeah. You know what? I've kind of shut off my brain and I'm just enjoying the fight. I see people shooting, I'm happy. You know, sometimes you just gotta lean into it a little bit. I suppose,
man. Oh no, Vatic, no, you're better than this.
Vatic, leave.
Vatic!
Don't join them. Come on, you're better than this. Don't do it.
Don't start with me. We're gonna have
800
problems.
meters away from the circle too. Like, this is gonna take so long. You just know it.
Heavens. Okay, but going back to your point where you were saying, you know, are you gonna maybe target some of these teams that could smash? I think that's more of a tactic for the middle place teams, 7th and above, because those are the teams that actually have a chance of benefiting by that. The teams below don't have a chance of benefiting. So for me, if there's no benefit in it for you, then why do it? That's always been a big thing for me when we talk about last day targeting of higher placed teams. If you have no chance of actually doing anything other than not qualifying, then it doesn't make sense to me to do that, and it doesn't feel great to me. But certainly 7th and above, go for it. You know, you have a chance. You have that opportunity. Equinox has just moved into 2nd, by the way, with those 2 eliminations. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, they are now in 2nd place.
Nipsha, were we shown the circle or not?
Nope.
Because it seems like we're having a military circle. I'm just going to say, I don't see it. We don't have a map feed for you guys. Don't know. We don't have a map feed, so we're just like you guys. We're going in a little bit blind. From how many teams are going for a quick pivot across the bridge and getting those hovercrafts, I'm telling you, it seems quite likely it's a military island finish, okay? Yep. Because teams are getting very desperate this early on.
Yeah, they are. I mean, there's just a real full send going through here. J-Nepal down to a solo over onto the apartment side of things as Mark with a C is going to go ahead and eliminate them. Equinox doing a little bit of that slidey action with the hovercraft, and they're just going to be able to get this knock rezzed nice and easy. 4 eliminations on the board for them. Well, Zombie Boys now the next to fall. GG, see you tomorrow. I do want to point out both Rich and Gold are down to a duo, which is super unfortunate coming into that to the final game, right? Like, both of those teams really needed to get a boost in points if they wanted to combat the top 5 going forward, because now all of those teams in the top 5 are still alive, still able, still really ready to get as many points as possible, and that gap could just get a little too big going into the end of the night.
I mean, this is a really good setup for the top 5 because Rich are wounded, they're down to a duo, Golden Eagles down to a duo also, so that's going to be actually possibly creating a little bit of a cushion between top 5 and top 6, which could be huge for the likes of Vatic, R8, even maybe Upgrade, right, and such. So, could be looking pretty good. Though, as we did see, Zombie Boys already eliminated, same for J-Nepal, so that's going to be some big casualties. You just don't want to take this early on in the match. What do you think we have some teams already fully out of the conversation here? What's the cutoff? Do we, like, even with the smash rule in mind, especially actually with the smash rule in mind, the comeback nigh impossible?
I want to say top 7 and above are the only ones that can really make it, but the points are so close between 7th and 11th.
So let me recontextualize.
Yes.
I'm not talking about winning. I'm talking about making it to top 5, right? Because that winning sure is great. Again, extra flex.
Yeah. No,
if I'm a player, I don't
qualifying.
care. I'm focusing on making it to the regional finals. But yeah.
No. That's what I mean. That's
oh,
what
really?
I mean. Yeah.
You think only top 7 can make it? Into the top 5 at the end. Okay.
I want to say top 7 because those are the only teams that are consistently performing. However, the points are so close between 6th and 11th that I think I'm gonna have to alter that and go 11th. I'm not seeing the action that I want to see from particularly YKG and Zombies to really merit that. But anything below that for sure is a no show, I think.
Got ya. So, like, top 7 based on your perception of the teams that are up there?
Yes.
Otherwise, you'll put it below. Okay. By the way, I want to say, Vatic got 4 players. What a spray from Shadow. That was a flex and a half. Oh, my God. Just remind me I'm a bronze player. Thank you very much. But
so true.
No, yeah, Vatic got 4 players on a hovercraft. The thing is, because you did see a big early rotation of a lot of teams over the bridges, and especially with early rotations on the hovercraft, I'm scared there's going to be a lot of teams parked up on the western cliffs of the island, and they're just going to spray down that entire hovercraft in the matter of seconds, right? So I'm a little bit scared that Vatic might get squad wiped because of it. We might have to swim up to shore. So just keep in mind that Vatic, if they survive for the next 2 minutes or so, they should be good to go, but they might be in danger if one single player spots them.
Oh, whoa. Narrowly avoiding a fall down the cliff there as Rain have full control of this area. Nice. Wow, really nice nade. He heard exactly where that vehicle stopped, and he was going to nade that to smithereens. There we go. That's going to be that, but he's kind of isolated now. Needs to really make sure he can do something here. As shots are being fired. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Molly. Gonna try and do something. Okay, so they have actually returned to help their teammate, and it's gonna be a full-on 3v3 right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a cheeky angle on the roof for Vostok. But he's got a red dot too. Thing is, I know I wouldn't hit the shots with a red dot, but he probably will. So we want to be a bit more respectful of a player with a red dot. And he is peeking on top of it. They're going to get back in their cheeky supercar. And they're going to make it over to the warehouses in the distance. Maybe even finding a hovercraft. But I think most of the hovercrafts have possibly already been taken up by teams to win for a quick pivot onto the island. Now we're going to shift POV over to YKG. And again, this team is just struggling time and time again. Niptura, things are not looking too good. Down to just now Valik and 24K. I'm sure Valik wishes he was on Team Vatic because right now things are just not working out.
Oh, no indeed. Fate going to meet his fate, and it is a sticky one over into the blue zone here. 1,200 meters away from the zone, though. R8, the kings of late rotations, it seems, on Erangel. Love this buggy skin, though. My goodness. Very animated, very nice. There we go. Gonna be moving on forward. I mean, what's their next move from here? Are they going to try and get a hovercraft on this side? Are they going to try and do maybe a glider? Almost.
Oh,
I would almost say go through shelter.
Or maybe they're going to do the PL rotation strats and they're going to put 2 horses on the wings of a glider.
Oh my god.
And just send it and then have the 2 horses fall off, right? Like an air package.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are... I don't... Actually, you know what? I don't even know if you can do that in the global version of the game. Maybe.
Hold up.
They work a bit differently sometimes, but you know what? We'd have to test in a game that see if you can actually put the horses on the wings of a glider, because I've just never seen it so far. But Rain are looking to make their own. You know what? If you're Rain, I would say you don't have to rotate. Just stay here. You're still in zone. It could go to the mainland still, but you got to be careful because Demons looking your way with the SM Abacan on those steel beams, and that is a nice point they're going to get for themselves.
Very nice indeed. I was gonna say, oh, he's got 350 ammo as well. Oh, he is set up for days. I was gonna say, look at Sun's position. They've got a complete split, 1-1-1-1.
They go
down this bridge onto Observatory. They are set. And he's really trying to get any sprays he can here. Yeah, and he gets it. He gets it.
He got Zot.
That's crazy.
My man is just closing his eyes and just like, trust in the bullet.
Literally.
And yeah, the bullet, it found its target, that's for sure. And yeah, the 2 players, right, if I'm not mistaken, fully out. So Demon. GG. I don't know what to say. I literally don't know what to add to that. That's just a fun position and it worked out.
And now I think it's going to slow right down. Because we have our teams that made the full push into the island. We have our teams that are still rotating on the outside. So we're going to be sitting pretty for a hot minute here. A couple of shots going off here and there. And Wolf is on his own at Observatory with the glider. Interesting. I actually really like the position we're seeing here from Sun. You know, being a team in the first place position, there's not that much sort of pressure on them right now. So they're able to go for this insane play. They've got that high ground, they've got the positioning, and actually even Spence, who is in the weaker position, has the backup of his teammate Russell, right, and of Wolf to a certain degree. So there's actually, never mind. Well, they can regroup on Spence. That's nice. I should just
It's nice
stop.
to theorize.
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, that'll be great. Nope, PUBG Mobile said no. We want Golden Eagles to win this one apparently. Also,
from our position, not sure. I think I'm more favoring maybe a Extreme Slayers, maybe even a Vatic, because they can have access to some good high ground positions. But it could be also maybe Rich. Actually, Rich. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say Rich. They've got a very good early movement. They know exactly which ridges they want to work with, which I do appreciate from them.
they do, but if they stay up on that hillside, they're going to be very exposed to a lot of teams around them. It does look like they're going to that small compound, which I don't like that compound. It's very nadeable. It's very surroundable, so it's one of those that you kind of just sit there and wait. But Rich are a duo, so maybe that's the best course of action for them. YKG, also a duo, but they're going to be moving up onto the beaches here. Looks like so far no one's really there, but R8... Where are they even going? Okay, so they're on the other side of the island to YKG here. They're going to be over by Novo. And the zone's really ticking away at this point. There is a car right there.
That's very lucky. You don't have a car there, you are in a world of damage, in a world of hurt. You know what? Luckily enough, they find it. Gonna go for the medkit right away. Of course, you can't medkit in a moving car, so he's gonna have to try and do it before going into the vehicle. Teammates too, I hope you have a ton of bandages, because you want to make sure you get nice and healthy before encroaching in the circle itself. YKG, again, down to 2 players. I mean, top 10, 60 points. Well, it's maybe not over to make it to top 5, but I just haven't seen that glimmer of hope throughout the entirety of the tournament for YKG. As upgrade, down to a duo, Sphere, Havoc OP, and they're going to be involved in their own fight, but spread apart. Fear, nowhere near his teammate of Havoc OP, forced into now a multiple-man clutch.
And he could just do it. Oh, gets the one. That's the immediate push in with the shotgun. Oh, but he didn't realize there was one there, and Havoc's going to go immediately out there. So they're going to get that reset. Fear is just going to have to go away. Upgrade need to be really careful coming into tomorrow, because if we're talking about Sun not being safe in this top 5, think about Upgrade. Less than 10 points. Between them, or slightly over 10 points between them and 5th place. So they've got to be very, very careful how they play tomorrow, because it's entirely possible for them to actually leave the top 5 in day 3.
Could be, could be. I mean, it is so close that one big game on Rondo, and you could have maybe even 2 teams kicked out of the top 5. That is how close it could be entering into the final day of Pmnc USA. And these national championships, championships, there you go, that's the word. Correct, my English is there. Are really intense. I mean, even in Eastern Europe, I covered just a few weeks ago, man, oh man, it was literally down to the last game for some of these teams to qualify to the next stage. And I think we're going to see something very similar over here in good old US of A. Now, down to the final play of Strangers BD. That's going to be the end of the line for Neverside. He's going to be sent to an early grave, and you know what? He can go to bed early tonight, because that's going to be the end of their day 2. And then 12th position. Still not impossible for them to do a comeback tomorrow, but from the likes of it, Niptura, from what we've seen so far, it's looking really bad for them and the squad to make it to the next stage.
Yeah, not looking good at all, as the Molotov is going to try. Oh, it does get Frady there right before he got his full medkit ready to go. Boosted on up. That's going to be him going immediately down there, as Extreme Slayer is just down to a duo. Valak now getting taken down. Thankfully, that's... Oh no, I thought it was long range, but it is not. There's somebody right on their doorstep. YKG! Unable to do anything other than go out in this last game. 0 points. 0 points for this game, Max.
A lot of 0 pointers, right? YKG, Zombie Boys, Strangers BD. Not looking too good. Now Upgrade maybe also going out with 0 points if they lose that final player. And look at that, man. Nika in particular. He's already got 3 eliminations to his name. The real sun god in this game, it seems. The Hovercraft, Blaze, scouting up, playing it a little bit safe. I wonder if he's got a CQC Mini 14 ready to go at a moment's notice. But Nick are just not really fully interested in holding the angle because guess what? It's not even in zone. You do have to leave the back caves eventually. But will Vatic allow that to happen for free? As Casper, he's already jumping ahead. He's seeing two teams currently fighting in this compound, meaning the hilltop next to the road is available, is open for the taking. Slay now forced into a clutch situation. A 1v3, can he do it? With this trusty S12K. Gets the first elimination, jump right through the window. Slay! No way. Swapping on over now, maybe to his other AR, but unfortunately the last bullet's just not meant to be. That is Rich taken out of the game and Team Control barely surviving, and we'll have to count their lucky stars after that interaction.
Wow, that was so close. My goodness me. And now we are into the placement points. You're right, so many 0-pointers going out, but it's all havoc now. Here we go. Casper gonna be the next to fall. Cloudy trying to do what he can against Vatic, but he cannot do anything. Down he goes. Vatic gonna be able to stay up as 3. 4 eliminations on the board. This is the kind of play I wanted to see for them yesterday. Here we go. Finally getting up to 97 points. They could possibly, I think they almost have broken 100 points in this game. The top 5 all going to be in that 100-point margin. Quite the gap coming in between 5th and 6th place now.
Yeah, we're going to start to see some placement points coming in for these squads, which could take you a very long way indeed. The nade, good bounce. I feel like that should be an elimination coming through. Yep, the Molotov actually coming out from Shelby, and that's General out of the game, and so will the entirety of Golden Eagles, it seems. Down to top 6 teams. That's actually a very small amount of teams right now. That we're in stage number 4 teams taking some very early clashes right now this match. As Demon going to get squashed by the hovercraft, and that is Blaze to get an extra cheeky elimination for free, taking a very small risk in the process. So yeah, Blaze again stepping up to the plate. It's Klaus pushing down, looking for the final player of Sun Esports and Wolf.
Wow.
They will find, actually not final player. Where's the rest of the team? Not sure.
Yeah, no, it's not the
Oh, he's over there.
player.
Okay, no, he's in the distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you. I mean, Sun have still done a great job with 5 eliminations, right? So it's not a 0-point game. But for me, Vatic, the last 3 teams below them have no chance of overtaking them in this game. The 2 teams above them also are out. No chance for them. Vatic have now hit 100 points. If they can win this game, if they can get a top 3 finish with a high amount of elims, they're widening that gap between 5th and 6th. They're securing the top 5 for everybody, and they might get a little bit further up that leaderboard themselves here.
Uh-oh, I see Spence. Sure, he's a solo player, right, for Sun Esports, but he's got an MG3 in the shed. He gets pushed up. Man, oh man, that could be an easy 1v4. Or maybe not easy, but it's an MG3, so I'm going to say it's easy. It's definitely easier than with any other kind of weapon. I'm looking at... Oh, Control. They're going to be entering from the western side. Got to be careful to not encroach too much on the terrain of Equinox, otherwise they might try and clap back at you. But actually, Equinox also got a very big split right in terms of Jimmy. He's stranded up there on the northern edge. For Vatic, I think the moment they want to get involved in Iptro, they're going to be a big thorn in the side of a lot of these teams.
Honestly, you need to third-party control, move up behind them potentially.
Oh,
here.
okay.
Or just go slightly to the side, make sure you're in zone, because if you don't want to be too downhill from them. But especially as Equinox start to push on through, there's some, if you time it right, there's some really good third-party opportunities to be had here. And it's a good part of zone to actually have as well. Gives you a great springboard further on into the circle. Let's see how it's going to go. At first I was like, where on earth is Vatic? They were just really down to the south side there, so we shall see indeed as Equinox now with 9 eliminations start pulling away from Upgrade, right? They overtook the mid-match. Upgrade go out with 0 points, and now they're able to run away with it, make that gap a little bit harder to come back from tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep that in mind for day number 3, the ultimate day here for Pmnc USA. But teams now just moving about with their cars, trying to gather some intel. Don't want to take too big of a risk. Or Klaus, don't get too close. Definitely not worth going for that airdrop. I think unfortunately there you get instantly naded or sprayed down by Togeru, which does have an M79, which could be very strong. M79s, which again, if you guys don't know, the M79 is the smoke grenade launcher. Very strong in these kind of open-ended situations. Go to Winter. Well,
that scared
hello
me.
And good night. He was not even given a chance to fight back. Or the nade. Oh, I thought I was going to get Mark for a second there, but nope, Mark makes it out.
Oh my goodness, that jump scared me so much.
It
I was so focused on the nade, and then bam, hello. But yeah, that's gonna be them taking on a down and Equinox
From the
down.
south. Down.
Down some. Anyway, Equinox now with a 1-3 split, like you mentioned earlier, still continuing that that split coming into stage 6 now, and Vatic, I really like what they're doing here. They're searching for that information. They're searching for that control without overextending. Klaus! As soon as I say that! What are you doing? Okay, he has a P90. I'm sorry. I just get really hyped about these things because as soon as I say something, they go and do the opposite of that. But for now, it's going to work, right? That vehicle is about to blow. If it hasn't already, what a great nade from Falcon, though. And that's going to bring the rest of Control just running to that side. Oh, down goes Jim. Surprised, though, actually, as Finial gonna be trying to pick apart Equinox bit by bit here. It's all seeming to go very wrong very quickly for our top 2 teams here.
I mean, Equinox right now clearly could be looking to overtake Sun Esports if they keep going on an absolute rampage this game. C4 gonna explode, doesn't quite hit Meng. The guy again is just able to dodge everything, it seems. He's so quick on this movement. The movement take of Meng is through the bloody roof sometimes. Oh, you gotta be careful.
How?
He's able to go back into hiding just in the nick of time. As Falcon, though, on the elimination feed, you can see Control able to somewhat outlive and beat most of the Vatic players, down to now just a solo player this time around. As Mark in the Harry Potter Tower with Aspect. The nade is there. Meng actually confirming his teammate. Oh, surprise!
Oh, no!
Not how you want to go out. The nade does a lot of work onto Mark on the lower portion of this Wizard Tower. And now with the S12K, does get some nice work done onto Meng. Down to the final player. It's going to be the man himself. It's Shelby. And the spray of the UMP is going to get the job done. And not only that, also allowed to get a res on his teammate of Meng.
Very nice. I really
Wait, Sun is still here. I forgot about him. He's still there. Yeah.
Oh, he
He's
is.
still there with the MG3.
All right, come on. Take the win. I really like, actually, Equinox, their Shelby, moving in to just completely eradicate that knocked player, right? Because that meant that the final player had no impetus, had no reason to come back in and try and fight them, right? Giving them as much time for that res as possible. So I like that play coming in from them. Little bit of a scary way back here as Blaze might just become a Blaze in this hovercraft. It's starting to go on down. Now he's getting sprayed on by Ming of all people. As the hovercraft's gonna go on up. Meng is gonna be responsible for that one, but now he's got some decent cover and he's in a decent position in zone as well. It's probably not gonna last him very long, but still gives him a little bit of ground to work with here.
Does he have a Mini 14? He doesn't have a Mini 14.
Aww.
He can't win it. Nah, sorry, it's game over. No Mini 14, no win for Blaze.
Unfortunate.
At this point, actually, the thing is, what could work out beautifully for Spence, especially not only just his loadout, again, MG3 is a great weapon to have at that moment. If someone is able to eliminate Equinox fully, right, get rid of Shelby, get rid of Meng, just get rid of everyone up there. Actually, they will kind of forget about Spence. He's encircled. There's no way. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Forget what I was saying. I was like, the circle's not going to go his way. There's no way. But no, it does indeed keep Spence in the zone. Is anyone going to send it on that shed and just see Spence there? Or are they going to fight each other? I think that now Equinox might just have to put their focus onto the side of Control. Or even just Blaze of Vatic. Spence might just get... I think he could get second place very easily this game, Nitro. What do you think?
Yeah, it's entirely possible, especially the way that both Control and Equinox look to be running around for position, right? I think they could clash quite easily here. They do know that both of them do know that there's solos lurking. However, there's enough movement with both of these teams that I think they are going to try and clash. Or at least just clash. I'm not sure if it would be intentionally, but I think there are going to be some fisticuffs happening very shortly. That's going to give Sun, that's going to give Vatic space, those solo space to actually work and maybe do a little bit of backstabbing.
It's going to give Vatic Spence to work with. Oh, that was terrible.
Oh, wow.
We play with DK a lot, so I was trying to give a good pun, but unfortunately it's just my pun game is just not. Yeah, well, okay, you know what? I'll take it. Normally my pun game is terrible, but you know what? Yeah, I'll take a compliment. When it's there, the Molotov, hey, you know what? Oh, I thought it was inside. No, it was actually just barely outside the shed. But the second one is going to be right on the money, and Spencer's just going to burn up. And he's just going to say, I can take it, but he cannot. And that is going to be Meng getting that elimination for himself with a Molotov. Really good use. I mean, you know what? 2 Molotovs for the price of an elimination and a podium finish. Oh my goodness, what a good trade-off. As now Equinox, they can put their full focus on the ridgeline. They're actually kind of surrounding the entirety of Control and also the final player, Vatic. This now, I wasn't thinking so initially, Niptra, but this could be looking like a pretty solid ending for Equinox to get that chicken dinner and push themselves even higher on the leaderboards, as Togeru, now out in the blue, has to make a mad dash in the zone itself and does make it to the play zone, but for how long?
How long indeed? That is the question. Even if Equinox don't take the win here, 13 eliminations on an Erangel is a pretty big game. They're going to be feeling very, very good about ending the night like this, solidifying that second place away from upgrade. Vatic as well, though, in that top 5, right? They're going to be super happy with a podium finish as well. 7 eliminations to back that up. They can just sit here. They can be big chilling right now. Just don't make noise. And I think now you just got to let it play out. It's going to play out eventually. You're 7 meters from zone. Just wait a little bit. You can afford to.
Yeah, 7 meters. He can just move. Even to the ridge line, he can still be behind the ridge and actually in zone. But I think that Meng's off angles really was going to cause some issues for him. But now we get into phase number 8. And even if everyone gets in circle, it should be favoring the ridge line of Equinox. So they are looking to have a bit of an advantage. Everyone's going to send on Blaze, and he's going to get squashed on down by the buggy. GG, well played. Nix is the one to confirm that point for his team. Now, actually, this dip here, this little slight elevation also in front of him with that dirt pile is going to be a godsend for team control. And look, they got all the angles too, as Equinox and all of their members are currently in the zone. Jimmy in particular kind of being forgotten about. He sees him right there, does get an angle onto Togeru, but the spray just does not connect. As now it's down to the proper 3v3 Hiniptera to see who can claim the final chicken dinner of day 2 for Pmnc USA.
Oh, and it's so even as well. Both of them have great positions. Both of them have equal number of players. Both of them have played this last game very, very well. It's really a toss-up who's going to win this one. Probably who's going to get the first knock is really who's going to win it, unless we see some insane clutch play coming on through. But they have time. This is only stage 8. They have time to strategize. They have time to figure out what the team is going to do next. They have time. 6 nades still for Meng, though. He's looted up a lot, so he's got plenty of utility, and he's pushing up so far. Whoa. Meng! Whoa, be very careful, man. Very, very careful indeed. Does do a little bit of damage here, but he's playing with fire. Honestly, I would too, though, if I had 6 eliminations. That's going to be really good, and he's going to immediately retreat back to a tree, toss a molly up over the top of the smokes here. Down he goes. Really well played, but they know where he is now. The nades aren't going to start flying his way. Another Molotov to stop the edge of the ridge being exposed. And now here we go. Equinox going to be trying to make that push. I think Team Control really going for it, trying to defend as much as possible. Do get one, but it's now up to Meng.
Down to Meng here. Oh, can he make it happen? He still has 3 grenades to work with. If he times it right and puts in the right angle, could be good. Here onto Togeru. Come on, one nade to get rid of Togeru, but Togeru's going to be the first to pull the pin on that nade. The utility is going to be chucked. Actually, in a really good position. Meng should be able to tank it, and it... Oh, actually, Gultum almost puts him out of cover. That was a bit of a surprising situation, but the nades are just going to be raining on down, and Team Control finally here to secure another chicken dinner on day 2 of PMNC USA.
GG, Team Control. I do like this team when they're able to convert things over to when they're able to convert things over to actual points on the board. It's really, really nice to see. They play these zones so well. They know what they're doing. Just something is stopping them from getting points, so it's really sad to see them so low on the leaderboard because this was an epic gameplay.
Epic gameplay coming out from Team Control. I don't know why. Using the word epic nowadays is just like such a fake compliment in my opinion. Everyone uses epic too much. But you know what? As a serious note, Epic gameplay indeed. I would have to agree. Using it in the most serious version of the word possible. But yeah, Team Control, very happy about their performance. Is that going to put them in arm's reach of a top 5 position? We'll have to see very soon as we get ready to see our leaderboards. But before that, we'll check out all the other graphics to see exactly what is happening over there. Whew. But of course, we have to keep in mind, Niptra, right? The Smash Zone. It's going to come up right now, and we'll see how big of a point gap is going to be between the point threshold for the Smash Zone and some of our teams in the leaderboards, because it's going to be tough to make it back up there. Some of these point gaps are going to be just so significant. You just know it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see exactly where those gaps are actually going to be coming into play here. I think Vatic did enough to really secure their position after day 2. I think that there's some teams that are going to be very upset with Vatic and will be, you know, really trying to get as many points back as possible going into tomorrow. So tomorrow is really shaping up to be a whirlwind of a day as we look over at Team Control coming in with, what, 8 points on the board? Yeah, 8 eliminations, so an 18-point game. Remember, they came into today with 7 points. Just remember that, everybody. 7 points.
They got 8 points in this game alone, eliminations-wise.
Literally.
So, definitely, it feels like a different team. Maybe it is a different team. Who's playing on these accounts? False accusation. It's a joke. For legal reasons, this is a joke.
It's a joke.
Okay, but yeah, Togeru getting 2 eliminations, Falcon getting 4, and Nick's getting 2 eliminations for himself. JPK, you know what? He's had some good performances before, so I'm not going to hold it too much against him. As the MVP... Oh, I thought it was going to be the MVP graphic, but I was expecting to scream Meng, but no, we're not yet on the MVP graphic, as Team Equinox indeed will be your #1 team of the match, getting 14 eliminations. It feels like a Rondo. It tastes like a Rondo, but yet it's an Irangle.
It is indeed, and honestly, that is such a great game for most of these teams to finish up the night on, right? You asked me about mentality going into day number 2, and it really day number 3 rather. It really rides on how well you do in that final game, what kind of setup you give yourself for the next day. And we're seeing some teams maybe be a little less pleased with themselves than others. Rich Esports, 0 eliminations. Upgrade, 0 points at all. YKG, 0 points as well. That is rough. Upgrade, that's a really interesting one. They've just really fallen apart in these 2 last Erangales. They've not been able to secure anything, and that's really jeopardized potentially their top 5 standing.
Very unexpected game. 5 teams with a goose egg, 2 of them getting 1 point. But here we go. MVP of the game is going to be none other than Meng. He is the one who knocks, and he's the one who means business in these games. 7 eliminations, 5 knocks, and almost 1,200 damage. This guy has... I don't know. He's been an absolute menace through and through, Niptra. Every single game, he's just been able to dominate the battlegrounds. This guy is aiming to be MVP of the tournament. And you know what? That is still my prediction, that he is going to be the tournament MVP out of USA. This guy... Again, I did not know about this player. And I will never forget this name ever in my life. This guy's put up an absolute show for us.
He really, really has. I can't wait to see what he's got cooking for us tomorrow. Seeing as that they're in that 2nd place, Max, seeing as they're potentially now looking towards getting that smash, I think he's really going to try and pop off as much as possible tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow, Max. I mean, look at what we got, the action that we got coming in here tonight. Like, it's going to just be 110 times more. Now we have that extra smash coming in tomorrow, those final 6 games, and everybody vying for the top 5.
Look, imagine, right? In a different universe, maybe. Or maybe it will happen in this universe. Equinox in the Smash Zone and Meng 1v4 to get the win and confirm the championship for themselves. And actually, up in 1st place, Team Equinox making it happen. 127 points, just 1 point ahead of Sun Esports, right? Niptra, a team alongside Upgrade that have been in 1st and 2nd place the entirety of this tournament, it feels like. And yet Team Equinox said, shut up! I'm the #1 squad now.
Wow, they have jumped from 60 points at the beginning of today to 127. They've doubled their points. That's so consistent. 60 points in day 1, 67 points in day 2. What kind of consistency is this, Max? It's unheard of.
It's a wild day, yeah. They started off with
crazy.
60 points. They doubled their points here in today, number 2. So insane consistency from these guys. Compared to, like, for example, Sun Esport, that started off the day with 81 points. So they got about, 45 points today, which is not a great average, especially when you do have 2 Rondos. So Sun Esports and Upgrade definitely not having the biggest day for themselves. But when you look outside of these teams, right? Looking at top 5, the cutoff 102, there is a pretty decent gap of what is that, 17 points between 5th and 6th place of Rich Esports. It's going to be hard for them to make a comeback as we check out the MVP rankings. And well,
Wow.
Niptura, 42?
Wait! No, Max.
Wait, so
Meng had 17 going into today. He's popped off even more.
wait. How many eliminations did Equinox have total? Can someone on production tell us? I want to know how many eliminations did he get for his team compared to the overall team stats? Can we get that number, please? I need to see it for myself because Meng is a beast. Shelby too, by the way. Big respect to Shelby. He's been having some really good plays.
Yes.
But he is completely eclipsed by Meng. He has been putting up the numbers. The damage is there. I mean, come on. Is this... I know this is going to be a big thing to say, Niptra, but I'm going to say it regardless. Do we have, finally, after years of trial and error, Coops 2.0?
Honestly, it feels that way. I mean, he's got the elimination, he's got the utility eliminations, he's got the fragging eliminations, he's got a really good support with Shelby, right, who's also here, but time and time again, we do see Shelby more in that support role, which is really helpful. If you've got a good team like Equinox seem to have around Meng, a fragger like this, oh, super easy to be a Coops 2.0 here.
We'll call him Coops 2.0 for real if he can do these kind of performances entering the PMGO NA regional finals and you know what, maybe even PMGO main event in Jakarta itself. But here we go, looking at the recap of today. 2 chicken dinners on Rondo back-to-back from Extreme Slayers, followed up by a chicken dinner from Rich. Then, of course, it came from Team Equinox, Fatic, and to wrap it up with Team Control. Good games today. A lot of great solo clutches to Niptra. This has been as I'd like to always say, absolute cinema for the USA scene. And it gets me even more excited for tomorrow because, again, smash ruling. We could have as little as 2 games, or we could go the entire stretch and have 6 full matches. Boy, oh boy, tomorrow is going to be insanely hype.
It's going to be huge. The way all 3 of the top 3 players, top 3 teams rather, are playing, right? Going into a Rondo? Ooh, we're going to hit smash point in no time. We only need 10 more points. That's going to be Equinox with 137 points to, that's going to be our smash zone, right? So actually not far off what we said, right? Because it's going to be 137. You said 145. I said 147. Yes. So not far. But yeah, it's looking like... we're going to have a very epic... I'm so excited for the Rondos. Like, if we go past the Rondos, I think it's probably going to mellow out a little bit. But these first two Rondos are going to be absolutely insane, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Rondo games is going to be a mad rush to get in the smash zone. And then after that, it's going to be about just executing your game plan to the best of your capabilities to hopefully get that chicken dinner. Even a low elimination chicken dinner, it doesn't matter about the smash ruling. It's all about getting that chicken dinner to become the Pmnc USA champions. But what a great day of PUBG Mobile Esports action today, Niptura. We had a... Come on, I mean, for you in particular, Niptra, this has been one of the best days, right? Because you had Blaze clutch it up, getting 7 eliminations with the CQC Mini 14 push. I mean, come on! Niptra, you can't ask for much more here.
I really can't. I'm so excited about how today's gone. We've had twists and turns in every turn, every corner, every game, whatever. And we're looking for more of those tomorrow night, Max. I cannot wait.
I cannot wait, but you know what? We do have to wait a little bit. It's going to be that long because tomorrow we'll be back same time, same place. Pmnc USA Spring 2026 Day 3 is coming up. You better be there and be square. Thank you for watching, guys. See you all tomorrow. you.